John Ronald Reuel Tolkien is a man whose legacy is so monumental as to be difficult to overstate. Even more than half a century after his death, the popularity of his immense creative labor only rises year by year, and the towering impact of his life's work continues to shape culture on a scale that few artists can ever dream of achieving. Viewed in a certain light, his enduring appeal remains as perplexing as it is powerful, for in many ways the English author stands diametrically opposed to the prevailing currents of the contemporary world. A medievalist deeply reverent of nature, in a society obsessed with technological progress by any and every means, and driven by the accumulation of capital. A devout Christian, and more specifically a traditionalist Catholic, in a secular materialist landscape that has not only abandoned but actively scorns any recognizable conception of the divine or sacred, and a man who cherished and celebrated distinct national identity and heritage, while never concealing his disdain for those who sought to misuse and corrupt these attributes intrinsic to all peoples in the service of imperial domination, amidst a globalized system that demands uniformity, and finds no value in that which is not interchangeable. He was likewise a deeply complex man, a Catholic convert in Protestant England, who resented the nation's persecution of his adoptive faith, which he blamed in large part for his mother's untimely death, and yet willingly served that very nation in war at tremendous risk and cost, and even afterwards never shied from proudly declaring his English identity. A self-described philosophical anarchist who nonetheless held a deep reverence for monarchy as a safeguard against majoritarian tyranny and the wanton erasure of tradition. And an unabashed academic partisan of language over literature, who went on to become one of the century's greatest contributors to the latter. Tolkien himself was deeply skeptical of attempts to understand an author's work through an investigation of his or her biography, and yet it is undeniable that every artist's approach to their craft is in many ways shaped by their unique circumstances and experiences, from the environments one is born into and raised amidst, be they cultural, socio-political, or even geographic, to the persons encountered and challenges faced throughout the course of one's life. J.R.R. Tolkien lived through the most tumultuous period of one of the most powerful empires in human history, which at his birth presided over a full quarter of the world, only to have withered to a shadow of its former glory by the time of his passing. He would fight in a war so devastating it was thought to herald the end of warfare itself, a cataclysm that would leave all but one of his closest friends dead before he reached the age of 25. He would experience unprecedented social change, see an entire continent diminish from global preeminence, leave substantial marks on his scholarly field of philology, and author one of the most enduring and beloved fictional canons ever conceived, finding time amidst it all to spend an otherwise ordinary life as a faithful husband and father of 4 children. As such, in order to properly understand the creation, meaning, and impact of his legendarium that continues to captivate so many readers, the latter of which has made Tolkien quite possibly the most influential author of the last century, it is important to understand the man himself, and the context in which he lived. Tolkien. To some extent, the surname is as distinctive as its most famous bearer, and given the importance the author attributed to understanding and honoring the past, it is fitting to begin with an exploration of his genealogy. Tolkien himself, fond of reconstructing the foreign origins of anglicized family names, famously speculated its roots in the German word Tolkien, meaning foolhardy or daring. And though the surname and variations of this etymological derivation are found among Saxons, according to the work of Polish linguist Ryszard Derdziński, corroborated by both English and Prussian records, the more likely source is a diminutive modification to the Baltic German Tolk, to sense, translate, or interpret, rather remarkably fitting given the man's own penchant for language. Tolk, in turn, was corrupted to the Low Prussian Tolk, which gave name to a hamlet known as Tolksdorf, or Tolk's village, a settlement that exists to this day under the Polish name of Toykini. The name Tolkien, therefore, would effectively translate as Little Tolk, or son or inhabitant of Tolk. In a pair of papers recounting his extensive genealogical research, titled On J.R.R. Tolkien's Roots in Gdansk, and From Prussia to England, The Family Saga of J.R.R. Tolkien, Derdziński traces the first mention of this unique family name in the written historical record to the inhabitants of the town of Kreuzberg in the year 1590, near the city of Königsberg, now located in the Russian exclave of Kaliningrad Oblast. Michael Tolkien, the oldest verifiable ancestor of the famed fantasy author and his 5th great-grandfather, was born in Kreuzberg in 1620, where his son Christianus would rise to prominence as a miller. His own son Christian, born in 1706, would move to the port city of Danzig, today known by its Polish name Gdansk, in the 1720s to work in the fur trade. Owing to the extremely complex and turbulent ethnic and political history of Central Europe, by the middle of the 18th century, the port of Danzig was dominated by Germans while subject to the king of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Once among the most powerful polities on the continent, the Commonwealth had seen a sharp decline in prestige over the prior decades, and by the time Christian Tolkien established his family in the 1740s, the rising might of the neighboring Kingdom of Prussia, Russian Empire, and Habsburg family threatened the integrity of the confederal state. By the end of the century, it would cease to exist altogether. Christian Tolkien, a pietistic Lutheran, would marry Anna Euphrazina Bergholz and father 3 children, all of whom were baptized in Danzig's Salvator Church. 2 sons, Daniel Gottlieb and Johann Benjamin, born in 1747 and 1752, respectively, and 1 daughter, Eleonora Renata, born in 1756. The eldest son emigrated to London, England, sometime before the first partition of Poland, and while Eleonora remained behind in Danzig, Johann Benjamin would follow his brother to England in late 1772 to escape the looming threat of a Prussian invasion. There, the two quickly assimilated into the local culture, continuing to work as furriers and associating with followers of the nascent Methodist denomination. To aid in this, the brothers anglicized their names to Dan Gottlieb and John Benjamin, with the former obtaining British citizenship in 1794. It is from these two that, as far as the written record displays, all Tolkiens in the Anglosphere can trace their descent. John Benjamin married an Englishwoman, Mary Warner, in 1777, with whom he had 2 daughters, Anna Maria and Elizabeth, though his first wife did not survive the birth of the latter. In 1781 he remarried, this time to the older Mary Wall, who gave him 3 sons, Benjamin, George, and John Benjamin. It was the middle of these, his 4th child and 2nd son, George Tolkien, born in 1784, whose descendants would eventually include among their ranks the father of modern fantasy. The elder John Benjamin entered the clock and watch manufacturing business, while his son George would continue to work in the fur trade, apprenticing under his uncle Daniel. George Tolkien would marry Eliza Lydia Merle, having 12 children before his death in 1840. One of his 2 sons, John Benjamin, born in 1807, married twice, first to Jane Holmwood, with whom he had 4 children, and again after her death to Mary Jane Stowe, with whom he had 9. Entering the piano manufacturing trade alongside many of his cousins in London, he would relocate before his second marriage to the West Midlands, near Birmingham, located fairly close to the Welsh border. Arthur Rule Tolkien was the 2nd son of John Benjamin, and the first child of his second marriage. Born in 1857, Arthur would see his father face bankruptcy before he turned 20, at which point he looked elsewhere to earn his fortune. He began his professional career in the Birmingham office of Lloyd's Bank, and it was during his time in their employ that he became engaged to Mabel Suffield, a girl 13 years his junior, not long after her 18th birthday. However, Arthur's present posting offered little room for advancement, and so within a year he had accepted a position with the Bank of Africa and set sail for the southern coast of the continent. In December of 1890, a promotion required him to relocate to Bloemfontein, capital of the Orange Free State, a semi-independent Boer nation founded by the descendants of Dutch colonists who had begun settling southern Africa in the early 1600s. This proved to be doubly fortuitous, as Arthur's new role as manager of the Bloemfontein branch both provided a house without requiring extensive travel, and enabled the man to support a family. And so, in March of 1891, Mabel Suffield departed Birmingham to be reunited with her fiancé. The pair would marry on April 16th, and waste no time in growing their new family. John Ronald Rule Tolkien, the eldest child of Arthur and Mabel Tolkien, was born on January 3, 1892 in Bloemfontein. A second son, Hilary Arthur Rule, would follow just over 2 years later. The former, among his family, would primarily be known as Ronald, though certain close friends in his later adolescence would address him as John Ronald. During the few years in which he resided in southern Africa, Ronald spent much of his time indoors on account of the brutal sun and arid conditions, and would be frequently clothed in white to ward off heat, drawing portentous comparisons to fairies and elves in the letters Mabel sent back home to her relatives. He took to talking at a young age, even picking up a few words of Afrikaans, and enjoyed drawing and exploring the walled grounds of the family's estate, though his parents took care to keep him and his brother close. There were monkeys, snakes, and tarantulas to be avoided in the town, and jackals, painted wolves, and even the odd lion lurking in the veldt beyond. It is not hard to see why an English family, especially one with young children, might struggle in such an environment. While Arthur acclimated quite well to his life in Bloemfontein, and the young Hilary showed no signs of distress, the same could not be said of the man's wife or his eldest son. Mabel came to despise the climate, frequent droughts, and plagues of insects, and found the social life severely lacking in comparison to that which she had enjoyed back in Birmingham, longing in private letters, and later openly, to return to her native England. Ronald, meanwhile, struggled with frequent bouts of fever, and eventually her husband was persuaded to arrange a lengthy leave. Arthur initially hoped for the family to make the 3-week sea voyage together, but the demands of his management role required him to remain behind as the boys returned to England with their mother in April of 1895. He planned to follow as soon as work permitted, but work, as it turned out, never quite seemed to permit. Summer came and went, and then, in the middle of autumn, news arrived that Arthur had contracted rheumatic fever. The November letter mentioned a partial recovery, wherein Mabel's husband conveyed his sincere desire for reunion, but worried about both the journey itself and the cold of the English winter, assuring his family that he would join them as soon as his condition improved. This optimism proved premature, and as Arthur's illness persisted into the new year, his wife made plans to return to him. On February 14, 1896, the young Ronald, then barely more than 4 years old, dictated a letter to his nurse expressing his excitement at being able to finally see his father again after 10 months apart. But it would never be read, nor even sent. That very day, a telegram arrived at the Suffield household, announcing that his father had suffered a severe hemorrhage. On February 15th, Arthur Tolkien was pronounced dead. In the end, J.R.R. Tolkien would retain only a single clear memory of the man, as recounted in Humphrey Carpenter's biography, a glimpse of his father painting his name on a trunk before Mabel and the boys' departure. Mabel and her sons would continue to live in her parents' villa for the next few months, during which time young Ronald grew closer to his mother's family. John Benjamin, his elderly grandfather, would die within 6 months of Arthur's passing, leaving Arthur's younger sister Grace as one of the few remaining connections the young Tolkiens had with their father's family. On their occasional visits, Grace Tolkien enjoyed spinning wild tales about the Tolkiens' connections to the von Hohenzollern dynasty of the Holy Roman Empire, of daring raids defending the borders of Christendom against the Turks at the Siege of Vienna, which had earned them their surname, and of a flight to England either to escape the Prussian conquest of their holdings in Saxony, or from French revolutionaries seeking to execute an ancestor who had translated the family name to Du Temeraire upon marrying into the French nobility, and then back to Tolkien upon his arrival in London. Looking back years later, Tolkien himself would recognize the fanciful nature of these tales, though he always assumed some truth to the etymologically Saxon roots of the surname. But whatever their foreign origins, by this point the Tolkiens were thoroughly English in all but name, and with the links to this side of his family rapidly dwindling, young Ronald took to identifying more with the Suffields his mother had descended from. Although most of their number now lived in and around the bustling industrial city of Birmingham, they had originated from nearby Evesham in Worcestershire, and Tolkien later wrote, in reference to the West Midlands, "Any corner of that country, however fair or squalid, is in an indefinable way home to me, as no other part of the world is." In the summer of 1896, a few months after Arthur's death, Mabel moved the boys to Sarehole, a quaint hamlet about 1.5 kilometers south of Birmingham, renting a semi-detached cottage that she could afford on the meager dividends paid out by her late husband's investments, bolstered by occasional support from relatives on both sides of the family. Now, at the tender age of 4, Ronald Tolkien, after having lived in the arid veldt of southern Africa and the bustling suburbs of Birmingham, was to experience the quiet beauty of the unspoiled English countryside. It was a change of scenery that would leave a lasting impression. With his brother frequently tagging along, the young Tolkien took to eagerly exploring his new environment, the local Sarehole mill being an object of particular fascination. Among their favorite pastimes included picking wild berries and flowers, investigating features of the local landscape, and trespassing onto adjacent properties, leading to frequent lighthearted escapes from frustrated farmers and millers. On account of both her wit and supportive upbringing, Mabel Tolkien spoke Latin, French, and German with modest proficiency, and quickly went about imparting this talent for language to her 2 boys. She was also a fairly keen illustrator and painter, and Ronald likewise took to these pursuits, combining them with a budding interest in botany spurred on by his mother's lessons. It seems that even from this early age, the hallmarks of his eventual creative labors were beginning to shine through. In 1899, the 7-year-old Ronald took the entrance exam at Birmingham's prestigious King Edward's School, where his father had attended, and though he failed his first attempt, his mother redoubled her efforts to ensure he would obtain admittance the following year. Nearly since he began reading at age 4, Ronald showed an interest in language that transcended a mere desire to learn. He and his brother Hilary frequently visited their cousins, Marjorie and Mary Incledon, who engaged in the common childish practice of idioglossia, or the construction of a private language. The sisters let their cousins in on the animalic tongue they had invented, more a code than a proper language in its own right. And later on, when the older Marjorie became disinterested, Ronald and Mary created the more sophisticated Nevbosh, or New Nonsense, developing it to such an extent that they could compose limericks in the invented tongue. By his early teens, this would bear fruit in even more complex investigations into the nature and structure of language. One of the other chief amusements available to the boys was reading, and in the quieter hours the eldest took to devouring any and every tale he could get his hands on. But despite reading many of the classics of his day, including Treasure Island, Alice in Wonderland, and the tales of Hans Christian Andersen, what truly captured Ronald Tolkien's attention were the fairy stories of Scottish authors Andrew Lang and George MacDonald, most notably the former's Red Fairy Book, and the latter's The Princess and the Goblin. Of particular interest to him was the dragon Fafnir, slain by the heroic Norse warrior Sigurd in the closing story of Lang's collection. Even from an extremely young age, Tolkien possessed what he described as an inclination to romantic sensibilities, to being able to resonate deeply with the emotional weight of the art with which he engaged. In an example of what might have been his first encounter of a more mystical nature, the boy began to periodically experience a dream that would remain with him for the rest of his life, and even visit his children without his telling of it. He would find himself standing alone, overlooking a verdant landscape as a great wave rose to engulf the world before him. In time, he would come to attribute greater importance to the vision, and even incorporate it into his fictional mythology. But after 4 short years in idyllic Sarehole, an even more dramatic development than the move to the countryside would force the family to relocate once again. Rather than a change of family situation, however, this would involve a change of the heart, the importance of which involves significant religious context. For as long as the Tolkien family had appeared in the written historical record, back to the first mentions in Kreuzberg in 1590, they had belonged to one or another denomination of Protestant Christians. The Reformation, partially initiated by German priest and theologian Martin Luther in 1517, and spreading rapidly after his excommunication by Pope Leo X in 1521, had split the world of Western Christianity, which had presided over, and provided unity to, most of the European continent for more than a millennium. Long-standing disenchantment over the temporal power of the Roman Church, its various doctrines and practices, and larger theological disputes involving the nature of salvation, culminated in the most tumultuous period in European history since the fall of the Roman Empire. After nearly 4 centuries, the Protestant movement had given rise to dozens of independent churches with great diversity of views, but nearly all remained vehemently opposed to the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, which remained the largest unified faith in Europe. The United Kingdom, despite containing a sizable Catholic minority, mostly located in subjugated Ireland, was a Protestant nation through and through, and to belong to the Catholic faith was, as far as many were concerned, to be un-British. While persecution had softened significantly from the harshness of prior centuries, British Catholics still faced a litany of political and social pressures and restrictions at the time the young Tolkiens set foot in Birmingham. The Anglican Church, the state church of the United Kingdom, had divested itself from Roman authority at the behest of King Henry VIII in 1534, but his was a decision made less over doctrinal differences and more over a desire for political autonomy. As such, the Church of England included various competing strains of Lutheran, Reformed or Calvinist, and Catholic thought, and the High Anglican tradition was so closely aligned with Roman Catholic doctrine that its adherents were known as Anglo-Catholics. Adherents of the High Church placed greater emphasis on traditional liturgical practices, including ritual and reverence for the sacraments, and in many ways effectively practiced Catholicism without allegiance to the Pope. It was through this link that a number of prominent English men and women, beginning in the 1830s with the Oxford movement, most notable among them being Cardinal John Henry Newman, returned to the Catholic faith. In the interim, various dissenting or nonconformist Protestant churches had established themselves separate from the Church of England, but all shared a mutual opposition to the Roman papacy. The London Tolkiens, initially pietistic Lutherans upon arriving from Danzig, had by the start of the 20th century mostly become Baptists, while most of the Suffield family were members of the Church of England. John Suffield, Mabel's father, was raised Methodist before converting to Unitarianism, and Mabel herself had been attending Anglican services for several years, as had her sister May. May Suffield had married the staunch Anglican Walter Incledon, and like Mabel had then moved to southern Africa when her husband took a posting there, bearing 2 children before returning home over a dislike of the climate. Much like with Arthur, Walter had intended to follow once work allowed, and he was still 5,000 miles away when word of his wife and sister-in-law's conversion reached him. After the loss of her husband, living on the edge of poverty and struggling to raise 2 sons, Mabel Tolkien had devoted more of her attention to matters of faith, and her sister May had likewise become more religious. In the spring of 1900, for reasons that remain fully known only to the 2 of them, they began to attend Catholic services at St. Anne's with their children, and in June of the same year were confirmed into the Roman Catholic Church. The reaction from their families was as swift as it was severe. Living in a predominantly Protestant community, the public conversion of 2 of John Suffield's daughters was a scandal that tarnished their previously respectable name. May's husband Walter raced back to Birmingham, abruptly ending the financial support he had provided his sister-in-law, and forbidding his wife from ever entering a Catholic church again. May Incledon was forced to publicly renounce her conversion, but Mabel's late husband was in no position to interfere so dramatically. Whatever her reasons, Tolkien's mother would not renege on her commitment to Catholicism. Mabel and her sons began attending weekly Mass at St. Anne's Parish in the slums of Birmingham, while Ronald Tolkien's second attempt at the King Edward's entrance exam saw him passing. The tuition was something Mabel could not hope to cover in their current state, but an uncle from the Tolkien side of the family, defying the religious cordon sanitaire, generously covered the fees, and the boy began attending in September of 1900. The walk from Sarehole to the school was more than 6 kilometers, and the family could not afford regular train tickets, so late in the year the 3 packed up their meager belongings and relocated once again, renting an apartment in the Birmingham suburb of Moseley, close to the recently built Catholic Church of St. Dunstan. For the boys, the move from rural greenery to the bleak industrial cityscape was heartbreaking, and the author would reminisce years later that his time in Sarehole had constituted 4 years, but the longest seeming and most formative of my life. At just shy of 9, he was making a 3rd significant move, and it was to be far from his last. The family left behind the beautiful countryside throughout which the boys had roamed carefree, trading in its place a cramped view of factories billowing smoke into the air, as muddy streets below were choked with trains and coal trucks, carriages and all manner of passerby who always seemed to be in a hurry. Almost as soon as the 3 had moved into the Moseley apartment, they were forced to move once more, as the city deemed the location suitable for a new fire station. The next house was scarcely better, and at King Edward's the country-loving Ronald struggled to adapt to the noisy bustle of the crowded urban school. Mabel both took note of and shared her son's disappointment and suffering health, and set to work seeking alternative arrangements. This search would soon pay off in ways that would come to shape the remainder of her eldest son's adolescence. The Birmingham Oratory was a Catholic church located in the suburbs of Edgbaston, founded in 1849 by the aforementioned Cardinal John Henry Newman, shortly after his famed conversion to Catholicism. The oratory included the grammar school of St. Philip, which, with its Catholic curriculum and lower tuition fees, proved an attractive alternative to King Edward's. As if divine providence had arranged it, there was even a house available for rent mere meters from the school. And more importantly, after moving in, when Mabel called upon the local parish priest for counsel, she was met by Father Francis Xavier Morgan. Welsh on one side and Anglo-Spanish on the other, the Catholic priest had been a friend of the late Cardinal Newman, with a keen intellect that was matched by his generosity and flair for the dramatic. He was to prove a most valuable friend and ally in the struggles that the Tolkien family would face in the coming years, whose involvement the author himself would describe as miraculous, attributing his later success in large part to the kindness and instruction, both intellectual and spiritual, shown to him by the priest. Ronald and Hilary Tolkien were quickly enrolled in St. Philip, though after only a year, the former would surpass his classmates and win a valuable foundation scholarship, returning to King Edward's and placing into the 6th class. Already knowledgeable in Latin, French, and German, in addition to his native English, before the age of 12 he began to master Greek, and took a tentative interest in Welsh from the bits of the language spotted on the sides of passing coal trucks. More importantly, the 6th class was presided over by Assistant Master George Brewerton, a medievalist who specialized in English literature, and held an ardent preference for the Germanic Middle English over its contemporary Romance language-infused descendant. It was a preference the young Tolkien would come to share. On Christmas Day of 1903, the teenage boy furthered his religious development by making his first Holy Communion and being confirmed into the Catholic Church, now recognized as a spiritual adult, capable of proper understanding of the faith. As remains common practice, upon doing so he adopted a saint's name, choosing that of St. Philip Neri, the founder of the Oratorian community and a patron of the arts. As scholar Holly Ordway elaborates in her work Tolkien's Faith, this helps to explain his occasional reference to having 4 given names: John Ronald Philip Rule Tolkien. Ordway even notes that this is present in his famous monogram, confirmed in her correspondence with the author's daughter Priscilla Tolkien, which is actually a composite of the first letters of all 5 of these names, with the P evinced by the single right-hand spur near the base of the T. However, the joy of the sacraments was marred by the health problems which continued to plague the family. The boys were incapacitated with illness at the start of 1904, and the mounting stress of caring for them while living on the knife's edge of poverty had taken its toll on their mother. In April, she was diagnosed with what would today be recognized as type 1 diabetes, in an age when insulin treatment was several decades from becoming available to alleviate the condition. The boys were shuffled off to the homes of relatives or friends as Mabel traveled in and out of the hospital, and even upon her release, their broader situation appeared dire. It was then that Father Francis Xavier Morgan made a generous proposal. The Birmingham Oratory owned a country house at Rednall out in Worcestershire, usually reserved for retreats for clergymen, and an adjacent cottage had an available room. Arrangements were made, and by early summer, the 3 were residing in rural Rednall. Father Francis visited when he was able to, continuing to quietly support the family financially, and when classes resumed in the fall, Ronald would take the train to King Edward's to continue his studies. While not busy with schoolwork, the boys and their mother enjoyed wandering beyond the grounds, climbing trees and picking berries, sketching flora and flying kites. It was almost as if their idyllic time in Sarehole had been given an epilogue. Even before his teenage years, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien was no stranger to tragedy or hardship. He had lost a father he barely knew at age 4, and been forced to the edge of destitution. He had switched schools and even homes so often that the memories blended together, frequently dwelling in squalor. He had even faced ostracization from much of his family over a decision he did not fully understand. His time in Rednall was a happy reprieve, relatively carefree, lived amidst the very environment he had cherished so fondly in his early youth, with his brother, mother, and guardian close at hand. His schoolwork was both meaningful and manageable, his future seemingly bright. But like the prior eras of ease, this would not last. The initial plan had been for the family to reside at Rednall while Mabel recuperated over the summer, but come autumn her condition only continued to worsen. She tried to hide her failing health from the boys, possibly praying that an eventual recovery would make worrying them unnecessary. But this was not to be. On November 8, 1904, Mabel Tolkien collapsed, falling into a diabetic coma. 6 days later, with her sister and Father Francis at her side, she would die. Ronald and Hilary, aged 12 and 10, were now orphans. Much later on in life, the former would look back upon this loss as one of the defining reasons for his own steadfast faith. As the author saw it, his mother was a martyr, who had died for her conviction and dedication to her children's spiritual well-being, exhausting herself to support them rather than giving in to her family's pressure and abandoning her new faith. Even at the age of 12, Tolkien was an undoubtedly gifted child, but his prior interests had mainly consisted of linguistic and artistic pursuits rather than theological ones. Nonetheless, he had loved his mother deeply, as she had loved him, and this faith remained the strongest connection to her, one gilded with the promise of eternity. In his eyes, to turn his back on Catholicism would be to render her suffering in vain. Biographer Humphrey Carpenter notes another change, one of personality, and yet heavily intertwined with Tolkien's spiritual outlook. He was by nature a cheerful, almost irrepressible person with a great zest for life. He loved good talk and physical activity. He had a deep sense of humor and a great capacity for making friends. But from now onwards there was to be a second side, more private but predominant in his diaries and letters. When he was in this mood, he had a deep sense of impending loss. Nothing was safe. Nothing would last. No battle would be won forever. J.R.R. Tolkien was capable of profound emotional passion in all its myriad forms, of triumphant joys and sorrow that seemed inescapable when caught within its cold, deadened grip. And this only seemed to grow as his faith deepened. In a strange sense, the English author came to embody one of the central dichotomies that lies at the heart of Christianity, a belief in a fallen world tainted by sin, in which all men are condemned to suffer and die, and no mortal accomplishment shall last, and a simultaneous faith in a benevolent, all-powerful God who not only transcends this reality, but became incarnate in human form to suffer and die as one of them, in order that humanity might be redeemed and achieve eternal life. More immediately, however, came the problem of Ronald and Hilary's living arrangements. Mabel's will named Father Francis as the guardian of her sons, and he quickly took to supplementing their meager income with that of his own family while seeking out new lodgings. Word soon reached him that the Suffields were considering contesting the will, and though the matter did not proceed, their mother's parents would surely have attempted to entice her sons to renounce their Catholic faith, should the boys have been placed with them. Thankfully, a solution was quick to present itself in the form of their Aunt Beatrice Suffield, who had married into the family and had no interest in the religious dispute. Now residing once more in Birmingham, the young Tolkien attempted to set aside his grief and focus on his studies, in which he showed a remarkable aptitude for language. Not all of his pursuits were bookish, for the boy also played rugby football and enrolled as a cadet in his school's officer training corps, where he proved quite capable with a rifle. It was philology, however, that truly captivated him. His mother had taught him rudimentary Latin, French, and German even before he began attending formal schooling, and by age 13 he was not only fluent in these but Greek as well, could read Sir Gawain and the Green Knight and the works of Chaucer in the original Middle English, and Beowulf in Old English, also known as Anglo-Saxon, and was beginning to explore Old Norse and Welsh. In addition to the influence of medievalist George Brewerton, that of headmaster Robert Carey Gilson was also apparent in his study, as the classicist held that an understanding of linguistics, of how and why a language had come to take its form, was as important as being able to speak, read, and write it. Tolkien took to perusing the school library, and later using his paltry income, to obtain books on philology, nearly all of which were written in German, which could assist in uncovering the web of connections between these various tongues, and the histories of their development. He also begged Father Francis to teach him Spanish after examining the priest's personal library, but his guardian thought it more prudent that he focus on his coursework, and Tolkien was forced to teach Spanish to himself, using this knowledge to construct Nafarin, his first serious foray into the field of constructed languages. Coincidentally, around this time he purchased a book from a friend, Joseph Wright's Primer of the Gothic Language, which introduced him to the East Germanic tongue of Gothic, once spoken throughout much of Central and Western Europe, before going extinct in the 6th to 8th centuries AD. For Tolkien, it was as if an entirely new world had been opened to him. His interest in philology went far beyond a mere academic inclination, and even by the standards of his day, he showed a remarkable mastery of language. For to Tolkien, language was not merely a means of communication, but an art form in and of itself. Before long, the 14-year-old had learned enough Gothic to begin reconstructing missing words from related languages and known roots based on the understood principles of phonological laws, including phonetic shifts and linguistic drift, and utilized this knowledge in more extensive labor towards filling out his own new constructed language, which he deemed Neo-Gothic. In the meantime, he continued working towards obtaining a prestigious Oxford scholarship, likely his only means of attending the vaunted university, given his status as a near-destitute orphan. But as fascinating as his investigations into Gothic were, and as devoted as he became to the field of philology, the young Englishman was about to find something, or more precisely, someone, of even greater importance. Father Francis had made sure to include the Tolkien boys on his vacations in the summer months, and in between excursions to the countryside or visits with friends, he would pleasantly interrogate them on both the progress of their schoolwork and goings-on in their personal lives. When he deduced that the two were not happy living with their Aunt Beatrice, he arranged for new accommodations with a parishioner of his, a Mrs. Faulkner, who rented lodgings while her husband worked in the wine trade. In the early months of 1908, the two boys moved into a second-floor room, and it was not long before they became acquainted with the only other lodger at present, the 19-year-old Edith Bratt. Like John Ronald, she too was an orphan, though born out of wedlock. Her mother, Frances Bratt, had died when she was 14, and the father she had never met even earlier. But she was not prone to melancholy, and after completing her basic schooling had taken up residence with the Faulkners, where she began to hone her already considerable talents with the piano to entertain guests. Her inheritance included enough land to provide her with a modest regular income, and so she spent the days playing music and sewing with little sense of urgency towards the future. John Ronald, 3 years her junior at 16, had little experience with the fairer sex, but he was well-mannered and stoic, gentlemanly in a decidedly English way, and she was jovial, pretty, and eager for companionship. The fast friendship that formed between them soon blossomed into youthful romance. Together they would play pranks on the landlady, venture out to Birmingham visiting restaurants and tea shops, cycle beyond the city limits, or simply stay up late talking to one another out their windows. Within a little over a year, they were certain that it was love. However, their clandestine affair would not go unnoticed for long. After a trip to Rednall, with separate departures carefully arranged to avoid suspicion, word eventually made its way back to Father Francis that his ward, the boy who was all but a son to him, was shirking his vital schoolwork to rendezvous with a girl living under the same roof as him in the countryside. Tolkien has always maintained that their dates were innocent, and in truth there is no reason to impugn his or Edith's virtue. But his guardian's dismay was neither unusual nor entirely unwarranted, especially in the context of Edwardian-era England. Father Francis quickly summoned his ward, insisting that the relationship be broken off, and arranged for both Tolkien boys to move elsewhere. Despite his love for Edith, John Ronald was a pious Catholic who prided himself on proper behavior, and the priest had offered vital support, financial, material, academic, and spiritual, for the teenaged boy and his family for years. In many ways, Father Francis Xavier Morgan was more of a father to him than Arthur Tolkien had ever been given the proper chance to be. With a heavy heart, he agreed to end the romance, and completed his preparation for the crucial Oxford scholarship exam, only to fail to win an award. Now approaching his 18th birthday, and with no hope of affording the adult commoners' fees, he would have one final chance the succeeding year at obtaining a scholarship before the gates of Oxford would be forever closed to him. Adding to the young man's distress was the situation with Edith. He had sworn to Father Francis to end his romance with Edith for the time being, but had not specifically promised to avoid her altogether. In January, the two would spend a day out on the town in Birmingham, exchanging birthday gifts and discussing plans for the future, including Edith's intention to move to nearby Cheltenham. But word would once again make it back to John Ronald's ever-watchful guardian. This time, the priest made it clear that the two were not to associate until Tolkien was legally independent, which would not occur until he reached age 21, nearly 3 years away. John Ronald agreed in spite of his tremendous reservations, though by happenstance he and Edith would meet twice more in public over the following month, and by now those around them had been warned to suspect, and report, defiance of the priest's instructions. 3 days after their last conversation, an angry letter from Father Francis arrived, threatening to end the support of Tolkien's budding academic career if he did not comply with his guardian's wishes. On March 2nd, passing by her without a word as he biked to school, Tolkien caught what was to be his final sight of Edith for nearly 3 years. A letter, permitted by Father Francis at Easter, and answered shortly by his love, was the last he would hear from the girl until his 21st birthday. For the next 3 years, Tolkien's companionship was to be male, and after dusting himself off from the twofold defeat of separation from Edith and failure to obtain a scholarship to Oxford, John Ronald would, for the time being, trade romance for brotherhood, including that of 3 of the closest friends he would ever know. The first was Christopher Wiseman, 1 year younger, whom he had met in the autumn of 1905 when entering 5th class. In many ways, their companionship might have struck the casual observer as odd. Wiseman was the son of a Wesleyan minister, a devout Methodist and a staunch liberal, who preferred music to the written word. Tolkien the child of a Catholic convert, and an ardent conservative who placed language first and foremost. But beyond this, they shared many interests, including Greek and Latin, theological discourse, and rugby football. Theirs was to be a classic masculine friendship, where debate on all topics, from religion and politics to the arts and historiography, was as frequent as it was vigorous, and yet resentment over disagreements was rarely given time to linger. In their first year together, Christopher would place second in the class, behind John Ronald, sparking a healthy rivalry that would endure well beyond their time at King Edward's. With Edith gone and his relationship with Father Francis strained for the time being, John Ronald would throw himself into his school life. He continued to play on the rugby team, where he performed surprisingly well despite his lean build, relying on aggression in lieu of bulk, and participated in the literary and debate societies. At the school, it was conventional for meetings of the latter to be held in Latin, with students taking the role of various historical personalities, and the teenage Tolkien, ever eager to flaunt his considerable linguistic talents, casually switched to fluent Greek, Anglo-Saxon, and even Gothic as his various roles allowed. He also took on a position as librarian, common for older students, working alongside Wiseman and another friend, Robert Quilter Gilson, the son of the school's headmaster. Exams would run for a period of 6 weeks, and during this time students had little to do outside of these exams but study. To pass the time in the library, the three, occasionally joined by a few other librarians, took to having tea, and began to refer to themselves as the Tea Club. The meetings soon became regular, and were relocated to a table in a secluded section of the nearby Barrows stores, an upscale department store, whereupon the group became the Barrovian Society. Wiseman, editor of the school chronicle, which listed distinctions earned by various students, took the liberty of adding TC, BS, etc. to the members of his clique as an inside joke, and the label of TCBS soon stuck. Each had something unique to contribute, aside from their shared knowledge of Greek and Latin. Tolkien brought his love of language, Wiseman his talent for music and interest in the natural sciences, and RQ, as the headmaster's son was known, a fondness for painting and early modern history. Several others would participate in the society, including Vincent Trout, T.K. Barnsley, and Wilfred Hugh Peyton from the onset, as well as the later additions of Peyton's younger brother Ralph and fellow rugby enthusiast Sidney Barrowclaw, but it was Tolkien, Wiseman, and Gilson who comprised the core membership. Eventually, however, they welcomed a fourth among their inner circle, Geoffrey Bache Smith. Known as GB to his friends, Smith was 3 years Tolkien's junior, and rounded out the TCBS with his passion for both English literature and poetry. In time, he would convince the other three to hold the craft in higher regard, and even try their own hands at it, something which, in Tolkien's case, would provide the crucial component needed to transform his experimentation with constructed language into something far more remarkable. Encouraged by GB and one of their teachers, former literary critic Richard W. Reynolds, Tolkien began to dabble in poetry during his final months at King Edward's. He was on the whole not fond of English poetry, preferring classical Greek and Latin verse, but the mystically infused works of English Catholic Francis Thompson, who often wrote of woodland-dwelling fairies, seemed to escape this general distaste. It was a distinctive blend of pagan imagery with Christian underpinnings, which may explain the appeal to the devout Catholic scholar who nonetheless held a fascination for Germanic myth. One of Tolkien's earliest forays into the medium was Wood Sunshine, written in April of 1910, which, despite not showing any particular proficiency, included an element new to his writings: depictions of fey creatures dancing in the forest, the carefree imagery juxtaposed with melancholic allusions to their fleeting nature. In December of that year, John Ronald achieved an open classical exhibition to Oxford's Exeter College, awarding £60 per annum. With his attendance at the prestigious university now assured, he devoted more time to extracurriculars, experiencing his first brush with the Finnish national epic the Kalevala through an English translation. It left him with a desire to learn the language that he could only glimpse through the names of the various gods and heroes. Standing on the cusp of adulthood, already the crucial component pieces of the epic he would devote the majority of his life to laboring over were beginning to fall into place. In his final summer before attending Oxford, Tolkien and his younger brother journeyed to Switzerland with a few acquaintances and their Aunt Jane on one of his few trips abroad. There the group spent several weeks hiking through the pristine alpine wilderness, traveling by foot and alternating between taking meals outdoors and resting in local inns. It was in one of these that he obtained a postcard containing a reproduction of German painter Josef Madlener's Der Berggeist, or The Mountain Spirit. In it, an elderly man with a long cloak, a beard to match, and a large wide-brimmed hat sits on a tangle of roots, gently nuzzling a fawn amidst a lush forest, with an alpine backdrop visible beyond the trees. This Tolkien would keep for the rest of his life, in an envelope which he eventually labeled Origin of Gandalf. It was clear that even before he arrived at the university where he would eventually teach, there were stirrings of a grander creative endeavor at work within his mind. More than a century after J.R.R. Tolkien first entered the university, the name of Oxford continues to loom large on both sides of the Atlantic, conjuring notions of academic rigor and brilliant scholarship. In the waning months of 1911, he would begin his pursuit of a degree in classics at Exeter College, his tuition covered by the mid-level scholarship. But attendance at so prestigious a university in his day was a matter of more than mere education, and aristocratic norms and customs still pervaded the school's culture. There were expectations and social obligations that would have left any freshman who shirked them a pariah, and at any rate, John Ronald had always been a sociable man. At Oxford, this soon proved to be a detriment to both his studies and his finances. Tolkien continued to play rugby, joined the essay club and dialectical society, and attended more than his fair share of parties, developing a fondness for both alcohol and pipe smoking. Though he made no friends as dear as those in the TCBS, he found a number of fellow Catholics among the incoming members of the student body, and his penchant for fraternization, coupled with his continued dedication to work on his own private constructed languages, added to the troubles of his mounting debts. Though ostensibly there to study classics, Tolkien's true interests stood at odds with the romance-dominated curriculum, which cherished the Norman-French heritage of modern England over its Germanic roots and Celtic predecessors. He grew bored with Greek and Latin, yearning for engagement with Norse or Anglo-Saxon. His schoolwork suffered, he skipped certain lectures, and his record of attending Mass dwindled from several times per week to several per month. Occasionally, he was given into bouts of melancholy over his separation from Edith, who remained ever present in his thoughts, and for whom he maintained a diary, as well as a broader existential despair that had begun to trouble him ever since his mother's death. However, there was one star shining amidst the gloom. Students of classics were required to select a special subject to bolster the breadth of their education, and Tolkien, naturally, chose comparative philology. At Oxford, this department happened to be overseen by Professor Joe Wright, who had authored the Gothic primer that had introduced a young John Ronald to the language. A Welshman who had risen from poverty to become one of the preeminent philologists of his day, Wright was the master of a dozen languages ranging from Sanskrit to Lithuanian, and their crossing proved most fortuitous for the young English scholar. Tolkien found in Professor Wright a demanding teacher who held no patience for the laziness that threatened to overcome so many freshmen, and one who encouraged his interest in Welsh. In the latter tongue, Tolkien discovered a language whose beauty was, in his own estimation, to be matched only by Finnish, which he had not yet truly encountered. That Christmas, when the TCBS reunited in Birmingham, Tolkien joined Wiseman, Gilson, and Smith in putting on a theatrical performance at King Edward's, an event which solidified the younger GB's place as the club's proper fourth member. 1912 would pass quickly. Though Tolkien continued to dither in regards to certain areas of his scholarship, he took to Welsh, both modern and medieval, with ease, and in the summer enrolled in a cavalry regiment, King Edward's Horse. Primarily composed of British colonials, it was the more proper choice for the South African-born John Ronald than the university's officer training corps. Though he enjoyed the power of riding atop a horse, and developed a talent for breaking them in that surprised even his commanding officers, Tolkien found himself ill-suited to military life in general, and was discharged from the regiment after a few short months. It would, of course, be far from his final experience with soldiering. More positive and foundational was his introduction to Finnish, which he had held a passing interest in since his first exposure to an English translation of the Kalevala back in Birmingham. In a library at Oxford, he finally located a work of Finnish grammar, and therein discovered a linguistic world beyond the already considerable horizons between which he had thoroughly tread. Nearly all of the languages on the European continent belong to the Indo-European family, which according to the dominant Kurgan hypothesis has its roots in the Eurasian steppes north of the Caucasus, along the Black Sea, developing sometime around 4000 BC. Commonly referred to in Tolkien's time as Indo-Aryan, which contemporary linguists use to specify a family of languages localized in northern India, this collection of related tongues encompasses everything from Sanskrit and Farsi to Greek, Latin, and English. The word father and its German cognate Vater were in turn derived from the Latin pater, which had retained its pronunciation not only in Greek, but even Sanskrit, after millennia of divergence across thousands of miles. An even more striking display of this shared linguistic ancestry is found in the Indo-European Deus Pater, or Sky Father, from which the Greek Zeus, Roman Jupiter, or Deus Pater, and Indian Rigvedic Dyaus Pitar, all deities associated with authority in the sky, derive. Finnish, however, is different, belonging to the Uralic family, which includes Sami, Hungarian, Estonian, and the Samoyedic tongues of Russia's Ural Mountains. Where Welsh had proved elegant and fascinating, Tolkien described his encounter with Finnish as intoxicating, akin to discovering a wine cellar filled with bottles of amazing wine of a kind and flavor never tasted before. Perhaps because it lay outside the more familiar confines of the Indo-European language family, Tolkien never mastered the tongue, and was only able to read sections of the Kalevala in the original Finnish, but from even a glance at some of the names within, such as that of the goddess Ilmatar, the red-haired hero Lemminkainen, or the sagely Väinämöinen, the impact on his eventual mythology is evident. Finnish quickly supplanted Gothic and even Welsh as the source of Tolkien's primary fascination, and he abandoned his efforts to reconstruct the extinct Germanic tongue in favor of creating an entirely new language. In time, it would be known as the High Elven tongue of Quenya. Additionally, this encounter with an epic national mythology compiled as recently as a century prior from far older tales of the Finnish people's oral tradition kindled a flame of a different kind within the young Englishman's own soul. To quote scholar John Garth, philology itself stood with one foot in science and the other in art, examining the intimate relationship between language and culture. Tolkien was attracted by both the scientific rigor of phonology, morphology, and semantics, and by the imaginative or romantic powers of story, myth, and legend. As yet, he could not entirely reconcile the scientific and romantic sides, but nor could he ignore the thrilling glimpses of the ancient northern world that kept appearing in the literature with which he was dealing. He was irresistibly drawn to the shadowy border where written historical records gave way to the time of half-forgotten oral legends. In a premonition of things to come, quoted by his biographer from a paper on the Kalevala read to a college society, Tolkien himself would muse that, "I would that we had more of it left, something of the same sort that belonged to the English." Halfway through his second year at Oxford, on the 3rd of January, 1913, J.R.R. Tolkien turned 21, and on the night of his birthday he wrote a letter to Edith assuring her of his commitment, and alluding to the marriage he still fervently hoped for. Her reply arrived several days later, and contained news of a most unexpected and distressing nature. She was already engaged to another man. It had been nearly 3 years since they had last communicated, via a pair of letters exchanged, with Father Francis's permission, around Easter of 1910. Edith had been happy to hear from John Ronald, and responded with details of her new life in Cheltenham. She had become involved in the local Anglican church, begun attending meetings of the Conservative Party, and joined the affiliated Primrose League. But Edith was now 24, and ready to start a family. She had recently become engaged to George Field, the brother of her close friend Sally. But in truth, she had never stopped loving John, and the years apart had likewise only strengthened his love for her. Their eventual reunion had been one of the greatest sources of consolation during his tribulations at King Edward's and later Oxford, and so as soon as the chance permitted, he raced to Cheltenham and urged her to break off the engagement and marry him instead. As he hoped, she said yes. George Field himself was, understandably, rather upset, and the decision caused a brief rift between Edith and her friend's family, but there had been little romantic connection between her and George, and within a few months the bitterness between them gave way to amusement. It must be noted that Edith Bratt had taken quite the leap of faith. Her fiancé's prospects as an orphan scholar living on the edge of poverty were far from stellar, and it would be another 3 years before the pair were married. Beyond financial matters, there were other challenges to be addressed. Edith held no personal aversion to converting to Catholicism, but she had become involved in Cheltenham's Anglican community, and had reasonable reservations about how its other members would react. When the announcement was made public, these fears were proven correct, and with Tolkien's help she relocated to Warwick in June after being ostracized by many of her neighbors. Additionally, while their mutual love had endured, the years apart had changed them both. Edith had lived an exemplary genteel life as a young lady in a quiet rural town, while John Ronald had spent the same period in exclusively male company, and predominantly those on the cusp of adulthood. Where she was reserved and concerned with mundane domestic matters, he could shift from intense academic tedium to masculine boisterousness depending on the atmosphere of a gathering. For the first few months it caused a good deal of strain, and it took quite some time for the two to fully readjust. Meanwhile, at Oxford, Tolkien experienced another change of fortune. As part of his classics coursework, he had come to the attention of the rector, Dr. Lewis Farnell, who was frustrated by the talented pupils' obviously dwindling interest in the field. When Tolkien took his honors moderation, a series of examinations conducted in the middle of one's education at Oxford, he managed a second-class rating, and only barely. But Farnell was no cruel, distant academic. Recognizing the young scholar's penchant for philology and interest in the Germanic languages, he made the merciful suggestion of switching from classics to English. Tolkien's scholarship, crucial to his ability to afford his studies, had been intended for the former, but with a bit of administrative hand-waving on Farnell's part, he would end the summer term in 1913 as a student of English. The English school at Oxford was comprised of two halves, and in certain respects it was an academic house divided against itself. Its primary constituent departments were those of language and literature. Undergraduates with an interest in either were thus required to dabble in its complement, and the rivalry between the faculty could grow rather fierce by academic standards, with each considering itself of preeminent scholarly importance. The literature department was concerned with literary analysis of modern English works, and had little regard for writing that significantly predated Shakespeare, while the language department was staffed by medievalists preoccupied with philology, who, like Tolkien, were fascinated by their mother tongue's Germanic roots. Thus there was no question of which side the young scholar would choose. He began to study language under the tutelage of the New Zealander Kenneth Sissom, barely 4 years older than himself. Upon viewing the syllabus, Tolkien's greatest concern was that he already knew the material too well, and would have a surplus of time. 1913 was a tremendous year for J.R.R. Tolkien. After 3 years apart, he had been reunited with, and was now engaged to be married to, the love of his life. Already attending the prestigious Oxford University, he was now free to pursue study in the fields that had captivated him since his earliest forays into the world of language. His closest friendships had survived their time apart, and though Wiseman and Gilson headed for Cambridge, where the former was to study mathematics and the latter classics, G.B. Smith arrived at Oxford intent on obtaining a doctorate in history at Corpus Christi. The boy who had encouraged Tolkien's initial forays into poetry, unwittingly laying among the earliest extra-philological cornerstones for his later legendarium, would now be much more accessible. Tolkien and Smith shared a preference for England's older myths and cultures over the more modern imports dating to the Norman conquest. Both favored Chaucer and his Anglo-Saxon predecessors over Shakespeare, and though Smith took more of a liking to the British Isles' Celtic past, while Tolkien was drawn to its Germanic and Scandinavian heritage, the two both admired the Welsh Mabinogion, and lamented the centuries of continental modernizing the Arthurian cycle had been subjected to, seeking out the tale's Welsh origins over later Gallicized interpretations. They held enough in common to get along splendidly, with enough disagreement to challenge one another's creative endeavors. Their conservatism, an area of staunch alignment in the realm of politics, would lead to clashes over the arts, as Smith preferred classical stoicism to what he saw as the unruly tendencies of the Romantic movement that had clearly claimed a share of Tolkien's mind. The TCBS continued to meet between terms, and in January of 1914, Edith was confirmed into the Roman Catholic Church. By June, Tolkien had spent a year delving enthusiastically into an exhaustive investigation of Anglo-Saxon and Norse culture, translating Beowulf and other sagas, reading the prose and poetic Eddas, exploring the evolution and interplay of the various languages of Northern Europe, in between forays into medieval Welsh or Icelandic, and finding time to publish a few poems in various smaller magazines. In many ways, he had never been happier, or more fulfilled. Another crucial discovery around this time was the works of William Morris, of whom Tolkien had been vaguely aware for a few years. Morris was a complex man in his own right, an atheist and utopian socialist whose fiction and poetry made him one of the most culturally influential figures in conservative Victorian England. He had abandoned the evangelical Christianity of his youth, and yet retained a high degree of reverence for the nation's medieval past amidst the turmoil, both social and environmental, brought by industrialization. Rejecting the rising prominence of the centralized state, which many of his fellow socialists sought to capture and strengthen toward their own ends, and disagreeing with their conflation of technological progress with moral good, Morris instead favored autonomy for local communities and adopted a rustic, pre-industrial lifestyle. His fiction largely reflected these views, placing even more emphasis on his medievalism and love of nature, telling tales infused with magic and drawing heavily from Northern Europe's pagan past. In a sense, he was one of the forerunners of modern fantasy, among the first to tell a fantastical story in a setting that, although inspired by various historical epochs, stood apart from the real world. It is no surprise that Tolkien eventually purchased several of his books, among them The House of the Wolfings, The Roots of the Mountains, The Earthly Paradise, and The Well at the World's End, which were to prove instrumental in the new, monumental undertaking that would properly begin later that year. On June 4, 1914, the university's Anglo-Saxon Club, a staple of the philologist-dominated language department, hosted a dinner in which the guest of honor was the German ambassador to Britain, Karl Max, the Prince Lichnowsky. Within a month he would be back in London, scrambling futilely to avert the coming war, but the air at Exeter was congenial. Oxford had a long history of close academic ties with German universities, which had for well over a century produced some of the most accomplished intellectuals and scientists on the world stage. 2 days later, at the dinner commemorating the 600th year since Exeter College's founding, Tolkien himself proposed the toast. But by the end of the month, a pair of gunshots in Sarajevo would set in motion events which would bring this era of peace and fellowship to a torturous, cataclysmic end. Europe at the time of Tolkien's admission to Oxford was a continent dominated by a small number of powerful nation-states and multi-ethnic empires. Several of the former were young upstarts, eager to assert themselves on the world stage, while the latter were remnants of a bygone feudal era, rife with internal division. After the devastation of the French Revolutionary Wars and the Seventh Coalition's final defeat of Napoleon in 1815, the victorious British Empire, in concert with the other great powers of Europe, had set about arranging a delicate balance to prevent any one nation from threatening the hard-won peace. It had not put an end to war, but the continent had seen an unprecedented 99 years of relative tranquility, punctuated by limited conflict, primarily fought by small armies of professional soldiers. Britain enjoyed unchallenged control of the world's waterways, ensuring the security of long-range commerce, combating piracy, and working extensively to eradicate the global slave trade. They would look elsewhere after the partial loss of their American colonies, adding nearly 500 million subjects to their growing empire in Africa, Asia, and Australia, and exerting significant influence beyond these colonial ventures through their economic might. It would be known as the Pax Britannica, the imperial century, and with even greater reach than Alexander, the Caesars, caliphs, or khans, it was the closest any one polity has ever come to unifying the world under a single banner. But by 1914, the landscape of Europe had changed. The innumerable feudal states and free cities of the Holy Roman Empire, founded by Charlemagne and then dissolved a millennium later by Napoleon, had since then largely been unified into a Prussian-dominated German Reich. Italy had done similarly a few years earlier. France, reborn amidst the fires of revolution, sought revenge against Germany for their humiliating defeat in 1871 and the conquest of the Alsace-Lorraine region. Meanwhile, large swaths of southern and eastern Europe remained under the yoke of the centuries-old Austro-Hungarian, Russian, and Ottoman Turkish empires, the latter of which had been losing ground for decades, and threatened to fragment amidst rising demand for ethnic self-determination by various Arab, Levantine, and Balkan peoples. The fragile balance established by Lord Castlereagh and Prince von Metternich could not hope to last. The 2 decades preceding the assassination of Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Serbia had seen a number of war scares, but each time diplomacy had prevailed, and the crisis had been averted. Such was not to be the case now. The various powers of the continent were entangled in a web of alliances and defensive agreements that would drag them one by one into war. Backed by their German allies, the Austro-Hungarians pressed forward with demands they knew Serbia would never agree to, and invaded when their ultimatum was rejected. Russia stepped in to protect Serbia. Germany moved to aid Austria-Hungary. France entered the fray to honor its alliance with Russia. The German military command, knowing that the former could mobilize faster than the latter, sought to defeat France swiftly, entering neutral Belgium and Luxembourg to circumvent their rivals' extensive network of border defenses. German intervention would draw the Ottomans into the war on the side of the Central Powers by the end of the year. and Italy would defect to the Allies shortly thereafter, lured by promises of territorial expansion. The island nation of Britain, however, had a chance to remain neutral. On July 29th, with a German invasion of Belgium imminent, the cabinet of Prime Minister Herbert Henry Asquith was faced with a delicate situation. His Liberal Party was generally opposed to war, and sat balanced between the growing revolutionary left and an eagerly pro-war conservative opposition, with the very real threat of an uprising in Ireland. When it was decided that the Treaty of London did not obligate intervention on Belgium's behalf, the public was outraged. Within a week, the Germans had invaded, and by midnight the cabinet's decision was reversed. Tolkien's generation was being called up to war. John Ronald, now 22 years old, was a keen young man. He and his friends had long known that war was possible, even likely, to break out before they had seen much of life. The Britain of his day was largely internally unified, her people proud of the imperial majesty in which they as crown subjects shared, and determined to rally around the flag to protect it. The nation had enjoyed widespread prosperity and social stability for several generations, especially in relation to that of the rest of the world, doubly so in regard to prior eras. Among the masses, patriotism was the language of the day. Secondary schooling almost invariably involved some form of military training, and collegiate scholars were expected to fill the ranks of junior officers. Aside from even the contemporary signs, Tolkien was a scholar of history, and peace at the scope and scale Europe had enjoyed for the prior century was all but unheard of. It could not have lasted forever. But despite his deep-seated patriotism and the honor which he accorded martial prowess, Tolkien was in no hurry to rush off to war, and neither were most of his closest friends. Though the true scale of the mechanized slaughter that awaited their generation may not have been foreseen as the guns of August first began to sound, all were possessed of a deep sense of foreboding. The members of the TCBS had plans for greatness, a greatness that was to be shared among the four, to which each would contribute, and they were each of them incredibly bright. The likelihood that all four would escape a major war unscathed was perilously slim. As hundreds of thousands of young men flocked eagerly to enlist, including his own 18-year-old brother Hilary, who signed on as a bugler, Tolkien sought to finish his studies. He quickly found the changed atmosphere of the university dour and depressing. The grounds nearly emptied of students and professors alike, and soon the surrounding community began to take in wounded soldiers and Belgian refugees. There was a more personal element to his reluctance, which became evident when his philology professor Joe Wright set up a station to care for injured German prisoners of war, only to face ostracization from many of his colleagues. Tolkien not only worked in the German-dominated field of philology, but held a deep-seated reverence for German language and culture, and felt some kinship of blood with them, for though unaware of the specifics, he knew that the Tolkiens had immigrated from German lands sometime within the last century and a half. Beyond even this, the nation of England itself was born of the Germanic Angles and Saxons, before the influx of Norman culture following William's conquest. His friend and fellow Oxford scholar G.B. Smith applied for a commission as an officer with the Lancashire Fusiliers, and upon learning that the university would allow him to complete his studies while undergoing military training, to face deployment only after obtaining his degree, Tolkien followed suit. His immediate academic future was safe, for now, but life beyond it lay shrouded with peril. And it was amidst these days of churning unease in late 1914 that the ideas which had long been coalescing in his mind received the final necessary spark of inspiration. It is not known exactly when Tolkien first encountered the Christ One, an Old English poem on the advent of the Christ, authored by the Anglo-Saxon poet Cynewulf around 800 AD. Even more enigmatic is the unspeakable allure that a pair of lines held over the young scholar. He did not particularly care for the poem on the whole, considering it to have squandered the potential of its subject matter, but the opening lines of Lyric 5 would never leave his imagination. Eala Erendil, Engla Bjortast, Ofa Midgard Monin Sended. Translated to modern English, it reads, Hail Erendil, brightest of angels, sent to men over Middle-earth. The Anglo-Saxon dictionary he possessed simply rendered Erendil as a shining ray of light, but Tolkien felt an unspeakable draw to the passage. It seemed more clearly to be a title, perhaps even a name. Given that the poem was concerned with the birth of Jesus, he considered this presaging star to be John the Baptist, though believed the term to originally refer to the morning star, Venus, which preceded the dawn. The poem dated to a time when the culture of England, itself a young nation and recently converted, dwelt on the shadowy border between its Christian future and a mythologized, pagan past. In the pair of lines, biblical allusion lives harmoniously alongside the ancient Norse conception of the physical world as Midgard, or Middle Earth, the realm of men, surrounded by that of the gods. And so, as millions of soldiers massed along the borders of France, Germany, and Belgium, Tolkien set to work writing a new poem, The Voyage of Arendil the Evening Star, describing the titular mariner's journey by ship across the heavens, vanishing from sight with the coming of dawn. It was to be the first work in the legendarium he would spend the rest of his life laboring over. During this time, in addition to further ventures in poetry, Tolkien became interested in the Finnish figure of Kullervo from the Kalevala, who survives the slaughter of his tribe only to be raised by their murderers before being sold into slavery. Escaping from bondage, he ends up capturing and raping a woman who turns out to be his sister. When she kills herself upon their shared discovery of the truth, he returns to his adoptive tribe, massacres them, and then commits suicide. It is a brutal, bleak, and ultimately tragic tale, very different from the heroic sagas and virtuous fairy tales that the aspiring author typically sought out. This stark contrast may reflect his increasing despair at the state of the world, as his brother and close friends marched off to war alongside legions of their countrymen, whom he knew he would soon have to follow. Already, casualty rolls published in newspapers were dwarfing that of any conflict in living memory. And so, in late 1914, he tried his hand at a prosaic rendition of the ill-fated Finnish warrior's story. It was rough, little more than a stylistic pastiche of the works of William Morris, and it is unknown if he ever shared the incomplete manuscript with anyone before abandoning the project in the first half of 1915. In fact, it would not be published until 2010, but it was the man's first foray into prose rather than verse, and another crucial step on the journey in Middle-earth's unfolding creation. Christmas of 1914 was the last time that the 4 core members of the TCBS, who by then had ceremonially restricted their ranks, would gather. Tolkien showed off some of the poetry he had written, receiving critique and modest praise. He admitted that he wasn't quite sure what The Voyage of Arendil was about yet, but resolved to discover it in time. He and his friends talked of grand plans for the future that had typically only been hinted at in prior years, openly dreaming of shaping England's culture with their works, as if given urgency by an impending sense of doom. It was not unwarranted. The early months of 1915 saw Tolkien's focus divided primarily between school and his evolving mythology. The story of Kullervo was soon abandoned, but he took the experience of his venture into writing prose and returned to the subject of his earlier fascination, Arendil. He also made another vital step, that of marrying his appreciation for mythological storytelling to his deep love for language. As a philologist, part of his field involved working backwards to reconstruct entire ancient tongues from surviving linguistic fragments. As his invented language became intertwined with his emerging Arendil cycle, he was to bring this philologist's approach to his literary efforts, viewing his role, as he mentioned to his fellow TCBSites, as less that of an inventor of fiction and more that of an archaeologist of storytelling, unearthing pieces of England's lost mythic past and reconstructing them into a proper whole. The Voyage of Arendil the Evening Star gave way to a Lay of Arendil composed of multiple poems. The first, The Shores of Faery, amongst various other names in his evolving Quenya tongue, most prominently identifies Valinor, a distant land across the Western Ocean, with white towers and 2 trees, one of the sun and the other of the moon. The world of Arda was beginning to take shape. In June of 1915, he underwent his final examination, achieving first-class honors in English language and literature. If he returned from France, his prospects of an academic career remained high, as were his chances of being able to provide for his soon-to-be wife and their anticipated children. But there was little time to celebrate, for it remained to be seen if he would live to see such days. Now in possession of a degree, there was nothing to defer his military commission. G.B. Smith was already serving in the 19th Battalion of the Lancashire Fusiliers, but Tolkien was posted to the 13th, and he began officer training in the town of Bedford. With a history dating back to the Jacobite risings of the late 17th century, the Lancashire Fusiliers had distinguished itself in battles across the European continent in the more than 2 centuries since its formation, from the heart of the Rhineland to the Crimean Peninsula and the coast of Galicia. During the American Revolution, the unit had even seen action across the Atlantic, defending Quebec from a Patriot incursion hoping to incite an uprising among the province's French population, and later seeing defeat at Saratoga. During the Napoleonic Wars, it had served as a core component of the Duke of Wellington's army in the Iberian Peninsula. J.R.R. Tolkien was commissioned as a second lieutenant, and taught the basics of what his rank would entail. As a highly academically minded young man, the experience was one of boredom punctuated by frustration, and underscored by a disconcerting lack of the comforts he had grown used to in his recent middle-class existence. He could shoot a rifle well, and master a horse even more aptly, but there was little use for either skill in the trenches to which the Fusiliers would be deployed, and he had no particular knack for commanding soldiers. His disdain for bureaucracy, already sizable, only grew stronger. When an offer to learn signaling presented itself, he eagerly volunteered for the vital role, which granted a break from the monotony. Learning various codes and techniques, including those involving Morse code, lamps, field telephones, and even the handling of battlefield carrier pigeons, by early 1916 he was named the signaling officer of the 13th Battalion. The role would not require him to kill, thankfully, but it would still carry nearly as much danger as his fellow field officers. Signalers were required to stick close to their commanding officers, who by the war's second year had suffered appalling casualty rates. It was a prospect that weighed heavily on his mind. As his training neared completion with the approach of spring, the routine death rolls of soldiers deployed to France grew unfathomably large, rising day by day. Entire towns' worth of men were being slaughtered in single engagements, with British casualties already well into the hundreds of thousands. Knowing that there was a disturbingly high chance that the two would never see one another again after he embarked for the continent, John, Ronald, and Edith arranged to be married. They were wed on Wednesday, March 22, 1916, in a Catholic service in St. John the Baptist Church in Warwick, which was followed by an all-too-brief week-long honeymoon in Somerset. By then, the war had reached a bloody stalemate, and Allied forces were being massed for a major offensive that, British High Command hoped, would alter the strategic landscape of the war and hasten its conclusion. Their optimism was not shared by the rank-and-file infantry they were sending to die en masse. On the 2nd of June, Lieutenant Tolkien received his mobilization orders, and after being granted a final day and a half with his new wife, on the night of the 4th he set out for France. In his heart, he held little faith that he would ever see England or Edith again. When 2nd Lieutenant Tolkien arrived at the French port of Calais on June 6, 1916, the Allied situation was dire. British and French military commanders were desperate to alleviate pressure on the French army at Verdun, which had held a German advance for nearly 4 months at staggering cost. When the engagement finally concluded a week shy of Christmas in an Allied victory that achieved mythical status in France, it would do so as the longest battle of the war, and leave more than 300,000 French and German soldiers dead, with the better part of 1 million wounded. And yet, the coming battle the young Lieutenant Tolkien was headed into would prove to be even more devastating. 3 of the 4 members of the TCBS would see action in the Somme. Only 1 would live to see the year's end. Christopher Wiseman was serving in the Royal Navy, where, for the time being, he was safe patrolling the North Sea, but Gilson, Smith, and Tolkien's paths were converging on the Somme River Valley in northern France. When the latter arrived in Calais, Rob Gilson, with the rest of the Cambridgeshire Regiment, was moving into Picardy in anticipation of the coming offensive. Tolkien was quickly shuffled off to the British Expeditionary Forces camp at Etaples. As a specialist, he had been shifted from the 13th Battalion, whose purpose was to train replacements for the other detachments, and was hoping to be assigned to G.B. Smith's unit, the 19th, in the 32nd Infantry Division. Instead, he was routed to the 11th Battalion, in the 25th Division. Left with a few days before he shipped off for the front, he exchanged letters with Edith and his friends in between attempts to cobble together replacements for the various articles of his officer kit, which was lost in transit. He also, when the inspiration struck him, continued his poetry, including The Lonely Isle, a rather unsubtle expression of his longing for home. On June 27th, he was finally summoned to Amiens, where after a brief train ride he joined the 11th Lancashire Fusiliers. 3 days earlier, several thousand British field guns had opened up on the nearby German trench lines in one of the largest sustained bombardments in the history of warfare. They would fire for hours on end, day and night, expending millions of cumulative rounds to bludgeon the enemy defenses. The initial assault, planned for the 29th, was delayed until the start of the new month due to weather, but the savage bombardment continued. Lieutenant Tolkien was only given 3 days to get to know the men under his command, and though he never fit in with the officers, the veterans among whom were often sneering and dismissive, the working-class enlisted men, predominantly drawn from small mining or industrial towns in Lancashire, were much the kind of people he had grown up amongst in Birmingham and Sarehole. His status as an officer precluded proper friendship with them, but he gained a newfound appreciation for the lower-class ranks from which the Oxford graduate had now risen, one he would later imbue into the humble and admirable character of Samwise Gamgee. The long-awaited offensive finally began on the 1st of July. At 7:30 on a bright, crisp morning, the thunder of the guns ceased abruptly. Whistles and bagpipes sounded, and the firing resumed, more distantly, a rolling bombardment intended to shield the advancing soldiers. The first wave of infantry vanished over the top, shortly followed by the second. Rob Gilson and the other men of the Cambridgeshire's Suffolk Regiment, in the third wave of the assault, waited another 2.5 minutes before clambering up the ladders of their trenches to cross the nightmarish charnel pit of no man's land. Allied command had assumed that nothing could withstand the massed firepower the British had brought to bear on the German lines. A solid week of shelling, enough to churn the very earth to mist and powder. On July 1st, 1916, Rob Gilson and 100,000 of his countrymen ventured over the top, believing the battle to have been effectively won. To the south, the French would achieve some limited, hard-fought victories in this opening phase. The British, meanwhile, walked into a slaughterhouse. The vast majority never even reached the German lines. Within a matter of hours, 20,000 men lay dead in the mud, and nearly twice that many suffered grievous wounds. Robert Quilter Gilson was among the former, struck dead by an exploding shell alongside his sergeant major, as they attempted in vain to salvage the catastrophe their superiors had ordered them into. For the time being, however, Tolkien was left to wonder as to the fate of his friends. His unit was held in reserve for the battle's first week, as Allied command struggled to recover from the devastating failure of the opening assaults. When the orders came down on the 6th, command called for the deployment of A Company, rather than his own, B. 3 days later, the remnants of A Company returned. Out of the unit's 240 men, a full half were casualties, and the survivors lucky enough to escape serious physical injury conveyed the horror of their experiences when they would speak of them at all. At last, on Friday, July 14th, Tolkien's B Company would see action. First came the long nighttime march to the trenches, where grogginess steadily gave way to anticipatory tension. Then the maze of pathways embedded in the earth, funneling them towards the front line, as distant artillery fire flashed on the horizon, and the blackened sky took on hues of blood in the flare light. Then the handoff, as the prior company relinquished its post, and the men fresh from their billets were given a chance to look upon the survivors whose place they were taking, dread etched into their eyes. No man's land lay directly ahead. There was not even a memory of green, growing things. The unburied dead were everywhere. Many still had skin. Some still had faces. What came next depended on the circumstances. The first possibility was a long, tense, exhausting wait, punctuated by brief bouts of panicked scrambling for shelter from indiscriminate shell fire, or rushes to the walls to repel an attack. The second was far worse, being ordered beyond the trenches to assault the enemy. On his first day at the front, this second possibility was to be Tolkien's fate. Like many veterans, J.R.R. Tolkien rarely delved into detail about his experience of combat, only then among his family and close friends, and even when addressing the war in his private letters, he was reticent about the carnage of the Somme. What is known is that this first attack failed. He spent 48 hours awake, managing to evade injury while seeing a number of his comrades killed or maimed. After another day, B Company was relieved, and he returned to Beauzencourt, where the company was billeted, to find a letter from G.B. Smith informing him of Gilson's death. The next 2 months would see him and his men caught in a harrowing cycle. A few days' rest, followed by a return to the trenches. Tolkien participated in a number of assaults, most of which resulted only in further loss of life. He was briefly reunited with G.B. Smith for a few days in late August, but would not receive a proper break from fighting until the battalion was granted a 2-week leave at Frankville in the middle of September. In the meantime, the British forces had begun to make modest gains at a terrible price. While Tolkien and his men were recuperating, the British Army had unveiled the armored tank, debuting this new brand of war machine at the Battle of Fleur-Courcelette on September 15th. The occupying Germans had been driven off after a week of intense fighting, and the 11th Lancashire Fusiliers arrived back on the front in the middle of the successive Battle of Thiepval Ridge. They were just in time to join the storming of the imposing Schwaben Redoubt. A mass of fortified trenches near Thiepval, the Schwaben Redoubt guarded the northern edge of the German defenses. It had been briefly captured in the opening stage of the Somme offensive by Irish infantrymen of the 36th Ulster Division, only for the Germans to force them out with artillery and a determined counterattack. They had been one of precious few British units to achieve their objective that fateful day, and paid a steep toll, leaving 700 of their dead behind. Beginning on the 28th of September, British forces would set about methodically dislodging the redoubt's German defenders in more than 2 weeks of brutal fighting. The Lancashire Fusiliers helped to capture a salient at the start of the action, and when they took prisoners, Lieutenant Tolkien was given the chance to speak briefly with one of the officers, who courteously corrected his German pronunciation. Miraculously, Tolkien himself continued to evade harm even upon his return to combat, but the company's casualties mounted. After the capture of Schwaben Redoubt on October 14th, command turned its attention to the nearby Regina Trench, eager to capitalize on their earlier gains before the winter set in. On the evening of the 18th, Tolkien's company set off for the front, initially with plans to attack the following morning. Torrential rain turned the land to muck and mire, and the assault was pushed to the bitterly cold morning of the 21st. Supporting soldiers of the 4th Canadian Division, the Fusiliers succeeded in their objective, but at a staggering cost that had become tragically common. On Sunday, October 22nd, the battalion was relieved. When day broke the following morning, the men's breath clouded in the air as the war-torn French landscape lay shrouded in mist. Orders had come down. After 4 months in combat, Tolkien and his comrades were being rotated out of the Somme theater of operations. On Tuesday, they made the 13-mile march to Beauval. On Wednesday, the lieutenant felt ill. By Friday, it was clear he had caught trench fever, carried by the hordes of lice that proved inescapable in the trenches. It may very well have saved his life. He left the battalion on Saturday, taken by train to a hospital in Les Touquet. His fever worsened, and after 9 harrowing days he was shipped to Southampton, then to Birmingham. Edith rushed to his side at once. His company's newly appointed captain hoped for a quick return to active service, while the battalion's veteran Lieutenant Colonel Byrd was more understanding, even given how much the unit relied on signalers. The young lieutenant exchanged letters with his remaining friends, who had feared the worst and were thrilled to hear of his survival, though another tragedy was to follow shortly. In December, a letter arrived from Christopher Wiseman, informing him that their friend and fellow member of the TCBS, Geoffrey Bache Smith, had been hit by a stray shell. The wound became gangrenous, and the aspiring poet died a month and a half after his 22nd birthday. A despondent Tolkien would delve even deeper into his newborn fictional world, as solace, catharsis, or escape. Despite the War Office's eagerness to return him to combat, the Oxford-educated lieutenant would suffer a litany of health problems throughout the remaining course of the war, keeping him in or near medical facilities until the 1918 armistice. In the middle of October, with an end to the carnage finally in sight, Tolkien was at last discharged from the hospital, though he would serve the military from behind a desk until receiving an honorable discharge on July 15th of the following year. On November 11th, 1918, after more than 4 years, the guns of Europe fell silent. In total, the Battle of the Somme in which he had fought lasted 140 days, from July 1st to November 18th, 1916. It was one of the largest and bloodiest battles in human history. The British and Germans fielded 50 infantry divisions each, the French 48. More than 3 million men took part in the combat. Of these, a full third would become casualties. Nearly 100,000 British, Commonwealth, and colonial soldiers would die, alongside 50,000 of their French allies, and 160,000 of their German foes. The stunning victory Allied command was hoping for never materialized. When the operations concluded in the middle of November, The result was a meager 10-kilometer shift in the front lines, which in a cruel twist of irony proved a more defensible position for the Germans. In Tolkien's 4 months with the 1,000-man-strong battalion, the 11th Lancashire Fusiliers had suffered just shy of 600 casualties, a quarter of those dead or missing. A steady stream of replacements was all that enabled the unit to remain combat-ready, and its losses would only continue to mount as Tolkien recuperated in England. In the spring of 1918, with Russia withdrawing from their eastern front amidst revolution, and American forces en route to aid the Allies in the west, the German Reich launched a massive series of offensives in a desperate bid to secure victory. The Kaiser's armies would gain significant ground that had been lost over the preceding year and a half, including much of the land Tolkien and his comrades had fought so hard to wrest from their control. However, as so much else in this war did, it would come at tremendous cost, and would not, in the end, avert Germany's defeat. In April of 1918, the 11th Lancashire Fusiliers was deployed to Ypres, and after several weeks of intense combat was transferred south, given a precious month of respite before finding yet another arm of the German offensive bearing down upon them. They then fought a protracted retreat for 2 days before making their last stand on May 29th, covering the escape of the remainder of their brigade. There, the battalion was annihilated, the only survivors a group of 16 men who had remained in reserve. Of the 60 million military personnel mobilized in the First World War, more than 8 million were killed in combat. When accounting for civilian casualties and the numerous outbreaks of disease that swept the world in the subsequent chaos, the already staggeringly high death toll, difficult to properly tabulate, may nearly triple. And even this fails to account for the wounds, both physical and mental, suffered by the survivors. Yet by the middle of the century, it would be surpassed by an even more horrific conflict. The generations that have come into being in the years since the conclusion of the Second World War have inhabited a cultural landscape entirely alien from that which existed before the First, and it may be said that as the Great War birthed the modern age, its even more terrible successor sealed the tomb of the preceding epoch. English author Richard Adams, born 2 years after the armistice, and himself a veteran of the Second World War, would reminisce on the profound changes wrought to British society in his own memoir, The Day Gone By. I doubt whether most people nowadays realize how enormous and appalling a shock the Great War was, and was universally felt to be. With the possible exception of the Black Death, it was by far the greatest disaster which has ever befallen this country. My generation grew up in its shadow. Before the Great War, British people for the most part trusted their leaders, were proud of their country, and believed in progress. Not anymore. The general notion that leaders and experts are not to be trusted on any account, and that catastrophe is ever at hand, goes back to it. I absorbed it unconsciously as part of growing up. It is nigh impossible to overstate the catastrophic effects the 2 world wars had on the collective European consciousness. In 1914, on the cusp of the largest conflict ever before seen, the peoples of Europe were the undisputed masters of the world, ruling empires that still presided over a third of the planet, with the descendants of their colonial legacy inhabiting some half of the Earth's remaining landmass. Over the preceding 4 centuries, they had overseen the most rapid era of advancement in scientific discovery, technological innovation, and philosophical development in human history, to both great and terrible effect. Internally divided as they were, entering the 20th century, the inhabitants of Europe still widely held the belief that their stewardship of the human race was not only unshakable, but divinely mandated. Little more than 30 years later, at the close of an even more terrible war, the continent lay in smoldering ashes, its global empires crumbling, its notions of superiority scattered to the wind. To have let themselves be led into Armageddon twice in the span of little more than a generation, the second even more devastating than the first, left indelible marks on the European spirit. Now, they would trade preeminence in global affairs for a status as yet another battleground between 2 mightier empires of competing ideologies, both of which had been birthed in the heart of Europe. As bright as their star had burned, by the middle of the century it was failing, and looked never to return. In the aftermath of the First World War, European civilization had not yet succumbed entirely to the crushing malaise that would follow the Second, but already its coming could be felt in every corner of society. This was the most technologically advanced civilization on the planet, still believed by many in the highest echelons of power to be composed of not only culturally and morally, but even genetically superior people. And yet it had led an entire generation of its own into unprecedented, barbaric, meaningless slaughter. Cracks in the foundations of the continent's centuries-old order, already steadily widening under the multifaceted political and social changes brought about by liberalism and industrialization, became chasms. Sweeping sections of an entire generation of young men had, in the eyes of many, been sent to die to maintain a status quo that saw them possessing no more value than cattle. The monarchy, the bureaucracy, the military, the church, the financial system, the family, all bore responsibility, and all could never again be trusted as they had before. Oswald Spengler's highly unorthodox examination of civilizational history, The Decline of the West, conceived and begun before the war, but published in its aftermath, would, despite a great deal of academic controversy, come to convey a widely accepted narrative, that Europe's power was waning. The question on everyone's mind was what should, or even could, be done about it. And though the British Empire ostensibly emerged on the side of the victors, and would reach its territorial apex 2 years after the armistice, her people had paid a terrible price, one from which she would never truly recover. In his Tolkien and the Great War, scholar John Garth notes that, of every 8 men mobilized in Britain during the First World War, 1 was killed. The losses from Tolkien's rugby team were more than double that, and they matched the figures for Oxford-educated service members of their age, the vast majority of whom became junior officers and had to lead operations and assaults. It has become unfashionable to give credit to social elites in general, but it remains true that the Great War cut a deeper swath through Tolkien's peers than among any other social group in Britain. Contemporaries spoke of the lost generation. The peoples of Europe entered the societal equivalent of an identity crisis, and everyone sought to identify the source of the catastrophe. A sentiment remained that European civilization could endure, but only through a dramatic rebirth. Amidst the chaos of disparate voices, one theme presided: a fierce, desperate rejection of tradition. The old order was to blame, and to look to the past now was madness, and would bring only death. Many on the left demanded revolution, or at the very least significant reform, castigating the traditional structures that they saw as not only responsible, but constructed solely for the purpose of oppressing the masses. In their eyes, religious institutions existed primarily, if not solely, to pacify the lower classes, and the very concept of hierarchy was deemed anathema to liberty and human dignity. Voices on the right, meanwhile, were divided. More radical elements shared their leftist counterparts' belief in the need for a total transformation of society, a new order that would sweep away the failings of the old, but believed that salvation lay in the strength of the nation. Attempting a synthesis of socialist economic critique and narratives of progress with hyper-nationalism, often imbued with racial theories still popular in academic circles, they would substitute Marxism's ostensible goal of a classless utopia with the all-powerful state, drawing on its people's mythologized past as it marched into a glorious future. But the more traditional among the right saw things very differently. They blamed the spiritual emptiness of modern society, as if the destruction wrought by the war was a foregone conclusion when modern man had allowed his moral center to be rotted from within by nihilistic relativism and secular materialism. To elevate the state, party, or race as the transcendent ideal in place of God would only invite further destruction. From this standpoint, with which Tolkien largely aligned, the war had in some sense externalized the withering spirit of the continent. Carnage was not the result of tradition, but of its waning, and to cast aside its tattered remnants would only unchain further horrors from the depths of man's frighteningly vast capacity for evil. It is a view whose echoes are found throughout Anglo-American poet T.S. Eliot's landmark modernist poem The Waste Land. And I will show you something different from either, your shadow at morning striding behind you, or your shadow at evening rising to meet you. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. Liberals blamed imperial ambition, national pride, and the lingering anti-democratic remnants of the continent's old feudal aristocratic order. Anarchists blamed the very existence of the state itself. Atheists blamed the Christian churches, and religion more broadly, for pacifying the masses and allowing their leaders to herd them like lambs to the slaughter. Christians, in turn, blamed decadence, moral relativism, and the rising tide of secularism that had reduced the dignity and value of human life. Pacifists blamed the military, and sought to dismantle their nation's armaments in the belief that this would ensure the end of conflict. Some nationalists blamed Europe's disintegrating social fabric, others for an imperial rule, demanding self-determination, while others still blamed rival ethnic groups. In Germany and much of the East, particular hatred was directed towards the Jews of Europe, many of whom had maintained a culture distinctive from that of their neighbors. Socialists and communists blamed a global economic system predicated on the private accumulation of capital, which they believed to be inherently oppressive. The more radical of their number blamed the moderate voices among their own leadership, which at the war's outbreak had abandoned the Marxist principle of transnational proletarian unity and rallied around their respective national identities, urging the working-class populations of Europe to fight and die for king and country. Initially, the latter proved to be among the most persuasive. In February of 1917, with his military fleeing the advances of the Central Powers, the Russian Tsar had been deposed in a revolution composed of a wide cross-section of the empire's social classes, who had competing visions for the nation's future. But in October, control of the provisional government was seized in a coup by the far-left Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin. They proclaimed the first socialist state in history, which would also become the first truly totalitarian state, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. As Russia descended into a brutal civil war, a wave of Marxist-inspired revolution swept the continent, the largest since the liberal revolutions of 1848. With the German Kaiser's abdication and the proclamation of a republic, the Reich fell into chaos. Communists seized power in Bavaria and Lorraine, and battled groups of returning veterans on the streets of Berlin. Italy faced 2 years of significant unrest, teetering on the brink of a working-class uprising. Hungary and Slovakia, emerging from the remnants of the disintegrating empire of the Austrian Habsburgs, would follow Russia into Bolshevism. Revolutionary anarchists roamed the grasslands of Ukraine. Finland fell into civil war, and Soviet armies marched towards the newly independent Polish Republic, aiming to conquer it and ensure a direct route to their comrades in Germany, at the heart of industrial Europe. Conservatives watched with horror as years of communist prophesizing about the inevitable worldwide revolution appeared to be reaching fulfillment. But gradually, the political wind shifted. The Spartacist uprising and other communist revolts in Germany were suppressed, and the young republic endured for the time being under a coalition of social democrats, liberals, Catholic centrists, and conservative monarchists. The Poles turned back the Soviet army on the Vistula with a victory that stunned Western observers. The nationalist Finns prevailed against their Bolshevik-supported countrymen. Hungary's Soviet regime fell apart rapidly, while in Italy, socialist syndicalism would fuse with nationalist sentiment in the burgeoning fascist movement, which seized power by force. By 1922, the communist tide was receding, but the fear it had aroused among much of Europe's middle and working classes, themselves still largely religious and socially conservative, would fuel the growth of various far-right movements across the continent. 2 years later, Lenin would die of a stroke in Moscow, and his successor, Joseph Stalin, shifted focus to consolidating his hold over the Soviet Union with the doctrine of socialism in one country. In the meantime, Britain would live up to its reputation for stability. Though the Irish rose against their rule within a year of the armistice, the Irish Republican cause was primarily nationalist in nature, its socialist elements homegrown rather than Bolshevik-aligned, and a majority of the island achieved partial independence as a British dominion by 1922. Meanwhile, more moderate voices on the left would prevail domestically, as the centrist Liberal Party declined in favor of the Social Democratic Labour Party, who briefly came to power for the first time in 1924, with the minority coalition government of Ramsay MacDonald. But even with the political situation settling, the continent's cultural landscape would never be the same. The romanticism and anti-industrial folk pastoralism of the pre-war years, with their grandiose and exaggerated, often melodramatic expressions of emotion on the one hand, and calm nostalgia for an idealized rustic past on the other, would seem laughably simplistic and naive to many writers and artists. An age of mechanized warfare called for a new approach to art, as everything else. Some veered into absurdism with the burgeoning Dadaist movement, creating works that were as meaningless as they viewed the recent conflict. Others embraced modernism, which came to dominate literature until the middle of the century, a movement rich with condemnation of humanity's destructive tendencies, skepticism regarding classic narratives of progress, interest in exploring alternative modes of societal organization, and a reverence for the natural world altogether different from that of the pre-war era, one that at times bordered on the misanthropic. Where before writers had suggested that man could find happiness in nature, now nature could only be happy without man. Poet Ezra Pound summed up the broader shift with his exhortation, widely echoed, that any artist should, above all else, make it new. The medievalist Catholic Tolkien, with his romantic yearnings for England's mythic past and disdain for the growing power of the modern state, already seemed in some respects a man out of time, even before his generation had been mustered. But now, the prevailing societal winds were blowing decidedly against him. Slowly, works of literature dealing with the late war began to trickle through the publishing houses of Western Europe, and the overwhelming majority of this growing tide would chart a decidedly new stylistic course. Prior to the Great War, Western literature had been steeped in Victorian notions of valor and duty to one's country, itself deeply inspired by, and openly vaunting, an idealized conception of the continent's medieval past. It was a literary landscape of Arthurian nobility and Shakespearean drama, in which martial triumph abounded, and even to no honorable sacrifice or the grief of a loved one's passing were in themselves transcendent experiences. But by 1918, a new wave of writers found it impossible to reconcile chivalric notions of adventurous knights engaged in valiant combat with their own tragic experience of industrial warfare, in which the peace so many had not lived to see felt hollow. Likewise, the fairy tale, with all its associations of pre-war childhood innocence, was left amidst the burning wreckage of the old order. Quest literature had been immensely popular among the British legions sailing for France in 1914, and in the minds of many it was forever linked to the carnage they had there endured. In 1904, Peter Pan had famously told young boys that to die would be an awfully big adventure, and a decade later their leaders had obliged. Like J.M. Barrie's famous fairy trickster, the better part of 1 million English youths would never be given the chance to grow old. In the prevailing view, honor and glory had been worthless lures. Many went so far as to argue that even when faced with foreign subjugation, it was better to live on one's knees than die standing. In a terrible irony, this latter belief would in many ways enable the coming catastrophe. In England, Siegfried Sassoon's Memoirs of an Infantry Officer and the poetry of Robert Graves and Wilfred Owen, the latter of whom was killed a week before the war's end, would herald the new literary status quo. Neither Lancelot nor Puck has any place in their writing, and when Beowulf appears, he does so transposed to the 20th century, huddled in a Frisian trench, surrounded by his bedraggled comrades. In Germany, Erich Maria Remarque's harrowing All Quiet on the Western Front, perhaps the most celebrated and enduring work of Great War literature, became the archetypal template for conveying the common soldier's experiences of the late conflict. But these often polemical works, powerful and authentic to their author's experiences as they remain, even a century later, do not tell the whole story. For all the acclaim this view of the war received from the literary establishment, and for all its prominence among the next generation of writers, a sizable number of veterans held dissent that they were rarely given proper room to voice. Scholar John Garth, in his Tolkien and the Great War, notes that as volumes of memoirs and poems, filled with castigation and despair, emerged in the years after the armistice to the acclaim of the Cultural Academy, many veterans felt that their own experiences of the war were being excluded from the discourse. A view of the conflict was being preserved for posterity that neglected the full picture. To these men, theirs had been honorable and courageous service in defense of their homes, families, and countries, certainly not without its share of horrific suffering, but also far from the passive slaughter of the prevailing narrative, where every soldier was a hapless victim, every officer an idiot squandering the lives of those under his command, every battlefield sacrifice a pointless trade for a few meters of mud. Ernst Jünger, the German conservative nationalist who later refused to embrace his own country's rising fascist movement, offered a riposte in his memoir Storm of Steel, which was considered by some critics to outright glorify war as a transcendent spiritual experience. However, not all of these dissenting voices would be so enthusiastic or direct, and Tolkien, with his emerging mythology, would occupy more of a middle ground over the following decades. Nonetheless, in the immediate aftermath of such tremendous loss, these consolations rang hollow. In the preface to the second edition of his most famous work, the author himself would poignantly sum up the scope of the devastation in a single line. By 1918, all but one of my close friends were dead. The trauma of the First World War, both in terms of the suffering he personally endured and witnessed, and the broader societal disenchantment that resulted, was in many respects the final layer of mortar between the bricks of Tolkien's already considerably developed worldview, a worldview that suffuses every line of his legendarium. As such, in order to fully understand and properly critically appraise the author's personal views and his bibliography, it is crucial to first understand the extensive ethical and philosophical developments across the prior millennia that culminated in the cultural and socio-political turmoil of the modern world he inhabited, and what Tolkien himself made of it all. First and foremost, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien was a devout Christian, and specifically a Roman Catholic. As elaborated upon in Holly Ordway's Tolkien's Faith, a spiritual biography, the author considered his Catholic faith central to not only his literary creation, but his broader view of the world, and on multiple occasions named it his primary source of inspiration for his writing, more than his appreciation for the medieval, his love for England, or even his devotion to philology. Christianity originated with the ministry of Jesus of Nazareth, a Galilean Jew born in the early era of the Roman Empire in the first few years BC, a dating system that would come to be retroactively centered around his birth by much later followers, to a remarkably high degree of accuracy. Jesus would preach a radically new gospel involving universal love and compassion for all mankind, and forgiveness for one's enemies, promising salvation to those who followed. As a result of challenging the Jewish religious authorities, he would be crucified by them with the blessings of the occupying Romans. His fate could easily have been that of yet another martyr of the myriad Levantine mystic cults that were springing up in the Near East during the early Roman Empire. But history would prove otherwise. His closest disciples would assert that Jesus had risen from the dead on the third day after his crucifixion, and that in truth he had been the Son of God, the Messiah promised by the Jewish scriptures, rendered in Greek as the Christ. By the end of the 1st century AD, Jesus Christ would be identified with a modified version of the Greek philosophical concept of the Logos, the eternal, supreme divine spark of rationality, by whose power all of existence was sustained. Christians, as Jesus' followers came to be known, held that the Logos had become incarnate in human form, sent to redeem the fallen, sinful members of humanity by partaking in their suffering, offering himself on the cross so that those who believed in him might attain salvation and eternal life. Christianity's conception of God would evolve from the undifferentiated monotheism of its Jewish roots to one of a triune nature. The supreme deity Yahweh of Judaism was recognized as God the Father, first person of the Holy Trinity, Jesus Christ as the Son, the second person, and the Holy Spirit, which filled the hearts of the faithful, as the third, a single God with internal dynamism. This new religion would sweep across the Roman world with a speed and vigor never before seen, establishing itself in the far-flung urban centers of the empire who had put their savior to death, despite facing significant persecution as a result of its tenets challenging the hybrid political-religious authority of Rome. But the spiritual landscape of the Hellenistic Mediterranean proved fertile ground. By this time, the adherents of the Greco-Roman imperial cult worshipped largely out of societal obligation rather than personal devotion, with widespread skepticism as to the true existence of the gods, and the dominant philosophies offered little in the way of solace. Stoicism demanded mastery of one's passions, while Epicureanism endorsed moderate hedonism, but both shared the fatalistic, pessimistic classical worldview. The gods were capricious, self-obsessed entities if they even existed at all. The divine source of existence distant, impersonal, and uncaring. Happiness was fleeting and ultimately meaningless, with human accomplishment amounting to nothing. History was an endless cycle, a rolling boulder to which humans were chained, and one's only choice in life was to either trot pliantly alongside it or be dragged in its wake. Christianity offered an alternative. Human beings were created in the image of an all-powerful, all-knowing, universal God, who loved them as a father loves his children, and rather than oblivion or a nebulous, hollow afterlife, those who lived righteous lives were promised eternal joy by his side in heaven. And while the world and all within it had been tainted by sin, rendering it imperfect and giving rise to suffering, even this could be a source of meaning, for God had so loved humanity that he sent his only Son to share in their fate, offered as a sacrifice that fallen mankind might be redeemed, and join in his eternal glory. The transcendent God had humbled himself and died for humanity, and by this act history itself had been exalted, for a new mission was now proclaimed, to bring the gospel of the Christ Jesus to every corner of the earth, in anticipation of his promised return at the end of time. Over the next few centuries, as the Roman Empire in the West crumbled under myriad pressures while imperial power shifted eastward, the emerging Christian church would take its place, offering a high degree of relative unity and stability to the European continent. It has been observed that as Rome became Christian, Christianity became Roman, adopting the legalism, rationality, and hierarchical nature of its pagan predecessor, synthesizing early Christian theology with Greco-Roman metaphysics. The Emperor Constantine, residing in the new imperial capital of Byzantium, was the first of his rank to convert to Christianity, and convened the first of 7 great councils that would help to formally establish the emerging church. The term Catholic, from the Greek word for universal, would embody this notion of a community of faith that transcended tribal and ethnic divisions as it sought to build the closest possible facsimile of the heavenly kingdom on earth. And though eventual doctrinal differences with the churches of Eastern Europe and Anatolia, still ruled by the remnants of the Roman Empire, would split the Christian world in the Great Schism of 1054 between Orthodoxy in the East and Catholicism in the West, the Catholic Church continued to preside over much of the European continent, immensely shaping its cultural and philosophical landscape. The Protestant Reformation, beginning in the early 16th century, would end this unity in a movement that conflated the Catholic Church's immense temporal power with that of pagan Rome, often going so far as to equate the Pope with the Antichrist, and valued scripture and faith rather than church tradition and works as the basis for Christian life. Despite its deeply traditional and reactionary theological nature, in challenging the authority of both the centralized church and its adherents among the great noble families of Europe, and placing individual interpretation of the truth above reliance on a hierarchical priesthood, the Reformation inadvertently blazed a trail for the secularizing and liberalizing forces that would follow. And Christianity, having nurtured the idea that a rational God had created a world his children could understand through their own divinely inspired intellect, would ultimately find itself scrutinized and undermined by the very rationalistic mindset it had fostered. After the English crown split from the Catholic Church in the early years of the Reformation, the island kingdom was subjected to more than a century of conflict over both its religious future and the nature of monarchical sovereignty. As Catholic and Anglican kings and queens traded the throne, often ushering in new waves of persecution for their ecclesiastical opponents, conflict arose between these monarchs and the English Parliament, while new denominations of Protestantism continued to blossom among the general populace. And it was amidst this turmoil that a new social vision would begin to emerge. Since the advent of Christianity, no philosophy has so thoroughly reshaped the intellectual landscape of Europe to the extent that liberalism has. And by the 21st century, the ideology and its descendants and offshoots are so ubiquitous in the Western world as to comprise effectively the entirety of political discourse. With primary roots in 17th century England, most prominently in the writings of John Locke, liberalism would steadily grow in popularity among the rising middle classes of Western Europe, gaining a foothold among the ranks of the elite as well. Its chief tenets were the innate rights and dignity of the human individual, the freedom to choose one's beliefs, protection of private property, government that rested upon the consent of its citizens, the equality of all people before the law, and a faith that rationalism, and later secularism, would pave the way for societal progress. The American Revolution against British imperial rule would mark an early triumph of liberal political theory, but it occurred in a relatively backwater colony whose society of English settlers lacked the ancient feudal history of their ancestral homeland, and took a thoroughly conservative approach, predominantly concerned with political independence rather than change. The aftershocks, however, would soon be felt in the heart of Europe, in the drastically different French Revolution. In 1789, the French people rose up against the centuries-old Ancien Regime, intent on establishing a new society based on the principles of liberalism. It was supposed to shepherd mankind into a new age of liberty, equality, and brotherhood, governed by reason. And in so thoroughly breaking with pre-modern views of societal organization, the French Revolution ended up laying the groundwork for the next 2 centuries of ideological discourse in the Western world. Introduced in his book A Conflict of Visions, and elaborated on extensively in the later work Intellectuals and Society, American economist and political scientist Thomas Sowell proposed a distinction between the constrained and unconstrained views of the world. a dichotomy that transcends the typical left-right divisions of modern political discourse. The unconstrained vision sees mankind as not only naturally good, but capable of moral perfection. Evil, to the extent that it exists at all, is the result of social conditions and improper societal structures. It is a view best exemplified in Genevan philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau's declaration from the opening page of his famous social contract that helped inspire the overthrow of the Ancien Regime: "Man was born free, and he is everywhere in chains." The unconstrained vision, which exploded onto the world stage with the French Revolution, is at its core utopian and progressive, in the sense that its adherents believe themselves to be at the vanguard of historical progress, which they envision as largely linear. It is prone to rejecting compromises that fail to fully address any given problem, instead seeking ideal solutions through the reorganization of society. Those who oppose it are typically derided as heartless and callous at best, content with allowing the existence of suffering in the world, and at worst outright malicious, enabling or even endorsing that very suffering. The constrained vision, by contrast, is fundamentally conservative and pre-modern. It sees the world as a tragic place where suffering will never truly be eliminated, believing that to chase perfection is a dangerous fool's errand that will often only produce further tragedy. It is perhaps best summed up in the observation of the Anglo-Irish statesman Edmund Burke: "Nothing is good except in proportion, and with reference." Though various pre-modern rulers, Christian and otherwise, have over the centuries slipped into something approaching an unconstrained view of the world in their own actions, the constrained or tragic vision is one that dwells at the heart of Christianity, a precept the faith shares with nearly all other worldviews predating the modern era, and is found in one of its most crucial, and widely misunderstood, theological principles, one that J.R.R. Tolkien accepted with grave sincerity: that of original sin. All mainline Christians hold that human nature is inextricably tainted by the fall, a separation from the grace of God which he, in his mercy, continues to extend to his children. Reformed theologian Reinhold Niebuhr elaborated on this in his 2-volume work The Nature and Destiny of Man, one of the most comprehensive surveys of Christianity and its connections to political theory ever written. Published in the dark days of the Second World War, when the Christian-derived liberal Western worldview was threatened on two fronts, by fascism and communism, and the survival of the former was far from assured, Niebuhr examined the various Christian perspectives of original sin, finding common ground in the understanding that human beings, by virtue of their higher consciousness, both exist within nature and partially transcend it. They are thus capable of conceiving of perfection, and yet prevented from attaining it, and through their pride and will to power are imbued with a proclivity to improper action. Elsewhere, considering the extensive record of human fallibility, Niebuhr wrote, "The doctrine of original sin is the only empirically verifiable doctrine of the Christian faith." And while various denominations differ on the minutiae of defining original sin, the Catechism of the Catholic Church describes the view to which Tolkien wholeheartedly subscribed. The consequences for nature, weakened and inclined to evil, persist in man and summon him to spiritual battle. Where the unconstrained vision holds a perfect society, or something approaching it, to be achievable on earth with the proper system of government, and almost universally dismisses the spiritual in favor of secular materialism, the constrained or tragic vision believes achievement of utopia in this world to be impossible, and its pursuit to be incredibly dangerous, itself tantamount to further sin, echoing Jesus' statement to his disciples in the Gospel of John, "My kingdom is not of this world." Philosopher Richard Tarnas, in his comprehensive survey of the evolution of Western philosophy, The Passion of the Western Mind, methodically documented that the key principles of liberalism, chiefly its assertion that all human beings have innate dignity by mere virtue of their being human, are fundamentally derived from Christian thought, and rest on a bedrock of Christian theology. After all, the book of Genesis describes humanity as being made in the image of God, and Christians affirm that the second person of the Holy Trinity, the divine Logos, took human form in order to suffer and die for their salvation. Hence the Church's stringent opposition to the previously common ancient world practices of suicide, infanticide, human sacrifice, and classical slavery, the latter of which was tragically reinstated in new form in the Age of Exploration before its eventual total abolition. This ethical development, however, occurred over many centuries, and by the time of the French Revolution, most contemporaries on both sides of the divide saw liberal political movements as opponents of the Christian faith, rather than adherents of an intellectual derivative nurtured by it. Furthering this conflict, Many of the powerful among the Old Order, failing to live by the tenets of their faith, sought to suppress the budding movement as a threat to their own worldly authority. The Jacobins who overthrew the French monarchy subscribed to the unconstrained vision of the world, and to them the Christian religion was merely one of many chains around the necks of the common man. By casting it off along with the old feudal order, they believed that reason would set mankind free. The result was a decade of bloodshed, chaos, and mob terror that eventually came for its own leadership, and threatened to spread to France's neighbors. As the monarchies of Europe scrambled to douse the new liberal, revolutionary spirit that challenged the very foundations of their rule, a young artillery officer, Napoleon Bonaparte, seized power in 1799. As military dictator and later Emperor of France, he would strike a balance between the extremes of radical Jacobinism and the old aristocratic regime, helping, despite his eventual defeat, to spread a new, more moderated form of liberalism across the continent. Just over a century later, as the young Lieutenant Tolkien recuperated in an English military hospital, the political situation had changed significantly. Liberalism and its descendants now dominated the intellectual landscape, and the ideology had brought sweeping reforms to Europe. Ordinary people enjoyed the largest increase in the protection of rights and liberties ever seen. Religious freedom had reached new heights. Suffrage was regularly expanded more and more broadly, and was soon to include women. Education became more accessible, and for the first time in history, a majority of many nations' populations were literate. With a commitment to rationalism and the scientific method, advances in myriad fields from medicine and chemistry to engineering and mathematics continued to raise standards of living, making luxuries that had once been reserved for royalty, and even those that had previously been unthinkable, commonplace. Before, politics had largely been the domain of the elite. Now, control of government was increasingly democratized. But the changes had not solely benefited the masses. Industrial development had released millions from agricultural labor, only to force them to seek employment in overcrowded cities choked with smog and filth, as once pristine countryside was polluted or torn down, and natural resources squandered to support the swelling population. Millions found that with an increase in political rights and access to technological luxuries came brutal working conditions in dangerous factories, where the meaningful and rewarding skilled labor of earlier forms of craftsmanship was traded for highly mechanized, exhaustive drudgery. Tight-knit rural communities gave way to crime-ridden tenement slums teeming with atomized, alienated individuals and impoverished families struggling to sustain themselves. And all the while religion, which had both imposed strict moral guidelines and offered comfort and spiritual nourishment, slowly faded from public, and then private, life. It was this that Tolkien feared above all, knowing on some deeper level the horrors the vanishing of traditional faith could unleash. For despite his distrust of psychoanalysis, he shared the view of Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, who held that human nature is naturally inclined towards some form of religious belief, and that something will always rush in to fill the void in a man's soul left by the absence of God. By his own admission, the decade following Tolkien's return to civilian life would see a regretful lapse in the external practice of his religion, never clarified by the author, though alluded to in his retrospectively charging himself with one of the 7 deadly sins, that of sloth. Though commonly thought of as mere laziness, in Catholic theology the sin of sloth is more deeply layered, combining physical neglect of one's duties to those around them with spiritual apathy towards the redeeming nature of faith in Christ, a disregard for the divine, allowing sin to take root without resistance. It is, in effect, a theological corollary to the famous aphorism, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." This apathy is believed to derive from sorrow and despair, a rejection of the core of the Christian gospel, and as a man already prone to melancholy, now burdened with the loss of so many friends and the lingering trauma of war, it is understandable that Tolkien would be prone to feelings of existential hopelessness. In time he would recover, and resume a level of devotion in which faith played an integral part of his daily life, one he passed on to his children, where participation in the Catholic sacraments of reconciliation and the Eucharist was as regular as it was spiritually nourishing. And in the interim, he had never ceased to long for the comforts of faith, telling his son years later that it felt as if God had been patiently waiting for him. In spite of this lapse of practice, the aspiring author still held convictions about the world deeply rooted in Christian, and specifically Catholic, theology. As noted by John Garth, as early as 1916, with the waning of religious belief, Tolkien foresaw a societal landscape of progressively greater factionalism and conflict over increasing sections of public and private life, lamenting in an argument with his friend Christopher Wiseman the decay of the faith, the breakup of that huge atmosphere or background of faith which was common to Europe in the Middle Ages. Wiseman saw this change as something worthy of celebration, a step forward for humanity, out of mystical darkness and into the light of reason. Tolkien was not so jubilant. Humphrey Carpenter, in his biography, likewise notes that, despite the label often being associated with a lacking of the intellectual nuance and sympathy for fellow human beings that the author certainly possessed, Tolkien could best be described politically as an old-fashioned conservative. In his words, Tolkien was, in modern jargon, right-wing, in that he honored his monarch and his country, and did not believe in the rule of the people. But he opposed democracy simply because he believed that in the end, his fellow men would not benefit from it. He once wrote, "I am not a Democrat, if only because humility and equality are spiritual principles corrupted by the attempt to mechanize and formalize them, with the result that we get not universal smallness and humility, but universal greatness and pride, till some orc gets hold of a ring of power, and then we get and are getting slavery." As established, the political right of Tolkien's day and age, especially between the wars, was confused and divided, ever shifting, searching for a way forward amidst the devastation of modernity. Certain elements outright adopted the unconstrained worldview of their revolutionary foes, syncretizing this with a veneration of the race or the state that supplanted traditional religion. This occurred most prominently in the case of National Socialism, and the German conservative movement, having experienced a revitalization after their shocking defeat in the Great War, would, despite their differences, largely rally around Hitler's banner as a perceived bulwark against Bolshevism. Some would be purged, others assimilated, others still made complacent, though a few would quietly retreat from public life, and an even smaller number would resist. Other figures on the right would look not to a transformative future, but to the distant past. Chief among them the Italian arch-traditionalist Julius Evola, who identified Christianity as the roots of the liberal and humanist principles he so despised, and believed would inevitably lead to communism. Despite associating with Mussolini's fascist regime in an attempt to mold it to his own desired form, Evola asserted that any true proponent of tradition would need to cast Christianity and popular appeal aside as well, believing that the Roman Republic had heralded the actual decline of human society from divinely ordered esoteric principles. Tolkien's conservatism, however, stood firmly on the side of Europe's Christian tradition, that of Edmund Burke and G.K. Chesterton, a middle ground between the two extremes. Unlike Evola, the English author's opposition to liberalism stemmed not from an outright rejection of its belief in innate human dignity and rights, but from its absence of an orientation towards the divine, and a tendency to morph into derivatives that would betray these principles in pursuit of new obsessions. Tolkien's devotion to the teachings of Jesus implanted a belief in the inherent value of all human life. His mistrust of democracy was born of a desire to protect liberty, from a deep-seated fear that mob rule would either lead to anarchy, in which the strong could terrorize the weak, or the manipulation of the masses by either totalitarian tyrants or an increasingly impersonal bureaucratic state. Similarly, Tolkien's rejection of socialism was not for lack of empathy, or even experience of destitution, nor was it overcommitment to free market principles, for in many respects he viewed the unchecked pursuit of capital to be a catastrophic error, one with terrible social, environmental, and even spiritual consequences. Despite living on the edge of poverty from age 4 until his mid-20s, and continuing to struggle with finances well into his 60s, he had always been able to rely on the charity of friends, family, neighbors, and his local church in times of direst need, and his interactions with the bureaucracy, both in academia and the military, had left him distrustful of large, top-down systems that he found dehumanizing, and subject to dominate those they claimed to be helping. In his own words, he subscribed to philosophical anarchism, the belief that any kind of human authority is inherently unjust, and yet necessitated in a fallen world of imperfect creatures. Tolkien's nationalism proceeded from these views, as he shared the common conservative conception of the nation as an organism, one formed from the bottom up by a people with a shared history and culture, heavily shaped by the land in which they lived, a complex array of component groups existing in a balance that was vulnerable to destruction in the face of top-down attempts at social engineering. Like religious devotion, in his eyes nationalism was natural and healthy, but susceptible to perversion and corruption, with Tolkien decrying Nazi ideology in particular for ruining, perverting, misapplying, and making forever accursed that noble northern spirit, a supreme contribution to Europe, which I have ever loved and tried to present in its true light. He similarly saw a moderately hierarchical society as just and proper, believing human beings to be spiritually equal before God, but having differing levels of talent and ability in various fields. As he saw it, class distinctions afforded every man a place to belong. Despite how some critics would later caricature him, Tolkien was no close-minded zealot, militant jingoist, or nostalgia-obsessed anti-academic. Unlike many of his 20th century contemporaries on the right, he had no patience for racial or national supremacism, for those who would seek the dominance of their people over others. To Tolkien, the nation was a natural development, providing a community for people of common heritage, with language serving as an ancestral voice, conveying a shared culture through the generations. Despite his unabashed love for England, Tolkien not only supported home rule for the Irish, perhaps unsurprising given their Catholicism, but also independence for Britain's distant colonial subjects across the globe, lamenting European imperialism in Asia and publicly denouncing apartheid in the 1950s, before the South African government's system of racial segregation had received much attention in the Western press. And when confronted with the possibility of English becoming a universal language on account of America's ascension in the aftermath of the Second World War, he was aghast, writing that each tongue, being not only a vehicle for a people's culture, but a different way of perceiving the world, inherently possessed value. He even joked to his son Christopher that, should the entire world adopt English, I think I shall have to refuse to speak anything but Old Mercian. Upon hearing that a small number of vocal critics were attempting to link his depictions of the malevolent orcs to certain human ethnic groups, Tolkien vehemently protested, asserting numerous times in both public and private correspondence that an orc was a representation of the capacity for brutality that existed within every human being. And when a German publisher contacted him regarding a translation of The Hobbit, inquiring as to the possibility of the author's Aryan ancestry in order to comply with the nation's anti-Semitic laws, Tolkien famously issued a reply rich in sarcastic scorn, writing, "But if I am to understand that you are inquiring whether I am of Jewish origin, I can only reply that I regret that I appear to have no ancestors of that gifted people." He simultaneously informed Stanley Unwin that, although he did not desire to damage his own publisher's business, he should regret giving any color to the notion that I subscribed to the wholly pernicious and unscientific race doctrine. And as much as the possibility of totalitarian Nazi or Soviet domination appalled him, Tolkien even found the far more benign concept of what he termed American cosmopolitan hegemony thoroughly distasteful. He was perhaps best described as a pluralist, someone who cherished the diversity and independence of different peoples, and sought to preserve their distinct national identities in a world of increasing mechanized uniformity. He formed deep friendships that crossed lines of religion and nationality, including those with his fellow Oxford Don and eventual returned Anglican apologist C.S. Lewis, American evangelical Protestant Clyde Kilby, his own Belgian protege Simone Dardenne, Father Louis Boyer, a French priest and friend of the English poet T.S. Eliot, who helped popularize The Lord of the Rings in his country, and the Polish academic Przemysław Raczkowski, who shared his passion for medieval European history. Likewise, Tolkien's religious faith was not prideful fanaticism or dogmatic rigidity, but an evolving devotion and commitment that permeated every aspect of his life, one that he saw as holding him to the highest standard, a standard he often considered himself failing to meet. As Ordway notes in her spiritual biography, Tolkien was quick to find fault with his own actions, but urged that any true Christian must temper their judgment of others with mercy and understanding. As profound a comfort and reassurance he derived from prayer and the sacraments, the professor was not without his moments of doubt or despair. Religion was no mere opiate, but rather a beacon amidst the turmoil of the world by which to stay his course. And in an age when many of his faith clung to literalist interpretations of Scripture, in the face of scientific developments in astronomy, geology, and evolutionary theory, Tolkien was quite ready to incorporate these into his understanding of the world, acknowledging that even as far back as the 5th century AD, the great church father St. Augustine had noted Christ's use of parables when discussing the veracity of certain accounts in the Old Testament. Despite his belief in semi-feudal notions of distinctions between differing societal estates, Tolkien never looked down upon or isolated himself from ordinary people, and made friends as easily with his fellow Oxford academics as he did with his working-class neighbors. To him, their roles in society were different solely in kind, not importance or intrinsic value, and, having risen from humble beginnings, He was never hesitant to criticize those who flaunted their high birth or abused their power over the weak. As he saw it, strength and social privilege were gifts from God to be used for the benefit of others, as an older brother might help a younger. He openly embraced the suffragette movement from his teenage years, arguing with his male classmates that adult women were as entitled to political participation as men were, when to do so was still quite controversial, and its success far from assured. In male-dominated interwar Oxford, he happily took on the tutoring of young students of either sex in Anglo-Saxon, most of whom were women, and became highly recommended among aspiring female scholars for his fairness and tact. Later on, one of his most successful academic pupils was the Belgian philologist Simon Dardenne, with whom he remained lifelong friends. And as to the charges of anti-intellectualism, even a brief survey of his life proves them utterly false. J.R.R. Tolkien was easily one of the most brilliant philologists to have ever walked the earth, possessing an astounding capacity for language. Over the course of his life he would, in addition to his native English, learn to read Latin, Greek, French, including the Eastern Walloon dialect of his protege Dardenne's native Belgium, German, Middle English, Anglo-Saxon or Old English, Gothic, which he even worked to partially reconstruct, Italian, Spanish, both European and Mexican, Welsh, both modern and medieval, the Icelandic dialect of Old Norse, and the constructed language of Esperanto. Most he could speak with some difficulty, though he was fluent in a few, and beyond these, he possessed varying degrees of familiarity with Dutch, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Russian, Polish, Serbian, Hebrew, Finnish, and the long-extinct and partially preserved Lombardic. And this is not accounting for the 15 languages that he developed some form of grammar and vocabulary for, using his skill in calligraphy to create accompanying scripts. While most remained fragmentary, Quenya and Sindarin Elvish are both fully realized languages that the author himself could speak fluently and write prose and even poetry in, which remain studied and spoken by scholars and enthusiasts of his legendarium to this day.
Ai lauri elantar lassi surine, ignar unotti narve ramar aldoron, ignar velinti ulmar vanier mior mardelissi miru voriva, andun pella vardo telma nulluini jassen tintelari eleni, o Mario airitari lirinen.
Additionally, Tolkien authored several revolutionary works in his academic field, most prominently altering the landscape of Beowulf scholarship with his essay Beowulf, The Monsters and the Critics. Though the total number of academic publications over the course of his life, roughly 25 to 27 depending on how certain pieces are counted, is relatively low given the length of his career, he labored tirelessly on a number of works that saw posthumous publication, and the aforementioned Beowulf essay, along with the earlier analysis Ein Crenwis and Holymaethid, and the later critical revisionist poem The Homecoming of Bjortnoth Bjorthelm's Son, place him among the most highly cited scholars in his field. Tolkien held an astonishingly comprehensive level of knowledge of the cultures of pre-modern Northern Europe, on which he could write extremely persuasively, and was, according to his colleagues on the monumental New Oxford English Dictionary project, an immense asset in the undertaking of intensive etymological research. Even so, for all his accomplishments and brilliance, the professor always sought to remain humble, never taking himself too seriously, quick to engage in humor at his own expense. He had a biting wit, and was prone, both in conversation and written correspondence, to comical exaggeration, as befitting his passionate character. For all his medievalism, Tolkien was no blind addict of nostalgia. His reverence for the past was always tinged with sorrow in the knowing that what had passed could never again return. But beyond this, for him the past continued to live on in the present, its echoes shaping the world and all who inhabited it. In this regard, he had something of a tendency towards Platonism, seeing the work of the hand of God at play in the marriage of the cultural and ethnic histories of the people he studied to the lands in which they came to dwell, and the figures who arose as a result, as if the universe itself were a grand, divinely authored narrative unfolding through the years. And despite his mysticism and fears over the growing secularization of society, Tolkien still held a deep respect for scientific inquiry and empirical investigation. In this, he shared something with early science fiction author Olaf Stapledon, a disaffected communist and atheist who in his later works lamented the modern world's abandonment of what he termed man's spiritual dimension. To paraphrase his fellow English thinker Roger Scruton, Tolkien's conservatism was born not of a fear of change, but of an understanding that it is far easier to destroy good things than to create them. that the extensive array of rights and luxuries enjoyed in the modern world did not exist in a vacuum, that society is not the cause of all ills but a remedy to a few, not a restrictor of all rights but a guarantor of some, a bulwark against a natural existence that would be, as Thomas Hobbes famously put it, nasty, brutish, and short. It was a philosophy profoundly aware of the corruptible nature of human beings, and the tragic state of existence as a whole. Tolkien was not, properly speaking, illiberal, in that he fundamentally shared many of liberalism's precepts of human liberty and dignity, because those very precepts had been carefully nurtured by Christian theology for nearly 2 millennia. But as stifling as his conservative moral stricture might seem to some, Tolkien described it, in a 1944 letter to his son Christopher, as a check against the everlasting wolf that lurks at no great depth under our social skin. Despite its rooting in Christianity, without a metaphysical grounding, liberalism has always been liable to drift into an unconstrained vision of the world, leading each newly manifested ideological descendant further from its origins. Anarchism took Rousseau's maxim to the extreme, believing all ills to be social in nature, perpetuated by government institutions. Marxist socialism held that all of culture was merely ideological superstructure, imposed by the ruling classes to maintain power, that all of human history was a story of class struggle, and that a violent proletarian revolution could sweep away the old world and usher in a classless utopia. Their ranks were divided between those who sought an organic movement of the working classes, or accepted this as an inevitable historical development, and those who believed a vanguard of intellectuals was necessary to lead the former, such as the Leninist Bolsheviks. Syndicalism took the opposite view, noting the stark disparity between the beliefs and culture of the intelligentsia and the working classes, arguing that a true revolutionary labor movement could only arise among the latter. Through the writings of Georges Sorel, who placed emphasis on violence and the power of myth, it would lay the foundations of classical fascism. Fascists, in turn, believed that only the might of a fully unified national state, controlled by a party raised to power via mass action, could resist the oppressive forces of international capital. In tumultuous Germany, still grappling with the stunning military defeat of the Great War, this would combine with various esoteric philosophies and the remnants of scientific racism, by then increasingly discredited in the Western world, to form the even more infamous movement of National Socialism. All share in common some descent, however tortured and distant, from liberalism, and thus Christian eschatology, and all held an unconstrained view of reality, substituting the spiritual kingdom of heaven for a political utopia to be established on earth. A perfect society was possible, said the anarchist, if the state was universally abolished. The Marxian socialist, if the means of production were seized by the proletariat. The fascist, if the power of the nation-state was expanded to leave nothing and no one outside it. The National Socialist, if the superior races were preserved, and all groups deemed undesirable were removed. All of these unconstrained visions share a common idea, dating to the Enlightenment, that absolute or metaphysical evil is a fiction, and insofar as evil exists to any degree, it is to be found in the failures of society, whatever those might be. As Tom Shippey, quite possibly the most celebrated figure of Tolkien scholarship, would note in his brilliant work Tolkien, Author of the Century, the English fantasy author's descent, his stalwart reassertion of the classical view, would put him in good literary company, alongside writers as intellectually diverse as Kurt Vonnegut and William Golding, George Orwell and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, all of whom experienced the horrors of war firsthand, and all of whom held that a capacity for true evil lurks within the soul of every human being. When combined with their near-universal rejection of transcendent metaphysical values in favor of rationalism and materialism, despite originating with a belief in universal human dignity, it is easy to see how adherents of ideologies possessing an unconstrained worldview can dismiss the humanity of their foes when they believe that utopia itself is at stake. And Tolkien, like many of his contemporaries, saw this bloody possibility well in advance, before the Holodomor, the Terror or Stalin's purges, before the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, before the Holocaust, and before Hitler launched the most devastating war in human history, a conflict that would leave the continent Tolkien so loved in ruin. He saw this because the reality of the fallen nature of mankind was a crucial tenet of his Catholic faith, and in some sense, Tolkien and his closest friends had hoped to avert this. By the time the four were in university, already Wiseman, Gilson, Smith, and Tolkien held grand notions of changing the world. After the TCBS they founded had swelled in membership with acquaintances more concerned with light-hearted socializing then rigorous philosophical discussion and literary critique, the four met separately and unanimously expelled the other members. Tolkien detested the modern obsession with irony, which was only to become more prominent after the devastation of the Great War, a mindset that held ironic detachment from true emotion as the greatest virtue one could possess. It was a sign of trauma more than anything else, a desire to live above the world and sneer down upon it from a vantage point where no genuine feelings could ever be allowed to reach. When the TCBS met for the final time in the Christmas season of 1914, its four members inevitably bound for war, they lamented the state of modern society and discussed their grandiose plans for the future. Gilson, Smith, and Tolkien planned to write works that would stem the tide, that would reinvigorate the traditional values they held so dear. Wiseman was the lone dissenter politically, but even he felt bound to champion their cause of transforming British culture. As Gilson would later tell Tolkien in a letter, quoted by scholar John Garth, "I suddenly saw the TCBS in a blaze of light as a great moral reformer, England purified of its loathsome hideous disease by the TCBS spirit. It is an enormous task, and we shall not see it accomplished in our lifetime." For all the intensity of their language, Tolkien, Gilson, and Smith had no desire to write didactic polemics or thinly veiled political allegory. Rather, they sought to establish themselves apart from the world of mainstream literature and poetry, crafting stories so beautiful and powerful, infused to the very core with their philosophy, and yet able to stand on their own as works of art, possessed of deeper truth, that ordinary society, including even those who disagreed with their personal beliefs, would inevitably take notice. It is a fact recognized by thinkers as ideologically diverse as Roger Scruton, Camille Paglia, Thomas Sowell, and Antonio Gramsci, that politics largely exists downstream from culture. And while this maxim has been most strongly associated with strains of post-Soviet revolution Western Marxist thought, particularly that which emerged in the writings of Gramsci and was developed by the German thinkers of the Frankfurt School, who saw the key to revolution lying in the capture and subversion of social institutions preceding the seizure of political apparatuses, it is by no means exclusive to the revolutionary left. Decades later, T.S. Eliot observed in Notes Toward a Definition of Culture that the subject of his treatise was intrinsically tied with the values of those who participated in it, and Tolkien likewise knew better than many of his contemporaries on the right that culture was not merely something for academic discussion in lecture halls or literary journals, but the very lifeblood of a people and a nation. In crafting a mythology intrinsic to those people, he sought to reconnect the fraying, increasingly cosmopolitan, atomized, and secular society of industrial England with its traditional roots. The beating heart of Tolkien's philosophy could, in a sense, be summed up in the riddle of Strider, featured in the Fellowship of the Ring, upon the introduction of Aragorn, heir to the throne of Gondor. All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The old that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. May God bless you, my dear John Ronald, and may you say the things I have tried to say long after I am not there to say them, if such be my lot. These were the words of his dear friend G.B. Smith, written amidst the carnage of the Somme, in a letter he fully believed would be his last. In 1918, a collection of Smith's poetry was published posthumously under the bitterly poignant title A Spring Harvest, one of countless glimpses into the lost future of a generation cut short well before their time. Tolkien would write the preface. It did not take long for the young poet's work to turn from spirited patriotism to somber reflection and abject despair. And he, the fourth, that lies all silently, in some far distant and untended grave, under the shadow of a shattered tree, shall leave the company of the hapless brave. The lines were penned to honor Robert Gilson, killed in the opening hours of the Somme offensive, but they served just as easily as the author's own prescient epitaph. Tolkien, too, had feared that he would never get a chance to complete the monumental undertaking whose hazy contours he had only just begun to grasp. But upon his homecoming, one thing was certain. He would endeavor to write a mythology for England. Many of the great civilizations of the world have their epic cycles. The Ramayana and Mahabharata of India's Kavya tradition, the Arabian 1001 Nights, Persia's Shahnameh, and China's Journey to the West show that this is by no means exclusive to Europe. Ancient Greece had the Iliad and Odyssey, and Rome had the Aeneid. But as Tolkien looked across the European continent, The young Englishman lamented that his own nation lacked such a mythic collection intrinsic to their culture. There was the Finnish Kalevala and the Norse Vosung saga and prose and poetic Eddas, the German Nibelunglied and the Matter of France, even the beast fables of the Roman de Bernard in the Low Countries. But though England had the Arthurian cycle, these were primarily Welsh, Celtic in origin, and had been heavily infused with French culture after the Norman conquest. The closest work possessed by the Anglo-Saxons, from whom the majority of the English descended, was Beowulf, a story set in Scandinavia. Tolkien was determined to give his people a saga of their own, and bound up in this goal was his love for the fairy story. Literature concerning fairy had been immensely popular in the years leading up to the war, and the modernist reaction against its devastation threatened to sweep aside anything connected to the romanticism of the Victorian and Edwardian ages. The British public had adored the novels and plays featuring Peter Pan, concerned with adolescent adventure and a desire to avoid death, while their soldiers marching off to war had been encouraged by fantastical Arthurian tales of battlefield glory and noble sacrifice. After 4 years of devastation, it was difficult to look upon the magic and innocence of these stories as anything but a lie. But Tolkien viewed the common incarnation of the fairy story as a degraded form of older myths, a corruption which had begun with the poetry of Michael Drayton and Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, where the ethereal realm of fairy and its fey inhabitants had been reduced to the whimsical and comic, and begun their descent from imposing beings, human-like yet alien, to diminutive, delicate creatures that hid behind flowers and blades of grass. However, there were a handful of recent authors he felt had managed to maintain a connection to the roots of fairy, most prominently among them Andrew Lang, George MacDonald, Lord Dunsany, and William Morris. Scottish writer Andrew Lang had been one of the first authors that a young Tolkien encountered, having published well over a dozen collections of folk tales denoted by their various colors. Lang's Red Fairy book helped spark his interest in the Fae, and featured a tale of the Norse warrior Sigurd slaying the dragon Fafnir, initiating a lifelong fascination with the mythic history of Northern Europe. George MacDonald, another Scot whose writing Tolkien enjoyed as a child, pioneered early modern fantasy with a number of novels, the most influential among them being The Princess and the Goblin, in which the titular princess lives in a medieval setting infused with magic, and is forced to confront a horde of goblins planning their revenge on the kingdom. Tolkien was also familiar with The King of Elfland's Daughter by Lord Dunsany, an Anglo-Irish writer who, like MacDonald, helped to lay the foundations of the modern fantasy genre. Dunsany's most famous story concerns a mortal prince venturing into Elfland in search of a suitable bride, and likely inspired the rare yet incredibly important human-elf pairings in the Legendarium. Curiously enough, his earlier novel, The Gods of Pegana, may be the first work of fiction to feature a pantheon not directly derived from existing mythology or folklore, and could have played a role in Tolkien's similar endeavors. But by far the most influential was the aforementioned William Morris, whose novels The House of the Wolfings, The Roots of the Mountains, The Earthly Paradise, and The Well at the World's End were credited heavily by Tolkien himself with shaping his own approach to fiction. Morris's works were set in a medieval or ancient past that, contrary to convention, celebrated the Germanic and Celtic peoples of Northern Europe rather than the Greco-Roman civilization of the Mediterranean, lacing these historical tales with magic. The House of the Wolfings, which first inspired Tolkien to take up fantasy prose writing, saw a Germanic tribe defending their homeland against Roman conquest in the forest of Mirkwood, a name long featured in the legends of Central Europe. The epic poem The Earthly Paradise, meanwhile, utilized the common medieval trope of a mythical land to the west, and featured a group of Norse voyagers who find a strange city where they are told a series of fantastical tales, an approach Tolkien would initially employ in his own mythology. All of these authors and works shared in common their treatment of elves and similar fairy tale elements with sincerity rather than condescending levity or irony, and so as Tolkien experimented with fantastical stories and poetry of his own, he borrowed common English terms for their inhabitants. However, fairy and gnome increasingly developed comic or derogatory connotations, and so he eventually settled on the use of elf in their place. Already conceiving of an epic starring his elvish mariner Erendil across ancient Europe even before he had set off for France, Tolkien spent a great deal of his time, both abroad and during his recovery, further developing the setting for this cycle. Originally, the focus had been on Kor, featured in The Shores of Faery, a magnificent city of white stone that lies across the Western Ocean, from which the Fey inhabitants of Europe, or Eriador, originated. The name of Kor was taken from a story by Henry Rider Haggard, describing an ancient abandoned city, which echoes the words of Percy Bysshe Shelley's Ozymandias, standing as an ironic monument to the fleeting nature of mortal accomplishment. But Tolkien's city retains its beauty even after being deserted, its grandeur a tribute to those who built it, rather than a nihilistic reflection on the futility of their deeds. And as he both continued to work on his own constructed language and lamented the lack of a uniquely English mythology, Tolkien was struck by a realization that a language cannot develop without a cultural and mythological landscape to exist within, much in the way that culture and mythology is in turn shaped by the language used to convey it. Understandably, he started with the former and took a philologist's approach. His primary linguistic project, initially named Quenya and later to receive a U, based heavily on Finnish, was determined to have descended from a precursor language, Eldarin. Quenya was sometimes referred to as Eldarissa, the tongue of the elves who dwelt across the sea in Valinor, the land of the gods to which mortals departed after death for judgment. Meanwhile, its sister tongue of Gnomish, or Goldogrin, based on Welsh, would eventually become Sindarin, the language of the elvish exiles. Cor in distant Valinor would be contrasted with Cortirion, a city built by the elves who had come eastward to settle the Tol Eressëa, the Lonely Isle, or Great Britain. The hidden city was first described in the poem Cortirion Among the Trees, heralded by the other members of the TCBS as his greatest work to date. As the threat of deployment to the continent loomed, Tolkien's focus shifted from the paradisical Valinor to the elvish exiles in Eriador, who were to be understood in his emerging mythology as the source of the fairy tale tradition. Condemned to dwindle into shadowy myth among their human neighbors, he envisioned the elves as providing the pagan peoples of Northern Europe with an early connection to underlying moral truths, almost as if their influence paved the way for eventual Christian evangelization. Further pursuing this angle, Tolkien initially sought to bridge the gap between history and myth with The Cottage of Lost Play. Begun in late 1916, as he lingered near death in an English military hospital, but drawn from a poem written before his journey to France, this new work was meant to serve as his mythology's version of the Canterbury Tales, also drawing inspiration from William Morris's The Earthly Paradise. It would also, in a hallmark of Tolkien's early work that was noticeably removed in later incarnations of the legendarium, feature a significant level of authorial self-insertion. The Cottage of Lost Play concerned the ancient Germanic mariner Ariel, originally known as Otor, called Wafer, or Wanderer, by his own people, an orphan fleeing the devastation of war, who sails to the Lonely Isle and stumbles upon the titular cottage in the ancient city of Cortirion, now almost entirely forgotten by the nearby humans. The house, which seems an early incarnation of Elrond's Rivendell, is supposedly visited by humans in their dreams, who in this manner catch glimpses of the splendor of far-off Valinor. Invited to rest by the elves Lindo and Veera, Ariel is treated to tales of their people's history, eventually marrying their daughter, the elvish maiden Naimi, and taking the name Elfwine, or Elf Friend. This union of man and elf maid would beget a third son of Ariel's, the legendary poet Heorenda, while his sons from his prior marriage were revealed as Hengest and Horsa, the apocryphal brothers who led the Angles and Saxons to conquer England in the 5th century AD, thereby establishing a link between the real-world history of England and a mythic past. It was a conceit the author would eventually abandon, though the earliest incarnation of his mythology was purported to be translated to modern English from an Anglo-Saxon Book of Lost Tales, adding an additional layer of verisimilitude to this intended national epic. Indeed, much of Tolkien's earliest work in his mythology features a surprising degree of connection to his personal life. His elvish languages initially contained words directly correlating to elements of Christian theology, such as saints, divine grace, and the Holy Trinity. Many of the locations are mythical facsimiles of the places he himself was familiar with, including Warwick and Exeter, Oxford and Great Heywood. And, as John Garth notes, shades of the author and his beloved wife appear in both the pairing of Erendil and Voronwe, as well as the god of song Lirilo, and the goddess of beauty, music, and love, Erinti. In time, Tolkien would abandon this approach, but the general structure of the tales told to the Germanic mariner remained, beginning with the Ainulindale, or the music of the Ainur, an account of the creation of the universe by God, known to the elves as Eru, the One, and to men as Iluvatar, Father of all. Eru is joined by the angelic hosts of the Ainur whom he creates, and together they labor through song to construct the world of Arda, whereupon many of the Ainur agree to be bound to the world in order to further participate in its development. The 14 greatest of these become the Valar, later known to elves and men alike as gods, while the lesser powers are dubbed Maiar. This is followed by the Valaquenta, featuring strife among the Ainur for domination of Arda. The conflict is initiated by Melko, equal in strength to Manwë, Lord of the Valar, who upon later revisions became Melkor, mightiest of their number. Taking clear inspiration from John Milton's Paradise Lost, Tolkien casts Melko as a satanic figure who desires to usurp God's authority, gathering rebellious Maiar to his cause, and later corrupting many of the mortal inhabitants of Arda. It was among these that one of Tolkien's most enduring cultural innovations was to be found: the Orc, a race of monstrous humanoids derived from fairy tale goblins mixed with demons from Christian theology, named for the Latin word for the latter, Orcus. The Quenta Silmarillion then chronicles the catastrophic battle between Melko's legions and the other Ainur, dramatically reshaping the Great Lands, later named Middle-earth, as the other Valar and their allies attempt to prepare it for the coming of the two races of Eru's children, elves and men. When the former awaken, the Valar wage further war with Melko, subjugating the renegade Ainur and bringing him back to Valinor, inviting the elves to return with them. Some remain in the Great Lands, while others follow. Among the elves who journey to the Undying Lands is Finwë, king of the Noldor, whose son Fëanor, the greatest smith of their people, fashions 3 jewels with the divine light of the 2 trees of Valinor, known as the Silmarils. After many long ages, Melko, meanwhile, feigns repentance, and begins to poison the minds of those around him with fears of treachery from their kin and allies, eventually succeeding in destroying the 2 trees with the aid of the demonic spider Ungoliant, before escaping back eastward across the ocean. For this deed, he would be named Morgoth, the Black Enemy. In the initial conception, neither Fëanor, the oath taken by his 7 sons, nor the Silmarils themselves play as significant a role in the cycle as they would in later iterations, but their theft would still be intertwined with the kinslaying among the elves in Valinor, and the flight of the Noldor back to Middle-earth, where they would remain in exile until after the coming of men. Much of his mythic history and pantheon had been sketched out to some degree before Tolkien deployed to the Somme, but upon his return to England there is a darker note to his creation. He would devote more attention to the wars waged for control of Beleriand after the flight of Melko, fought between the Noldor and their human and elvish allies, and the legions of the renegade Vala. Alluded to throughout his writings, but not yet described directly, was the Nirnaeth Arnodiad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, in which a massive host of men and elves is slaughtered by the forces of Melko. The parallels to the Somme are clear enough, and scholar John Garth notes the transformation of Middle-earth and its aftermath mirroring the real world. The influence of fairy wanes in the face of the industrial onslaught of Melko. The first of the proper tales to be written upon Tolkien's return was The Fall of Gondolin, likely begun in late 1916, and drawing on wide-ranging inspirations, from the mechanized warfare he had endured only weeks prior, to the fall of Troy in the Iliad and Aeneid. It follows the human Tuor's journey to the hidden elvish fortress city of Gondolin, carrying a message from the Vala Ulmo, Lord of Waters, foretelling of the city's destruction at the hands of Melko's legions, and urging the noble king Turgon to either march out in force to meet them, or else evacuate to Valinor. The elvish king, believing that the city can withstand any assault, ignores these warnings, and in time Tuor falls in love with his daughter Idril, who bears him the first half-elven child, Erendil. But the people of Gondolin are betrayed by Idril's lustful cousin, and through the use of sorcery, Melko constructs a number of bestial machines, possessed of an uncanny resemblance to the tanks that the author had just encountered, disgorging ranks of infantry and spewing fire as they prove nearly impervious to the defenders' weaponry. In the end, despite a heroic resistance, the city falls, and Tuor escapes with his family and a few hundred elves. The Fall of Gondolin marked the most pronounced use thus far of the approach that would earn Tolkien a great deal of critical scorn, and yet simultaneously imbue his works with such broad and timeless appeal. The dramatic clash of good and evil, with the lines starkly drawn despite the former never being free from flaw, where the forces of progress seek to conquer and exploit nature and other people, as the forces of tradition withstand them. While stationed at Humber Garrison in the first half of 1917, Edith was finally able to share lodgings with her husband, allowing them to walk in the nearby woods together, where the former was free to dance and sing. This would provide a great deal of inspiration for the second of the new tales, and perhaps the most personal to Tolkien, the tale of Tinuviel, which would become better known as the tale of Beren and Luthien. The story involved the romance between the grey elf Luthien Tinuviel, daughter of King Thingol and Queen Melian of Doriath, and the hero Beren, initially conceived of by Tolkien as a mortal man, later rewritten as a Noldor, and appearing in the final version as a human. Finding his way as a young warrior into the elvish stronghold of Doriath, Beren falls in love with the Princess Luthien, whose father, disapproving of the man's ambition, demands a seemingly impossible task for her hand in marriage, the recovery of one of the Silmarils from Morgoth's stronghold. However, in a series of heroic feats, the two manage to cut one of the fabled jewels from the Dark Lord's iron crown, with Beron's hand, still clutching the Silmaril, being devoured by the monstrous wolf Carcharoth as they flee the gates of Angband. Recognizing his worthiness, Thingol consents to their marriage, whereupon Beron sets out to hunt down the wolf and reclaim the gem. Beron succumbs to his wounds after slaying Carcharoth, later revised to Carcharoth, but Luthien, overcome with grief, follows him in death to the halls of Mandos, where she pleads with the Vala to return Beron to life in exchange for her own immortality. This was the tale Tolkien himself considered the heart of his mythology, and it is not difficult to see the parallels to his own life, dramatized to epic proportions. The story of a bold, talented orphaned youth who falls in love with a woman well above his station, who in turn gives up the certainty of a comfortable life to be with a man facing the likelihood of death far before her. An interesting side note is that Sauron, the primary antagonist of The Lord of the Rings, was derived from a character featured in the Lay of Lithien, the first fully formed version of this tale. Tevildo, the Prince of Cats, likely a fallen Maiar who took the form of a large black cat, was replaced in later incarnations of the story by the lupine Thu the Necromancer, who in turn became Sauron, Lord of Werewolves and Lieutenant of Morgoth. In contrast, the third of the new tales was by far the most fatalistic, and the most heavily drawn in terms of theme and tone from pagan Scandinavian myth, in particular the Finnish story of Kullervo. Rather than resuming work on his prose rendition of the ancient tale, Tolkien decided to create a work inspired by it as part of the Silmarillion. Likely begun sometime in mid-1917, the tale of Turin follows the cousin of Tuor, whose father Hurin is taken captive during the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Morgoth demands the human champion's allegiance, but Hurin remains unbroken, and the evil Vala then places a curse upon his family, claiming that he shall direct his malevolent will towards their destruction. Sent away from home, Turin spends his adolescence in the court of the elvish king Thingol of Doriath, a rare honor for a human, achieving renown for his martial prowess, only to be driven into exile when he publicly humiliates and kills a highborn elf who had, unbeknownst to the others, sought to kill him. Spending time among outlaws, Turin later survives the fall of the elvish city of Nargothrond, and makes an enemy of the dragon Glaurung, who led Morgoth's host in the siege. Glaurung places an enchantment on Nyenir, the sister born after Turin's departure from his home, to make her lose all memory of her family. In a parallel with the story of Kullervo, Turin and Nyenir then meet and fall in love, unaware of their kinship, and when the former slays Glaurung, the spell is broken. Realizing what she has done, a pregnant Nyenir kills herself, and Turin follows suit, bringing Morgoth's curse to its fulfillment. The tale of Turin Turambar, his title, meaning Master of Fate, being self-applied in a twist of irony when he thinks he has overcome his misfortune, is quite possibly the darkest of Tolkien's entire bibliography, but the foundations of his mythology starkly refute claims that certain critics would later apply to the author's writing, that it is mere anodyne childish amusement, uncritically looking to an idyllic, imagined past, unconcerned with complex morality or the more challenging elements of the human condition. During the wartime correspondence of the TCBS, Christopher Wiseman had come to doubt Tolkien's fascination with fairy, while Gilson and Smith, whose views more closely aligned with Tolkien's own, urged him on. Smith in particular had considered Tolkien the worthiest of the four, destined for literary greatness, while Wiseman found his works frustrating. In his eyes, it was the duty of the writer or poet to convey the human and cherish the rational, and to work towards a rigorous understanding of the world. Tolkien, meanwhile, pursued nature and the divine, things only loosely grasped at by the intellect, but known more fully in the heart. Wiseman felt that Tolkien's works were too abstract, too mystical and vague, not sufficiently grounded in or concerned with human experience. But it was precisely to accomplish that goal that Tolkien deliberately infused his stories with extreme highs and lows of heroism and destruction, joy and sorrow. As scholar John Garth so aptly and succinctly puts it, realism has a knee-jerk tendency to avoid extremes as implausible, but fantasy actively embraces them. It magnifies and clarifies the human condition. And while it is true that there is a deep vein of nostalgia running through Tolkien's writing, it is wistful and melancholic, a longing paired with profound, sorrowful understanding that return is impossible, rooted theologically to his conception of the fall of man from a more innocent state. It was a worldview the author held even before he was forced to endure the horrors of mechanized warfare, returning to find home much emptier and more desolate than when his generation had departed. Given Tolkien's love for the Welsh language and the influence it had on his mythology, he would have been familiar with the term hiraeth, explained beautifully by author Brian Carter's recollections of growing up in the aftermath of the Second World War. When a tree is cut down, it leaves a gap in the sky. When a neighbor dies, he leaves an emptiness in the community, and I always felt that autumn was a kind of adagio for lost things and lost people. It was the season of hiraeth, as the Welsh say, using the dusk word that is layered with many delicate flavors of sadness. To fall through hiraeth was to drift down fathoms of grief until a face rose to meet you, or a landscape reassembled and the ache subsided. Like many great artists, Tolkien was affected by a sense of spiritual longing that the world could never quite fulfill, one which he attributed to the fallen, sinful nature of mankind and resulting separation from God's grace. He would later state on multiple occasions that all great stories are in some way concerned with mortality, the fact that nothing any man does will last forever, that all will eventually die. But this longing persisted in a more grounded, physical manner as well, for he placed a great deal of emphasis on the landscape and a people's ties to it in his works. To the young man who had spent so much of his life traveling and relocating, the ability to put down roots that could endure for generations upon generations held a powerful appeal. These two concerns are harmonized in the mythical paradise of Valinor, and the draw felt by the elves towards the undying lands beyond the western shores, to which they must eventually return, or wither into nothingness in Middle-earth. Tolkien had originally planned for his Book of Lost Tales to begin with the frame story established by the Cottage of Lost Play, then run through the Ainulindale and Vala Quenta before reaching the Quenta Silmarillion. Afterwards would follow the Tale of Tenuviel, featuring Beren and Luthien, that of Turin Turambar and the Fall of Gondolin, the Nauglifring, concerning a necklace of brilliant dwarven craftsmanship, and the tale of Arendil the Mariner, concluding with a history of Ariel Elfwine's lineage. The latter two stories never received more than outlines, curious in the case of Arendil's tale, given it was the author's first true foray into what would become his legendarium, but the remainder of the collection, save for its framing at the dawn of English history, would be retained, seeing significant revision over the coming decades. The tales themselves would not reach the public for more than half a century, but they would provide a level of mythological depth to Tolkien's later stories unmatched in prior fiction, laying the groundwork for the most popular epic of the modern age. As his mythology took shape within his mind, Tolkien's outer life appeared to be taking a turn for the ordinary. Edith had conceived during her husband's convalescence at Great Haywood, and their first child, John Francis Rule Tolkien, was born on November 16, 1917. Though the new father was not released from the Royal Army until the middle of 1919, Tolkien obtained permission to return to Oxford a month before the war's end, where he took up work as an assistant lexicographer on the new Oxford English Dictionary project. It was an immense undertaking, a cataloguing of the entirety of the English language. Begun in 1878, the final volume would not be completed until 1933. By Tolkien's day, the scholars were on the letter W, and he was assigned to research the etymologies of all words from waggle to warlock. Owing to the ever-evolving nature of language, and the rapid changes of the modern era, the dictionary would, ironically, be considered outdated within 20 years. By 1920, he had completed his assignment in the project, and, now free from military service, began to seek full-time employment befitting his station. The young Oxford graduate was offered a professorship of English language in the University of Cape Town in South Africa, a tantalizing choice, given both Tolkien's interest in returning to the land of his birth and the prestige of attaining such a status in his late 20s. However, he was unwilling to force Edith, now pregnant with their second child, to undergo yet another, even more drastic move, and living apart from his budding family was likewise out of the question. Instead, Tolkien took a posting at Leeds University, where he was appointed Reader of English Language. It was an intermediary academic rank, befitting his youth and inexperience with university hierarchy, and he would make the most of it. Edith gave birth to their second child, Michael Hilary Rule, on October 22, 1920, shortly after the autumn term began. Tolkien commuted over the weekends until the early months of the following year, when his family was able to relocate to Leeds. While there, he befriended E.V. Gordon, a Canadian philologist who shared his passion for Icelandic and Middle English, with the two founding a Viking club dedicated to introducing undergraduates to Norse culture, and collaborating on a new translation of the medieval tale of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, which Tolkien considered a brilliant window into the worldview of the pre-modern English. During this time, His domestic life was generally happy. Tolkien was able to maintain a modest standard of living for his growing family, and Edith made friends in the more casual atmosphere of Leeds, a refreshingly stable environment after the hectic years of trailing her husband's path through military camps and hospitals. That being said, the situation was not entirely harmonious. Edith continued to struggle with her conversion to Catholicism, likely lamenting the lasting rift it had carved between her and so many of her friends. This would occasionally lead the couple to quarrel, even as her husband's outward religious practice lapsed during these years, and the embers of resentment would from time to time flare up into argument. The two would not be fully spiritually reconciled until the outbreak of the Second World War. And despite his immense love for his children, Tolkien still struggled with the demands of fatherhood. As much joy as he took in joining their games and kindling their imaginations, he was prone to losing his patience with the more challenging aspects of parenting, and, perhaps as a result of his wartime experience, always found it difficult to speak from the heart on the subjects that mattered most, having a preference for the written word that proved inconvenient with young children. Nonetheless, their household did not face any more turmoil than that of the average young couple. A third Tolkien son, Christopher Rule, was born on November 21, 1924, and within a few months a vacancy at Oxford would catch his eye. Tolkien applied for the position as Professor of Anglo-Saxon in early 1925, with little hope of actually being selected at the relatively young age of 33. To his surprise, after a tie-breaking vote cast by Oxford's Vice-Chancellor, he was chosen. The return to Oxford proved decisive, for he was to hold the Rawlinson and Bosworth Professorship of Anglo-Saxon in Exeter College, Oxford, for the next 20 years, and meet a new friend who would prove crucial in both his spiritual and literary journey. Clive Staples Lewis, known to his friends as Jack, was an Irishman who had been elected Fellow and Tutor of English Literature at Magdalen College, Oxford in 1925. Born in Ulster in 1898, he had come to Worcestershire as a boy for schooling and remained, where as a teen he both renounced the Anglican Christianity he had been raised in and developed a fascination for Norse pagan mythology. But by the time he first crossed paths with J.R.R. Tolkien, Lewis had already begun circling back in the direction of his native faith, having, after a great deal of soul-searching prompted by questions on the necessity of objective truth, accepted theism, the basic belief in some transcendent God. He and Tolkien met for the first time at a university function in May of 1926, and while it is not clear how quickly the two became properly acquainted with one another, by 1929 the fellow Oxford dons, both of whom had seen combat in the Great War, were fast friends. Shortly after arriving at Oxford, the latter had continued the tradition of Leeds Viking Club by founding the Kolbeitar, a group dedicated to encouraging interest in old Icelandic sagas, which Lewis was naturally drawn to. The term is a literal translation of coal-biters, an Icelandic term for old men who would sit around the hearth telling stories on cold nights, huddled so close to the fire that they seemed to be biting the coals. This deepening of their friendship would, as scholar Holly Ordway notes, go on to have immense consequences for the worlds of both literature and Christian apologetics. By 1929, Lewis was an admitted theist, but still unconvinced of Christianity, and possessed lingering anti-Catholic sentiment from his Anglican upbringing, similarly to how Tolkien held resentments towards the Church of England. Regardless, their common interest in the ancient peoples of Northern Europe had given them a chance to find, in each other, fellow scholars, philosophers, and lovers of culture, and their intellectual clashes would bear surprising fruit. In 1929, Tolkien shared a section of an early draft of the Tale of Beren and Luthien with his friend, who, amidst a litany of rigorous criticism, praised the story as one of the most engaging he'd had the joy of reading in some time, mirroring Tolkien's views on the importance of verisimilitude, or the appearance of coherent reality within the confines of a story, and cherishing open applicability rather than the shackles of allegory. Tolkien would later credit Lewis's unflagging encouragement as being instrumental to his eventual completion of both The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, while Lewis, in turn, would name Tolkien as one of the chief reasons for his eventual return to Christianity, whereupon he became one of the most prolific contributors to 20th century Christian apologetics. In time, they would also form the core of one of the modern world's most influential literary cliques. The religious dimension of their early friendship is often treated as rather one-sided, highlighting Lewis's development, but as Tolkien later dated the end of his lapse in mindset to around the time their discussions became regular, scholar Holly Ordway speculates that Tolkien likewise found the engagement spiritually formative, an example of the biblical proverb, "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." Faced with a keen intellectual opponent, Tolkien was almost certainly forced to deeply re-examine the beliefs he had allowed to falter, as he defended them against Lewis's challenges. And with how deeply the latter's faith had become intertwined with his passion for storytelling and fantasy, it would certainly explain the creative renaissance into which Tolkien was now awakening. One of the most famous artistic doctrines, if it may be called such, that J.R.R. Tolkien popularized in the literary canon was the concept of subcreation. Simply put, in Christian terms, as human beings are creatures of the transcendent Creator, made in His image, they are imbued with a natural drive towards subcreation, that is, further creation within the world, rather than the creation from nothing of which only God is capable. Having been raised by the fathers of the Birmingham Oratory, devoted to St. Philip Neri, patron of artists and writers, from a young age Tolkien had been surrounded by capable musicians, painters, singers, and writers, and came to see the arts, and storytelling in particular, as a means of approaching the divine. In keeping with Thomistic thought, in which all human beings possess a spark of the divine intellect and are capable of recognizing certain theological truths, even from outside an explicitly Christian point of reference, Tolkien held that all true great artists and works of art were engaged in the expression of truth and the adoration of God through their participation in subcreation. And he did not draw a distinction along simplistic lines of religious or political agreement, for as far as Tolkien was concerned, the truth was the truth, however distantly or partially conveyed. Among the ranks of great writers, he counted the devout Anglican Agatha Christie, the socialist atheists H.G. Wells and William Morris, the liberal secular Jew Isaac Asimov, the spiritually inclined communists Olaf Stapledon and Iris Murdoch, and the author of ancient Greek historical novels Mary Renault, in addition to the countless pagan poets of European antiquity whose legends he so loved. In the cases of Asimov, Murdoch, and Renault, the respect was mutual, and Tolkien exchanged friendly correspondence with the latter two. And it was this avenue by which he, and another academic, drew C.S. Lewis back to the Christian faith. By 1931, Lewis had become convinced of theism, the existence of a transcendent deity, but remained skeptical of specifically Christian claims to the truth, and doubted both the precise nature and goodness of this God. The topic would frequently resurface in discussions between himself, Tolkien, and Hugo Dyson, a diehard Anglican who at the time was teaching at the University of Reading, an offshoot of Oxford's Christ Church College. One evening in September, after having dinner together, the three went for a stroll around Addison's Walk, where their talk turned to the relationship between myth and truth, and specifically, the faith of Tolkien and Dyson. Lewis remained frustrated by attempts at understanding Christian doctrine, and the elements upon which it rested that he saw as illogical. His friends countered that he had never approached the pagan myths from which he derived so much meaning in the same manner, even those which contained shades of Christianity, such as the many dying and resurrecting gods of the ancient world who preceded Christ, and even when he found them less moral than Christian teaching. And while the specifics are lost to history, Tolkien and Dyson offered their own perspective, that while one could expend all their efforts examining the doctrines derived from the Christian story, at its core, Christianity itself was a story, the great myth of human existence, made all the greater in that it was true, a marriage of art and history. The tree in whose shadow they stood existed beyond their perception of it, and indeed the very name they applied, tree, was but an imperfect human conceptualization of an aspect of creation. So too, they argued, was the relationship between myth and truth. The former was the latter, filtered through fallible human perception. The light carried to one's eyes, though splintered, was light all the same. Lewis would find himself returning to the conversation in reflection over the coming days, in particular the idea that the story of Christ was a true myth. Doctrine, he soon agreed, was useful but secondary, just as to view a star or a landscape or even another human being as mere matter compelled by mechanical forces deprived life of the poetry that gave it meaning. And though to Tolkien's disappointment, he chose to return to the Anglican tradition rather than embrace the Catholic Church, C.S. Lewis once more declared himself a Christian. Tolkien himself would offer his own thoughts on the matter in the form of a poem, Mythopoeia, dedicated to one who said that myths were lies and therefore worthless, even though breathed through silver. The poem would echo a refrain of his writing, that a modern worldview which failed to account for that beyond the material was doomed, like all before it, to despair and destruction. I will not walk with your progressive apes, erect and sapient, before them gapes the dark abyss to which their progress tends, if by God's mercy progress ever ends, and does not ceaselessly revolve the same unfruitful course with changing of a name. The author's insistence near the poem's conclusion that he would not yet cast my own small golden scepter down, proved most auspicious. After the Tolkien family moved to Oxford in early 1926, they had settled into a house on 22 Northmoor Road. Though Edith would not be as regular in her mass attendance as the rest of the family for another decade and a half, her husband soon became a pillar of their local Catholic parish, based around the Oxford Church of St. Gregory and St. Augustine. On June 18, 1929, their fourth and final child was born, Priscilla Mary Rule, the daughter Edith had long hoped for. Though work on Tolkien's epic mythology was partially set aside, especially in light of his responsibilities as a professor, and the many related academic duties he took on in order to support his family, the creative flame alive in his heart continued to burn. From 1920, when his eldest son was only 3, until his daughter's early teens, he began a tradition of writing letters to the children each year, addressed from Father Christmas, containing increasingly elaborate accounts of his adventures at the North Pole, aided by a growing cast of elves and polar bears who play tricks and battle goblins. These were supplemented throughout the year with a variety of bedtime stories, as well as tales told to entertain his children on long family car rides, in the era before Tolkien swore off automobiles altogether. Not only did this serve as an important artistic outlet for the author and help kindle the imaginations of his children, but these sessions of more child-friendly storytelling certainly helped lay the groundwork for the endeavor that would catapult him to international fame, and provide a vehicle for his Mythology for England to finally reach a mass audience. In 1930, in order to accommodate the growing family, John, Edith, and their 4 children would move 2 doors down, to 20 Northmoor Road, where they would remain for more than 20 years, finally bringing an end to over 3 decades of rootlessness. And it was shortly thereafter that, in a recounting which has become common knowledge among fans of his legendarium, the professor allegedly found a moment in between marking certificate papers to write on a blank sheaf, "In a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit." It is not clear exactly when he began work on the story, which drew from pre-existing ideas as much as it did from his knowledge of Norse mythology. The author himself gave contradictory accounts over the years, understandable when considering he would not realize the moment's importance until the better part of a decade later. But the tale, from the outset, concerned Bilbo Baggins, a mild-mannered member of the diminutive, human-like race of hobbits. Visited one day by a wizard aiding a company of dwarves, he ends up being brought along on an adventure to help the group retake their homeland, and its vast treasure, contending with trolls, goblins, elves, and even a dragon. The author was not entirely sure where the story was set or how it would resolve, but thankfully his connections at Oxford provided a new opportunity for regular feedback. In 1931, the Kolbeitar ceased to meet, having completed their task of reading through the main Icelandic sagas, as well as the prose and poetic Eddas. Around this time, Tolkien and Lewis began to join the gatherings of the Inklings, part literary discussion club and part critique group, organized by Edward Tangi Lean. But when Lean departed from Oxford in 1933, Lewis retained the name and the concept, with himself and Tolkien forming the core of the new Inklings, who would meet regularly during term until 1949, most often twice a week, on Tuesday mornings at the Eagle and Child pub, for more of a social outing, and Thursday evenings at Lewis's apartment at Magdalen College, for more serious discussion. The presence of Tolkien and Lewis alone already makes the Inklings one of the most culturally influential literary cliques of all time, but they were to be joined over the years by a number of other important figures in the worlds of academia and literature. There was no formal membership, and not all Inklings attended all, or even most, of their gatherings, but they shared 2 common traits. They were all scholars with a deep love of the written word, and they were all some variety of Christian. The Anglicans held a majority most nights, with C.S. Lewis, his brother Warren, Hugo Dyson, Neville Coghill, Roger Lancelin Green, Lord David Cecil, and Adam Fox, the Magdalen College chaplain. But the group retained a high degree of denominational diversity. Charles Williams and Owen Barfield both nominally belonged to the Church of England, but the former was fascinated with the occult, and the latter outright practiced theosophy. Charles Leslie Wren and John Wayne remained non-denominational Protestants, and the only Scot, R.B. McCallum, was Presbyterian. Tolkien's fellow Catholics included Father Gervase Matthew, a Dominican Oxford lecturer, Robert Havard, Commander Jim Dundas Grant, Colin Hardy, and J.A.W. Bennett, and, eventually, Tolkien's youngest son Christopher. This disparity of views could, and often did, result in a contentious atmosphere, but by and large this was conducive to the group's goal of challenging one another, as both scholars and writers. Criticism could be brutally harsh, but rarely malicious, especially with the ecumenically minded Lewis heading the fraternity, and given his friend's encouragement, Tolkien would begin reading excerpts from his new fantasy tale, The Hobbit, to the Inklings. According to records of the author's correspondence with C.S. Lewis, a nearly completed manuscript of The Hobbit was in existence as early as 1932, likely having been written over the course of the prior year and a half. However, its completion would be delayed by two factors. The first was Tolkien's busy schedule. His responsibilities as professor of Anglo-Saxon at Pembroke required a yearly minimum of 36 lectures or classes, but, never being one to labor half-heartedly, Tolkien found this woefully insufficient to educate scholars of the language, and always at least doubled his obligation, even after having an assistant appointed. He also oversaw revisions to the English school's syllabus, helping to reconcile the feuding language and literature departments, necessitating years of maneuvering the rocky terrain of university politics before eventually succeeding beyond his hopes. In addition to lecturing and examinations, the supervision of postgraduate students, and his own research at Oxford, with specific focus on the West Midlands dialect that his Suffield ancestors had spoken, Tolkien took on myriad freelance jobs in order to supplement his modest income to support a wife and 4 children, including marking papers at both the college and secondary school level, a monotonous and time-consuming task. As a professor of Anglo-Saxon, one of the most prominent subjects of his research was naturally the Scandinavian heroic poem Beowulf. Composed sometime before the 2nd millennium AD, and set in the 6th century, Beowulf blended history, folklore, and outright fantasy, and, as one of the few surviving accounts of Norse mythology, had long been treated as a fascinating glimpse into the culture of its authors. But Tolkien took issue with the prominent approach to scholarship, which he would transform the landscape of with his 1936 lecture, Beowulf, The Monsters and the Critics. Up until then, Tolkien contended, the majority of literature surrounding the poem had attempted to treat it as a historical document, disregarding the fantastical elements as superfluous, seeking instead to use the peripheral connections to real-world figures, locations, and events as a lens with which to study the proper history of the Anglo-Saxon people. But in Tolkien's eyes, this disregarded what Beowulf actually was, a work of art, possessed of deeper themes and meant to be engaged with as a story, not picked apart as a collection of cultural minutiae or interpreted as an archaic political or religious allegory. In the lecture, he likened the poem to a tower constructed out of rubble taken from the ruins of a once greater fortress nearby, which academics had toppled to inspect the stones, searching for hidden carvings, wondering at why the man had not rebuilt the older keep, and all the while missing the fact that, if they had instead ascended the tower, they would have been able to view the majesty of the sea. Tolkien went on to delve into the overarching themes of the story, of man finding heroism within the futility of struggles destined to fail, of how the symbolism of the monsters is inherently tied to the pagan eschatology of Ragnarok, where history itself culminates not in salvation or the unfolding of divine knowledge, but in universal destruction. However, he preceded this analysis with the observation that a work of art's defender is thus at a disadvantage. Unless he is careful and speaks in parables, he will kill what he is studying by vivisection, and he will be left with a formal or mechanical allegory, and, what is more, probably with one that will not work. For myth is alive at once and in all its parts, and dies before it can be dissected. It would, in many ways, define the success of his own mythology, which was even now receiving a second wind as he continued revising the manuscript of The Hobbit, hence the other reason for the delay of its publication, its author's perfectionism. Tolkien was notorious among his close friends for an obsession with fine detail which often veered into pedantry. C.S. Lewis joked that the mere suggestion of critique would send him into a flurry of revisions, and it was not unusual for Tolkien to revisit a chapter or poem with the intention of making minor edits, only to rewrite the piece entirely. There was also the matter of fitting the developing story into the mythology that Tolkien had never fully abandoned. While The Hobbit was initially conceived of as a standalone story, contrary to popular belief, by the time he was in contact with the publisher Allen and Unwin, Tolkien had decided to set the tale in a much later age of his evolving world of Arda, as evidenced from written correspondence with Stanley Unwin dating back to early 1937, where he mentions such events and figures as the fall of Gondolin and Sauron, then primarily important in relation to the tale of Beren and Luthien, makes references to Finuric script, and even expresses hopes that, if this story sells well, it may pave the way for him to finally finish his grander epic. Later confusion would arise owing to the still largely unfinished and unrefined nature of the world in which the Silmarillion was set. Tolkien even clarified that the mythology glimpsed in The Hobbit was, by the time of publication, fully intended to be his own, rather than that of real-world Norse culture. The magic and mythology and assumed history, and most of the names, e.g. the Epic of the Fall of Gondolin, are, alas, drawn from unpublished inventions, known only to my family, Miss Griffiths, and Mr. Lewis. Humphrey Carpenter, after an exhaustive review of Tolkien's manuscripts, notes that the majority of the story, with comparatively little revision, was almost certainly completed within a span of 2 years. However, the author found himself confounded over the novel's climax, the nature of the dragon Smaug's defeat. By 1936, he had effectively shelved the project amidst his busy work life, even after warm reception among most of the Inklings, but the tale of the ordinary hobbit drawn into a grand adventure was to revive in a suitably unexpected manner. Elaine Griffiths, a former student of Tolkien's and friend of the family, had also been shown the early manuscript and greatly enjoyed it. After graduating, she became involved with making revisions to a translation of Beowulf, and was friends with Susan Dagnall, who had begun working at George Allen and Unwin, the publisher overseeing the project. When Dagnall visited Oxford that summer to discuss the Beowulf translation, Griffiths mentioned Tolkien's unfinished story, whereupon the former paid the professor a visit and requested his manuscript. Upon reading to the abrupt ending, Dagnall urged Tolkien to finish the tale and submit it to her publisher. Tolkien gladly obliged, and by October, a copy of the completed manuscript was in the hands of Stanley Unwin, the head of the publishing house. But Unwin was a man who felt that children's literature was best judged by children, at least regarding marketability, and so he handed the story off to his 10-year-old son, Rayner, paying him to write a book report. Rayner was enthralled, and Tolkien was offered a contract. Over the next year, he would make further revisions in addition to contributing artwork, and by the end of the following summer, the book was ready for the public. On September 21st, 1937, The Hobbit hit the nation's bookshelves, and within a week had received several glowing newspaper reviews, including one from the author's friend C.S. Lewis. By Christmas, the first printing run had sold out, and by early 1938, the American edition had released to further critical praise and even greater sales. The literary world on both sides of the Atlantic heralded the next great children's classic, and Tolkien's publisher, in what time proved to be quite the understatement, told his new best-selling author that the reading public would clearly want to see more of his Hobbits. There is a strange poetry in the fact that, if not for The Hobbit, it is highly likely that J.R.R. Tolkien would be remembered as an obscure, if undoubtedly talented, scholar of Anglo-Saxon, rather than as the most influential storyteller of the last century. Not only did the novel bring him significant literary recognition, but the demand for a sequel provided an avenue for the author to forge his still fragmentary Mythology for England into an epic for the modern age, though it would be some time until he realized this. Part of what gave The Hobbit such strong appeal, beyond its crafting by an author deeply knowledgeable about the art of storytelling, was the creative blending of the new and the old. Tolkien, a scholar of Anglo-Saxon intimately familiar with the sagas of ancient northern Europe, borrowed heavily with regards to landscapes, creatures, and even names. Those of Gandalf, Thorin, and the Dwarf Prince's dozen companions are all taken from the Elder Edda, while Bilbo stealing a chalice from Smaug the dragon is an obvious homage to Beowulf. Their quest is set amidst a backdrop of ancient forests and craggy peaks, where ruins hint at once mighty civilizations now lost to the mists of time, and through songs and stories, rumors and mentions of other locations or figures, readers are given tantalizing glimpses of a much larger world. The twist comes in the form of the protagonist, where an ordinary story of this nature would feature a towering Germanic warrior. In his place is Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit, a member of a race of creatures who stand roughly 1 meter tall, slightly over half the height of a grown man, otherwise appearing human, save for their hairy feet. The hobbits of the Shire are a deliberate anachronism, a distinctly English people living in a pastiche of idyllic pre-industrial modern England, very much like the West Midlands region Tolkien felt such affinity for. The novel begins with Bilbo's peaceful existence at Bag End being disrupted by the sudden arrival of the wizard Gandalf, who invites a company of dwarves over for dinner. Led by the exiled prince Thorin Oakenshield, the 13 hope to reclaim their mountain kingdom of Erebor, and the vast riches within, from the dragon Smaug. Gandalf reveals a map detailing a hidden entrance, and suggests that their host serve as the party's burglar, the lucky number. Bilbo, still reluctant to be caught up in such a dangerous scheme, bristles at the dwarves' ridicule and agrees despite his immense reservations. The party then sets off across the wilderness, encountering monstrous wolves and terrible trolls, goblin hordes and ravening giant spiders, hostile elves and magic eagles. Bilbo is forced to contend with a world that he has thus far been sheltered from, seizing an ancient elvish sword and then being required to wield it, winning a magic ring in a riddle competition with the strange cave-dwelling creature Gollum, and eventually confronting Smaug, culminating in a grand battle that the Hobbit ends up hiding for most of. Despite the story being set, to paraphrase the first edition's dust jacket, between the age of myth and the dawn of history, Bilbo Baggins and his neighbors are particularly modern, preferring reading, tea, and gardening to warfare or heroism. And though it wears the skin of an epic quest, the narrative is essentially a Bildungsroman, following Bilbo on his journey of personal growth as he is first dragged along on an adventure and eventually discovers a reservoir of courage and resourcefulness that allows him to triumph where the seasoned warriors among him cannot. Tolkien scholar John D. Rateliff, in his 2-volume work The History of the Hobbit, draws attention to the framing of magic as integral to the setting, present in everything from wild animals to objects, and even features of the land, which manages to convey the ancient worldview of a mythical layer of reality interwoven with the mundane and material. The anachronistically modern Bilbo, meanwhile, uses his scholarly knowledge of the antique world that lies beyond the borders of the Shire to navigate its various perils, most famously in his confrontations with first Gollum, using common contemporary English riddles against his adversaries' classically derived ones, and later the dragon Smaug, whom Tolkien gives a similarly modern manner of speaking, tying his draconic nature and the desolation of the surrounding countryside to industrialism and mechanized warfare. In this manner, Rateliff and Tom Shippey both argue, Tolkien puts forth his own contrasting vision amidst the irony-laced and future-obsessed modernism of his day, one that looks to a pastoral existence of simple pleasures, where engagement with the past both enriches present life and enables survival against the challenges of the world, lamenting the increasingly profit-driven and warlike nature of industrial society. It would come to embody one of the most unique and remarkable aspects of Tolkien's writings that would only be heightened by the later works of the Legendarium, their existence at the heart of modern literature, and simultaneous rejection of so many of its hallmarks, at once both ancient and yet pressingly relevant to the present. Despite the novel being intended for younger readers, The Hobbit quickly captivated audiences young and old alike across the English-speaking world, and within a few weeks Tolkien had set to work on a sequel. As the first book had described Bilbo Baggins living happily to the end of his days, the protagonist of its successor was to be his son Bingo, named for his children's stuffed koala bears. Bingo soon became Bilbo's nephew, and set out on an adventure to return his uncle's ring, alongside his cousins Odo and Frodo. However, determined to write something geared towards older readers, which Tolkien felt could more directly and intelligently engage with important themes and subject matter, it was not long before the whimsically named Bingo Baggins took the ancient Norse name of his cousin Frodo, and the New Hobbit, as he referred to the drafts, soon became more of a sequel to his unpublished mythology than his children's classic. Aided by his 2 youngest children, Christopher and Priscilla, the former helping with maps, the latter typing, with both providing feedback and suggestions, by the middle of 1939, Tolkien had made a great deal of progress, though the project quickly expanded well beyond the scope of its predecessor. One of the great ironies of Tolkien's career is that, when he set to work on what would eventually become The Lord of the Rings a few months shy of his 46th birthday, the author had long become convinced that his chance at creating a mythology for the modern age had passed, that the trauma of the Great War had cut short his creative endeavors in their prime. But as the budding story continued to blossom in unexpected directions, expanding in scope and scale, Tolkien realized that life had given him a second chance. The Silmarillion, even if he were to finish it, would likely be too lofty and abstracted from the experience of ordinary people for it to succeed at capturing a mass audience on its own, while The Hobbit, despite its popularity, was in many ways limited by its being written for children. But with The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien could blend the two approaches in a manner that both fulfilled his own artistic desires and possessed widespread appeal as a story. He would elaborate on this developing philosophy with the now famous lecture on fairy stories, delivered at the University of St. Andrews in March of 1939. Beginning with an exploration of the origins and nature of so-called fairy tales, he asserts that these must in some manner contend with the realm of fairy, not a specific place, but an approach or tone concerning the depiction of that which is fantastical. The fairy story, by necessity, so he argues, must, regardless of the presence of comedy, treat its handling of the magical with sincerity, and present itself as a true accounting of events. In this manner, Tolkien argued, man becomes a sub-creator, bringing to life a secondary world that the audience can then enter into, and remain within so long as the artist maintains their suspension of disbelief. Where the critics of his day lambasted fantastical approaches to fiction in favor of realism, Tolkien instead raises fantasy above the realistic, arguing that properly constructed fantasy requires not delusion but its precise opposite, a higher level of rationality. In his view, not only does speculative fiction allow the artist's creative faculties their fullest measure of expression, but it provides additional perspective on the real world upon the reader's so-called return to it, after exiting the secondary world of the story. That fantasy is far more difficult to achieve is, to him, a sign of its superior status. Having coined the term eucatastrophe for the sudden, unexpected joyous ending in a story that previously appeared hopeless, Tolkien intertwined his theory of fantasy with theological dimensions. To charges of escapism by critics of the fantastical, he argued that escapism is very different from desertion. In this fallen world in which all are condemned to die, the subcreator does not desert the real world, but offers hope amidst the darkness and despair, speaking to greater underlying truths in their departure from the rules of primary reality. As Tolkien believed all humans are made in the image of a maker, the use of imagination was something of a birthright. It was an approach to storytelling that, through its expression in The Lord of the Rings, would change the landscape of fiction forever. Despite coming to reference the new story as his potential magnum opus as early as 1939, the road to completion would be rough and winding. The first problem was that, as remarkable as it may seem in retrospect, Tolkien had begun work on his Hobbit sequel with very little idea of what the final version would look like. This, combined with his obsessive attention to detail and drive for internal consistency, out of a desire for the narrative to feel as authentic as possible, necessitated extensive rewrites. He would come to explore this obstacle in the form of an allegorical tale, Leaf by Niggle, starring a parody of himself in the form of the titular Niggle, whose name means a trifling complaint or to persistently ignore. The protagonist is engaged in an attempt to paint an entire tree, though he has become obsessed with perfecting the individual leaves in the little time he has to devote to his art, busy with both his work and helping his neighbor, Mr. Parrish. Eventually, Niggle goes on a long trip he is not prepared for and had hoped to delay, where he is briefly institutionalized and forced to perform labor that breaks his pedantic habits, before being released into a magnificent country where he finds the tree he had always intended to paint. Joined by Parrish, the two work to make the land even more beautiful, venturing further and further into terrain that was merely the backdrop of the original painting, before finally voyaging into the mountains beyond. Likely written in the middle of the Second World War, but not published in the Dublin Review, a Catholic magazine, until 1945, Tolkien used the story in an attempt to both constructively criticize his own approach to the arts and overcome his fears of leaving his mythology incomplete. Niggle is clearly Tolkien, a busy artist with grand aspirations who gets mired in minute detail. The tree, his mythology for Middle-earth. The leaf, his current project, The Lord of the Rings. Mr. Parrish, taking his name from the local unit of the Catholic Church's organization, is representative of his Christian duties to his family and neighbors, ones that Tolkien seems to be accusing himself of neglecting in order to pursue his literary interests. In a similar conceit to that used in C.S. Lewis's The Great Divorce, the long trip that Niggle is unready to take is, of course, death. The institution where the man's work habits are corrected is his understanding of purgatory, which Catholic theology holds to be a staging ground for heaven, where humans are cleansed of their sins before being welcomed into the presence of God. And the beautiful country that contains an idealized version of his painting, a land he eventually vanishes into, is heaven itself. It is a charming little story that both provides insight into the creation of The Lord of the Rings and illustrates the author's self-awareness, both of his own faults as an artist and his concern that his obsession with Middle-earth may have led him to neglect those around him. But Tolkien's perfectionist streak was far from the only obstacle. Beyond his incredibly busy professional life, which he maintained in order to both fulfill his obligations as an Oxford professor and support his family, both he and Edith were plagued by recurring health problems, the former's almost certainly owing to the case of trench fever that had delivered him from the trenches of the Somme, only to nearly kill him back in England. These factors only exacerbated his fears that he would never finish his magnum opus, and the resulting stress would send him into periodic stretches of profound despair, where he could bring himself to do little in the way of writing. And, of course, the broader world had done little to inspire optimism. By the time he had begun The Hobbit, Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist Party had tightened their iron grip over every element of German society, co-opting the Germanic sagas and myths he so loved in service of their own domineering goals. The leadership of Western Europe remained gripped by a paralyzing current of pacifism, which, despite the mounting evidence to the contrary, insisted that peace remained a viable path, and continued to appease the belligerent Axis powers. In August of 1939, the continent was shocked by the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, in which Nazi Germany and Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union, seemingly sworn ideological enemies, publicly agreed to a 10-year truce. On the 1st of September, the Germans invaded Poland in yet another broken promise to the West, with the Soviets following suit 2 weeks later. Britain and France were pledged to defend the beleaguered young republic, and so, little over 2 decades since the conclusion of the last great conflict, Europe was once again at war. A quiet winter on the Western Front gave way to the ferocious German offensive in the spring of 1940, in which Belgium, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, and France fell with startling speed, despite often determined resistance. By June, the Nazis exerted control over nearly all of Europe, and Britain stood alone. Still hoping for an alliance by which the British might retain their overseas colonial empire while disengaging from continental affairs, Hitler began a relentless bombing campaign of England's cities, determined to bring the island nation to its knees. At the outbreak of war, Tolkien's eldest son John Francis was entering the seminary, training for the Catholic priesthood, and was relocated from Rome to Lancashire. But the 2 younger sons both signed up for military service. Michael, who would go on to become a teacher, joined the Royal Army, and served in the Battle of Britain as an anti-aircraft gunner, helping to defend London during the Blitz, while Christopher opted to become a pilot with the Royal Air Force, and was stationed in South Africa for training. Priscilla, still a child, remained at home with her parents. Tolkien himself would serve in the Home Guard as an air raid warden, though Oxford was thankfully spared the fate of many other English cities, and his sons would eventually return home from their service. Given the state of the world, Tolkien's professional obligations, his despair over his sons going off to war only 2 decades after he had done so, and the loss of one of his principal collaborators, Christopher, it can be no surprise that The Lord of the Rings both lagged in development and became a much darker story than its predecessor, though the author would fiercely resist attempts to interpret it as an allegory for the Second World War. As he and Lewis both saw it, Tolkien had merely been seeking to convey timeless truths, which the world had unfortunately found itself complying with. Increasingly, he regretted the childish tone of The Hobbit, and even devised a number of changes to bring the story and world more into line with his emerging epic. The most substantive alteration was to the book's 5th chapter, Riddles in the Dark, in which Bilbo and Gollum engage in a riddle competition, and the latter willingly gives away his magic ring upon losing. Once Tolkien had decided, or discovered, to put it his way, that this was in fact the one ring forged by Sauron, Lieutenant of Morgoth, he revised the chapter to feature Gollum desperately trying to prevent Bilbo's escape. This would eventually be published in the 2nd edition of The Hobbit in 1951, paving the way for its sequel, with the explanation for the original account being that Bilbo had lied to Gandalf, already succumbing in some minor way to the ring's power. During this time, Tolkien would also continue to develop the stories of his broader mythology, especially as his characters' journeys through Middle-earth in the Third Age necessitated further cultivation of the world's history. The most prominent from this time frame was what would eventually feature in the Silmarillion as the Akallabeth, the downfall of Numenor, the great western land from which the royal stock of Gondor descended. As Christopher Tolkien notes in The Lost Road and other writings, Numenor had from its conception been envisioned as a part of the Legendarium, from its first appearance circa 1936. At a meeting of the Inklings, C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien had challenged one another to write, respectively, a space travel story and a time travel story, echoing the former's famous quote that, "If they won't write the kind of books we like to read, we shall have to write them ourselves." Lewis, true to his reputation, would complete the theologically themed space trilogy within a few years, but his friend's time travel story, concerning a contemporary English linguist given visions of the Atlantean-style city of Numenor, never came to fruition. It did, however, inspire a vital component of his Middle-earth mythology. From a young age, Tolkien had a fascination with a concept that has always loomed large in the Western cultural consciousness, that of Atlantis, the fabled island city beyond the western shores of Europe which, after attaining majesty never before seen among the kingdoms of mankind, was destroyed in catastrophe and vanished beneath the waves. It is a tale of failed utopianism and hubris, and though significantly predating Christianity, it conveys one of the central tenets of the faith, a warning against the deadliest of the sins, that of pride. Since his youth, Tolkien had suffered recurring dreams of a towering wave rising from the sea to envelop the land, which would leave him gasping for breath as he woke, and, curiously enough, his son Michael reported similar dreams, apparently before he had ever heard his father mention them. Of further interest is that, supposedly by happenstance, the author discovered that the word downfall, when translated into Quenya, is rendered as Atalante. Tolkien would incorporate this motif into the history of his human kingdoms, establishing the Númenóreans as a race of men descended from the Edain, those who loyally fought alongside the elves in the wars against Morgoth. Awarded the island of Elena, and named for the Quenya term for sunset or western land, the Númenóreans were granted long life and the privilege of dwelling within the sight of the blessed shores of Valinor, though still, like all living men, prohibited from setting foot there. Rising to become the most powerful human kingdom in history, the Númenóreans would even challenge Sauron's rising dominion over the nearby continent of Middle-earth. Wary of direct conflict and sensing an opportunity, the cunning Maya feigned subservience and agreed to be taken back to Númenor as a captive, where he set to work influencing the rulers of the island. Eventually, he succeeded in convincing King Ar-Pharazôn, along with the majority of his prideful people, that Eru Ilúvatar was an invention of the Valar, who feared the might of Númenor, and that the restriction on their journeying further westward was solely meant to limit their power, and had no true divine sanction. Assembling a massive fleet, Ar-Pharazôn embarked with his army for the shores of Valinor, whose inhabitants appealed to the One for aid, resulting in the destruction of Númenor and the reshaping of Arda, forever separating Valinor from the mortal lands. The only survivors were the followers of Elendil, who alone remained faithful to their people's heritage, and managed to establish successor kingdoms in Middle-earth, waging war against Sauron and breaking his power. This new component of Tolkien's mythology thereby further developed the antagonist of The Lord of the Rings, and provided background for one of the principal characters, Aragorn, the archetypal just king. In spite of the setbacks, stress, and demands of daily life, the completed first draft of the manuscript for The Lord of the Rings was done by 1945, with substantive revisions completed by 1948. A major help in this regard was the continued meeting of the Inklings, and the encouragement of their nominal leader, C.S. Lewis, whom Tolkien credited as instrumental in the completion of his epic. However, as the gatherings were devoted to open discussion by men with large personalities and views that were often as divergent as they were passionately held, he did not always find the club helpful. Hugo Dyson in particular became something of a rival. A scholar of Shakespeare who looked disdainfully upon Tolkien's medieval fascinations, Dyson was an avowed Anglican with fairly open anti-Catholic views that he expressed more vocally as more Catholics joined the group. Oxford had only begun admitting members of the faith within the last century, and old prejudices still lingered among elements of the faculty. Tolkien himself, meanwhile, could often cling to and exaggerate minor slights. And given the professor's profound investment in his mythology, he was prone to taking criticism quite personally. Dyson took to consistently mocking his submissions in spite of Lewis's disapproval, eventually attempting to veto their reading entirely, and these tensions likely resulted in the club ceasing to meet in 1949. By then, however, the author of The Lord of the Rings was already seeking a publisher. J.R.R. Tolkien had been made Merton Professor of English Literature and Language and Fellow of Merton College, Oxford in 1945, and moved his family to a smaller house on Manor Road within 2 years in an attempt to ease his financial burdens. In 1949, Allen and Unwin published another book of his, the short medieval parody Farmer Giles of Ham, originally written back in 1937 and intended to placate demands for a follow-up to The Hobbit. But now that its true successor was ready, complications arose. The first problem was the matter of length. By then, The Lord of the Rings had reached a massive 600,000 words, even after significant trimming, making its publication extremely costly, even not accounting for the widespread paper shortage and steep prices of post-war Britain. The tale was also too dark and complex for children, but far more fantastical than the average adult reader would be expected to appreciate, and the meager sales of Farmer Giles proved that even after the success of The Hobbit, Tolkien's name alone could not be relied on. A book of this size that failed to sell well could bankrupt a smaller publishing house. Then came the matter of its connection to his other works. Tolkien had long been adamant about the publication of the Silmarillion, still unfinished, viewing it as integral to the story of The Lord of the Rings, the seeds from which the latter had sprouted. He was still offended, and mildly resentful, over Stanley Unwin's rejection of his grand mythology when he had offered it after the celebratory reception of The Hobbit, and life soon presented a possible alternative when he was contacted by Milton Waldman with the publisher Collins. Waldman had learned from a member of the Inklings that Tolkien had completed a sequel to The Hobbit, and upon learning of the author's broader literary endeavors, was open to publishing both The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, especially after reading the manuscript for the former. But although Tolkien was not contractually bound to Allen and Unwin, he still felt a moral obligation to give them the first offer. His correspondence with Stanley Unwin saw him attempting to dissuade the latter from taking on The Lord of the Rings, both because of the genuine risk to the publisher and his personal hopes of finding a new home for his entire mythology. Unwin turned to his son, Rayner, who had read the manuscript and urged his father to go ahead. adding that they could always just drop the Silmarillion after Tolkien signed with them for the sequel to The Hobbit. For whatever reason, Stanley chose to include this in his correspondence with Tolkien, who was furious, and responded with an ultimatum: either agree to publish both now, or he would take The Lord of the Rings elsewhere. Stanley Unwin regretfully turned him down. But when Tolkien began working with Collins, they informed him that they would need to trim the book extensively, and were only further alarmed by his estimates of the Silmarillion having a word count similarly exceeding 500,000, which turned out to be wildly overestimated by the author. Negotiations dragged on, and in early 1952 he offered his would-be publisher the same ultimatum provided to Allen and Unwin. Collins, likewise, turned him down. The Lord of the Rings had now been nearly ready for 3 years, and was still no nearer to publication. But his fortunes reversed once more that June, when Rainer Unwin wrote to Tolkien regarding one of his poems, adding a polite inquiry about the progress of his larger works. A humbled Tolkien admitted that he regretted his rashness, that the years were growing precious, and he was facing a retirement that would likely leave him impoverished, as Britain's tax laws took the vast majority of his earnings as an author. He asked if Rainer's father's firm would still be open to publishing his work, and the young man wrote back with an immediate affirmation. With Stanley Unwin overseas on business, the decision largely fell to Rainer, who ran the numbers, weighed the costs, and then urged his father via telegram to take the risk on what he termed a work of genius. Allen and Unwin would not require cuts, though they did settle on splitting the story into 3 volumes, and offered Tolkien a unique provision. He would not earn any royalties until the publisher had made a profit, at which point the remaining profits would be split evenly between them. Both parties expected to sell a few thousand copies by the most optimistic estimate. With a few small details to hammer out, J.R.R. Tolkien agreed. By the spring of 1953, Priscilla was now living on her own, and the Tolkiens settled in the Oxford suburb of Headington, while the author balanced his work life with the final revisions to his epic, which, in a manner that was little surprise to those who knew him well, dragged on much longer than expected. By the following summer, the first volume was finally ready, and on July 29, 1954, the landscape of the fantasy genre, and indeed that of contemporary Western culture, would be forever changed. Though it is commonly referred to as a trilogy, The Lord of the Rings is in fact one novel comprised of 6 books, originally published in 3 separate volumes: The Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and The Return of the King, bookended by a prologue and an extensive series of appendices concerning the rulers of various realms, a chronology of the 4 ages of Middle-earth, genealogies, calendars, and notes on Tolkien's many invented languages. The prologue, concerning hobbits and other matters, provides information on the history of hobbits as a people, their society and culture in the Shire, and Bilbo Baggins' discovery of a magic ring during his adventure with the company of Thorin Oakenshield to Erebor. Book 1 begins with Bilbo making preparations for his 111th birthday, as his nephew Frodo prepares to celebrate his 33rd, the age of adulthood among hobbits, when a visit by the wizard Gandalf the Grey prompts further inquiry into the ring the elderly hobbit took from the creature Gollum 60 years prior. After Bilbo departs abruptly, the ring is entrusted to Frodo's safekeeping, alongside a coat of mithril armor and his sword Sting, as Gandalf ventures out to investigate the former's nature, only to return years later upon confirming that it is the one ring forged by Sauron, imbued with the Dark Lord's malice and will to dominate, and capable of corrupting the hearts of even the noblest with a lust for power. Long thought lost after Sauron's defeat, and the death of the Númenórean king Isildur, who vanquished him 3,000 years ago, Gandalf relates how it was discovered by Sméagol, and in turn by Bilbo. Frodo, his gardener Samwise Gamgee, and 2 of Frodo's cousins, Meriadoc Brandybuck and Peregrine Took, known as Merry and Pippin, then accompany Frodo as they set out across the wilds for Rivendell, hunted by mysterious riders in black. In the town of Bree, the 4 hobbits encounter the enigmatic human ranger Strider, who informs them that their pursuers are the Nazgul, the 9 ring wraiths bound to the will of Sauron, who seek the One Ring so that their master may once more take physical form. Continuing their flight through the wilderness, Frodo is eventually stabbed by one of the Nazgul's blades, making it to the borders of the Elvish Haven before seemingly succumbing to his wounds. Book 2 sees Frodo awaken in Rivendell, being reunited with his uncle and Gandalf, whereupon he learns more of the history of the ring, and that the ranger Strider is in fact Aragorn, one of the Dunedain, of Númenórean blood and descended from the line of Isildur, heir to the throne of Gondor. a great council is convened of all the free peoples of Middle-earth, whereupon it is decided that the ring must be destroyed, the only possible way of doing so being to cast it into the fires of Mount Doom in which it was forged. Seeing the discord among the elves, dwarves, and men, Frodo volunteers to bear the weapon of the enemy as part of the Fellowship of the Ring, comprising himself, the other 3 hobbits, Gandalf and Aragorn, Gimli the dwarf, the elvish prince of Mirkwood, Legolas Greenleaf, and the human warrior Boromir, son of the Steward of Gondor. Threatened by the treachery of Saruman the White, the mightiest wizard in Middle-earth, the Fellowship ventures into the darkness of the fallen dwarven stronghold of Moria, where Gandalf is lost battling a Balrog, a terrifying demon from a prior age of the world. Given brief refuge in the elvish haven of Lothlorien, ruled by the mighty Queen Galadriel, the group then sets out along the River Anduin. Boromir, desperate to protect his city, briefly succumbs to the temptations of the ring and tries to seize it, and the Fellowship is broken as Frodo and Sam flee across the river just before orcs attack the others. In Book 3, Merry and Pippin are captured, Boromir is killed trying to defend them, and Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli set out in pursuit of the captive hobbits, discovering that they are being brought not to Mordor but Isengard, the stronghold of the renegade wizard Saruman, who has joined with Sauron but secretly hopes to control and eventually supplant him. The 3 hunters give chase across the rolling hills of Rohan, a kingdom of men falling into disarray under the poisonous influence of their former ally, while the hobbits manage to escape their captors and flee into the depths of Fangorn Forest, home to the Ents, a race of giant tree-like creatures who detest the industrialism and violence of Saruman and his orcs. Aragorn and his companions then meet Gandalf, who has been returned to the world in Saruman's place as the chief of the Astari, or wizards, and who ventures with the trio to the hall of King Theoden of Rohan. Releasing the enfeebled ruler from Saruman's spell and restoring him to health, they journey to the stronghold of the Hornburg, withstanding a massive assault by Saruman's legions until they are relieved by a force of Rohirrim rallying to their restored king, while Merry and Pippin rouse the Ents to storm Isengard. In the end, Gandalf breaks Saruman's power as the Ents promise to keep him confined, while the heroes recover Orthonk's Palantir, one of 7 magical far-seeing stones that are now susceptible to Sauron's will. The ever-curious Pippin dares to look into it, seeing a terrifying vision of their enemy before being saved by Gandalf. Book 4 follows Frodo and Sam's journey through the wilds to the borders of Mordor. Having known that Gollum, the former ring-bearer, has been tracking them, the 2 manage to subdue their pursuer, with Frodo using his ownership of the ring to entice the wretched creature to guide them on their way. Once a hobbit-like figure named Smeagol, Gollum has been utterly twisted by his long possession of the ring, granted unnaturally long life, and an overwhelming desire to reclaim the precious object of his devotion. Sam remains distrustful, but Frodo's gentleness and compassion encourage the dignity within Smeagol to gradually rise. When the 2 hobbits are discovered by men of Gondor in Ithilien, they come face to face with Boromir's brother, Faramir, and learn of the former's death, but the young ranger resists the temptation that doomed his brother and sends them on their way with Gollum, who, believing the hobbits to have betrayed him, resolves to lure them into a trap. Leading them via a secret mountain passage into Mordor, he brings them to the lair of Shelob, a monstrous spider, who stabs Frodo as Sam fends off Gollum. Believing his master is dead, with a heavy heart Sam takes the ring as orcs come to claim Frodo's body, only for him to overhear the creatures mention that the young hobbit is still alive, merely paralyzed, as they bear him to the fortress of Cirith Ungol. In Book 5, Gandalf and Pippin travel to Minas Tirith, the seat of the Kingdom of Gondor's power, while Rohan musters to ride to the aid of their allies under the command of King Theoden and his nephew and niece, Éomer and Éowyn. Merry pledges himself to the Lord of the Mark, while Pippin offers his service to Denethor, steward of Minas Tirith, who is still grieving the loss of his eldest son Boromir. Aragorn resolves to venture into the haunted realm of Dunharrow alongside Legolas, Gimli, and his fellow Dunedain rangers, confronting the cursed inhabitants of the kingdom who forsook their oath to Isildur in the Battle of the Last Alliance. Summoning the ghostly army to fulfill their oath, they destroy a force of men from the southern kingdoms of Harad and Umbar sailing up the coast, then seize the ships. Minas Tirith, meanwhile, finds itself besieged by the vast legions of Mordor and their various human allies and subjects from the east and south, and Denethor despairs of their situation. When his son Faramir is mortally wounded by a Black Rider, the steward of Gondor becomes convinced that the situation is hopeless, and even as the massed cavalry of the Rohirrim arrive to turn the tide of battle on the fields of the Pelennor, Denethor builds a pyre for himself and his remaining son. Theoden is killed in battle by the Witch King, Lord of the Nazgul, who is then slain by Éowyn with the aid of Merry, both of whom covertly joined the host of horsemen. Pippin and Gandalf manage to save Faramir, and in the aftermath, Aragorn is able to heal many of those wounded by the Ringwraiths. Realizing that this victory against the advance force of Mordor will prove fruitless if the Ringbearer does not succeed on his quest, Aragorn and his various captains and companions decide to march out to the Black Gate of the enemy's land to draw all of Sauron's attention in a last-ditch effort to grant Frodo passage through the wastes of Mordor. Finally, Book 6 sees Sam rescue Frodo from the Tower of Cirith Ungol, whose garrison was almost entirely slaughtered in conflict with another group of orcs over the immensely valuable mithril shirt that Frodo had inherited from Bilbo. Returning the ring to Frodo, who is clearly succumbing to its lure, Sam then aids his master as the two venture to the slopes of Mount Doom. There, Gollum makes a last attempt to secure the ring as Frodo claims it for himself, only for the former to bite the hobbit's finger off and fall into the fiery depths. The ring is thus destroyed, and Frodo and Sam are borne away from the erupting volcano by eagles, reunited with their friends. Aragorn is crowned King of Gondor and Arnor, and the four hobbits set out for home, only to find that a much diminished Saruman has seized control of their beloved Shire, setting himself up as a petty tyrant and ravaging the once pristine countryside. Encouraging their fellow hobbits to rise up, the people of the Shire then kill or drive out Saruman's ruffians, and the broken wizard is killed by his own long-abused lackey. Sam, Merry, and Pippin settle in easily, but Frodo remains forever haunted by his experiences, and in the end, after writing down his account of the War of the Ring, he sets sail into the west alongside Gandalf and the elves, as his friends remain behind in Middle-earth, with the story closing on Sam returning to his wife and child. When all of the additional materials are counted, the completed work comes in at over 500,000 words, almost inconceivably vast as far as the standards of popular fiction were at the time of its publication, which, combined with post-war paper shortages and the publisher's concerns over pricing, required the epic's division into 3 volumes. Its prose is generally rendered in archaic styles, its pacing admittedly quite slow over the course of the first 50,000 words, the length of the average commercial novel, and the overarching narrative, at least on the surface, concerns pre-modern subject matter which most readers in the post-war world had little direct knowledge of or interest in, aside from fantasy elements that were nearly universally relegated to children's stories. The Lord of the Rings, upon its unveiling, was unlike anything previously published in the modern world, and was largely lambasted by the literary establishment when its members even bothered to take notice. And yet, the novel was enthusiastically received by the general public from the day of its release. Within a decade, it was an undisputed success with millions of copies sold. By the 2020s, roughly 7 decades after its publication, Tolkien's fantasy epic remains possibly the single best-selling fictional work of all time, with estimations of more than 150 million copies in circulation. Clearly, despite its unique nature, or, in many ways, precisely because of it, the story of The Lord of the Rings contains qualities that have continued to captivate readers around the world, which naturally bear further examination. One of the initial responses, even among those who lauded the work, was to attempt to interpret Tolkien's novel as an allegory, usually either for the Second World War or the Cold War and threat of nuclear holocaust that followed, an approach the author himself vigorously resisted. Famously addressing this in the preface to the second edition of The Lord of the Rings, he wrote, "I cordially dislike allegory in all its manifestations, and always have done so since I grew old and wary enough to detect its presence. I much prefer history, true or feigned, with its varied applicability to the thought and experience of readers. I think that many confuse applicability with allegory, but the one resides in the freedom of the reader, and the other in the purposed domination of the author." This stance itself requires an investigation into the related, yet distinctive, topics of allegory and applicability. An allegory is a story containing a distinctive secondary meaning, meant to be interpreted through a specific lens, while applicability offers more versatility to readers from a broad range of backgrounds when engaging with and deriving meaning from a work of art. In truth, Tolkien did not hate allegory. He used it himself, both in the short story Leaf by Niggle, and in the very Beowulf lecture where he mocked others for searching for allegory in the poem. More accurately, he believed that allegorical interpretation had its proper place, but was often overused, sought where it was never intended to be found, to the detriment of the richness of storytelling. Tolkien's preference for applicability was twofold. The first was that, at the time in which he was writing, works dealing with the fantastic were rarely ever taken seriously when written for adults, with the exception being those interpreted as allegorical. It was this very mindset that he had fought against in his lecture on Beowulf, hence the subtitle, conflating the monsters and the critics as equally hostile and destructive, urging scholars not to dissect a story's magical and mythical elements for their possible political or moral statements, but to experience them foremost as components of that story, and the story as a work of art. Prior Beowulf scholarship had attempted to locate the historical figures that Grendel and the dragon were meant to represent, as if this was the only possible way their existence within the narrative could be justified, and this was an approach seen across the broader literary world. While several famous and celebrated authors over the prior centuries had utilized speculative fiction in certain cases, these were generally either interpreted within this allegorical framework or, less commonly, exempted from a dissection of their fantastical elements, which were themselves generally limited. But Tolkien had the audacity to construct an entire secondary world brimming with the fantastic and steeped in the ancient, which seemingly challenged both the precept of the modernist old guard to deal directly with the experiences of contemporary humanity, and the desire of the rising postmodernist movement to depart from traditional narrative conventions altogether. By rejecting allegory, Tolkien in effect sought to justify fantasy in its own right as a valid literary genre. The second reasoning follows from this, in that the more a story is constructed, or examined, as allegorical, the further its range of applicability shrinks, for allegory almost inevitably comes at the cost of applicability. The more a story is written or read as being about one specific subject, the more it loses its power to apply to anything else. Tolkien's stance is, or at the very least was, erroneously conflated with the position that his stories do not have messages or meanings, which is of course absurd. But those intentions are conveyed with subtlety and nuance that allows readers to derive their own interpretations from the work, and to apply it to new topics in the decades and centuries after the work was written. Tolkien knew better than most that the world is ever-changing, and yet at the same time held a deep-rooted conviction that certain aspects of mankind's existence would forever remain relevant. In a letter to a potential publisher, the author himself cited 3 primary themes that he believed permeated the entire work: the fall, mortality, and the machine. The first, the fall, as discussed in the prior section on the author's personal worldview, concerns the separation of human beings from a state of grace, the paradisical Eden which all people, so Tolkien believed, can conceive of and long for. This fall leaves humans vulnerable to sin, torn between the desires of an animal self existing within nature and a spiritual self that partially transcends physical existence. This theme is most prevalent in the nature of the One Ring, which will be discussed shortly. The second theme, mortality, both derives from the first and is bound up within it, and concerns not only the fact that all humans must inevitably die, but that through their higher consciousness they are made aware of this fact beforehand, and are able to conceive of their own oblivion, and thus dread it even in life. Tolkien was most especially concerned with creativity and the arts in relation to mortality, believing that all of the greatest human stories concerned the inescapable nature of death, and that fear of this fate could drive fallen mortal beings to rebellion against God. From these arises the third theme, that of the machine, and to Tolkien this encompasses all that externalizes the will to power, not only technological devices, but also magic used in the service of domination. In his Legendarium, Tolkien pulls upon the ancient concept of magic being divided between the dexterous or right-handed, proper magic derived from the divine, and sinistral or left-handed, goetic magic, more commonly known as sorcery or witchcraft, associated with the demonic or satanic lust for power. Tolkien's elves refer to what they practice not as magic, but as an art, which comes naturally to them, its intention that of honoring the creator through subcreation. Sauron, meanwhile, is the master of both magic and machines, utilizing both to dominate creation in an attempt to usurp the creator's authority and bend the world to his own will, a pursuit which the author asserts will always end in evil, regardless of how noble the intentions of the one pursuing said means are. This, of course, sets the stage for the central incarnation of Tolkien's 3 primary themes, the One Ring of Sauron. As readers discover quite quickly, the magic ring that Bilbo brought back after his expedition with the dwarves is in fact the artifact of the Dark Lord Sauron, thought defeated 3,000 years ago by the last alliance of elves and exiles from Numenor when it was cut from his hand by Isildur. Forged from the fires of Orodruin, Sauron imbued the ring with his spirit and will to power, and in losing the precious object is now unable to take physical form, but has steadily been regaining his strength. If he manages to recapture the ring, he will be nigh invincible, and his conquest of Middle-earth all but assured. Magical and/or cursed rings are common throughout the mythology of ancient and medieval Northern Europe, from Norse sagas and Arthurian romance to the German legends of the Nibelungenlied, itself serving as the basis for Richard Wagner's national epic. Tolkien himself was quite critical of Wagner and denied any connection, though both pulled on similar ancient sources in their writings, and it is possible that the latter's cursed ring, Andvaranot, provided some inspiration for the focal object of the former's tale. Sauron, like his master Melkor from the Silmarillion, is most clearly a Luciferian character, an angelic being who begins with benevolent intentions, but seeks independence from his creator and establishes himself as lord of the world, steadily twisted with malice in his separation from the grace of the divine. His malevolent will is bound to the ring, and because of this, the object itself inflames desire in the hearts of those who possess it, tempting them to its use as their spirits are slowly devoured by that of its maker. In his Author of the Century, Tom Shippey notes that this motif marks one of the most distinctly modern elements of The Lord of the Rings, a concern with the corrupting nature of power. While Christian theology has always carried with it warnings about the sinful nature of mankind, the notion that power itself exerts a corrupting influence is far younger. In a now famous, though widely misquoted, line from an 1887 letter, the English Catholic Lord Acton wrote, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Great men are almost always bad men." This stands in contrast to the pre-modern view, which was that power, rather than corrupting the good, tended to reveal the true nature of the individual granted it. To quote an Anglo-Saxon proverb, "A man does as he is when he can do what he wants." But in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien establishes himself firmly on the side of Acton. Gandalf, explaining to Frodo the dangers of the ring that has now come into the young hobbit's possession, warns him that were even someone as good-hearted as the wizard himself to accept it, he would be tempted to use its power for good, in small ways at first, and with every use, with every concession, the bearer's desire to continue would grow like an addiction, as Sauron's malicious will consumed him, until his lust for domination would make him into a new Dark Lord. This strongly echoes the statement made by Tolkien's friend C.S. Lewis concerning the nature of despotism and good intentions. Of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep, his cupidity may at some point be satiated, but those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience. The 20th century, with its industrial societies and technological abundance, was an age of good intentions culminating in horrific atrocities to an extent like none before. With the ever-growing power of the modern state over ordinary people, not only in Nazi-dominated Europe or the Soviet bloc, but even the liberal democracies of the Western world, Tolkien, like many of his conservative contemporaries, believed that imperfect human beings were not only incapable of efficiently ordering the lives of others from the top down on a societal scale, but easily corruptible when given such power, and feared the catastrophes that might be unleashed by those who sought to do good through their own domination, especially with the secular world's increasing insistence that noble ends would justify any means to achieve them. The idea that the One Ring embodies is not merely a belief that power corrupts, but that the desire to use power, already inherently dangerous, is itself addictive, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Though it is a teaching that many Christians themselves have failed to observe over the millennia, in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus admonishes those who abandon their principles in order to achieve results, rhetorically asking, "For what will a man have, if he shall gain the whole world, yet lose his soul?" Were the mightiest of the characters of Middle-earth, the elvish Queen Galadriel, the Númenorian-descended Aragorn, or the wizards Gandalf and Saruman, to take the ring, its temptation would prove all the more devastating, a fact that the first three acknowledge, and the fourth is destroyed through ignoring. Contrasted against these great figures are one of Tolkien's most unique contributions to the fantasy genre, the Hobbits, or Halflings, a race of diminutive humanoids who prize mundane pleasures of food, drink, and community, and live in an idyllic, largely anachronistic agrarian community modeled on rural, pre-industrial Victorian England. One of Tolkien's stated goals in his writings was to create a mythology for England, and through the Hobbits he retroactively places the English themselves, or a fantastical pastiche of them, into the mythologized landscape of ancient northern Europe. For Tolkien was aware that the English people, descended from the Germanic Angles and Saxons, settled the British Isles some 1500 years prior to his own lifetime, and the Hobbits likewise came out of the east to settle the Shire roughly the same amount of time before the beginning of The Lord of the Rings, though, like the English, they have long since made the land their home. The Hobbits have a functioning mail system, an elected mayor who holds very little power, and a small group of sheriffs to police the community, not that they are much needed in such a peaceful land. They smoke pipeweed, originally referred to in earlier editions of The Hobbit as tobacco, which is actually an import from the Americas, and likewise prize the New World potato in their cuisine. And, most notably, they stand quite literally out of place among the heroic figures and mythical beings of Middle-earth, coming only to about half the height of a grown man, and tending towards portliness on account of their voracious appetites. All in all, the Hobbits are intended to reflect the ordinary working-class English people among whom Tolkien was raised during his years at Sarehole, and with whom he fought in the trenches of the Somme. Rugged and self-reliant, while also polite and quick to rally around their neighbors, simple-minded and cherishing simple pleasures, generally unconcerned with the wide world beyond the confines of their shire, the English term for a county, and overall unassuming, yet capable of a vigor and courage that surprises everyone, even themselves, when roused. The Hobbits, therefore, serve two primary purposes in the story: conveying the qualities of Englishness that Tolkien himself so valued in a mythologized pre-England setting, and providing a counterbalance, rooted in notions of Christian humility, to what the author saw as the prevailing doctrines of his day, all of which believed in seizing power over others to set the world right. Bilbo Baggins, being a kind-hearted hobbit whose first act upon claiming the ring from Gollum was to spare his life, is able to possess the ring for several decades while largely withstanding its corrupting influence, an exercise that any mightier being would have certainly failed to endure. And when it is decided that the ring must be destroyed, his humble nephew Frodo, who has already borne the enemy's weapon to Rivendell, agrees reluctantly to carry on to Mordor, a decision recognized by the Elvish Lord Elrond, Isildur's heir Aragorn, and Gandalf himself as the most prudent course of action. Contrasted against the Hobbits is the recurring motif of the Tower, and the lords or beings who dwell within them, whether that of Barad-dûr, from which Sauron rules, the Tower of Orthanc that Saruman claims as his own, or even the Tower of Ecthelion atop Minas Tirith, from which Denethor challenges the strength of the Dark Lord. A tower by its very nature provides a better vantage point to those who ascend it, from which one is able to look down upon the world over great distances. But to remain, rather than descend, leaves a tower's master separated from the world below, and the concerns of the ordinary people within it. It is worth noting that all three of the characters who reside in towers begin with good intentions, including Sauron himself, as explained by Gandalf, hoping to use their wisdom and strength to order the world below to the benefit of all, resorting to increasingly tyrannical means as they remain convinced of their own justification. Denethor, the Dark Lord's primary military opponent, likewise holds himself above the people he rules to their and his detriment. But these themes are most strongly conveyed in the character of Saruman the White. The five wizards, known more formally as Istari, are not merely old humans possessed of magic, but Maiar, angelic beings sent to Middle-earth by the Valar to help its inhabitants resist Sauron's might. Two of their number, identified as Blue but never named, vanished long ago into the east, while Radagast the Brown remains concerned with more mundane matters in the wilderness, leaving Gandalf and Saruman as the two wizards active in the continent's affairs. Saruman, wise or cunning man, in the Mercian dialect of Anglo-Saxon, makes his residence in the Tower of Orthanc in Isengard, with Orthanc being Mount Fang in Sindarin, and Cunning Mind in Old English. From this ancient structure built by the men of Númenor, he offers counsel to neighboring Rohan, and sets about gathering knowledge to carry out his mission. But, like many intelligent and powerful people, the wizard gradually becomes convinced that his intellect gives him the right to dominate others, and that only in the accumulation of power can he accomplish his task. He is, in the simplest sense of the word, a progressive force in Middle-earth, spurring industrial development, utilizing gunpowder and napalm in warfare, and guiding the development of ever more terrifying breeds of Uruk through a sort of magically infused eugenics program. When Saruman becomes convinced that the free peoples of Middle-earth will be unable to resist Sauron's might, he begins communicating with the Dark Lord, justifying this with the assertion, possibly even believed by him, that he is merely using Sauron, guiding the enemy's actions until he can be supplanted by the wizard's superior intellect. Despite his status as a mythical being, Saruman has one of the most modern, and even academic, styles of speaking of any main character beyond the Hobbits. When urging Gandalf to join him in adopting the tactics of their enemy, first with an outright offer to serve Sauron, with the aim of manipulating him for the greater good, and then proposing they supplant him and seize the ring for themselves, his approach comes off as that of a contemporary politician, skilled at manipulating others by cloaking evil in appealing veneers, and masking his madness with fancy rhetoric. In a similar vein, his very manner of speaking, as demonstrated in the chapter The Voice of Saruman, is described as being capable of convincing almost anyone of any argument, though when the spell is broken, those who recall his actual words find them empty and meaningless. Suddenly another voice spoke, low and melodious, its very sound an enchantment. Those who listened unwarily to that voice could seldom report the words that they had heard, and if they did, they wondered, for little power remained in them. Mostly they remembered only that it was a delight to hear the voice speaking. All that it said seemed wise and reasonable, and desire awoke in them by swift agreement to seem wise themselves. When others spoke, they seemed harsh and uncouth by contrast, and if they gainsaid the voice, anger was kindled in the hearts of those under the spell. For some, the spell lasted only while the voice spoke to them, and when it spoke to another they smiled, as men do who see through a juggler's trick while others gape at it. Having lived through the era of such renowned orators as Vladimir Lenin and Adolf Hitler, in constructing the voice of Saruman, Tolkien almost certainly had in mind the many figures of his day, from politicians and theorists to academics and even cultural icons, that he saw as cloaking dangerously misguided and often downright vile beliefs in fallacious arguments and pseudo-intellectual rhetoric designed to sway the masses. Scholar Tom Shippey elaborates on this point in Author of the Century by drawing attention to another of Tolkien's more distinctive literary creations, the modern concept of the Wraith. While the term has existed in the English language for several centuries, most likely derived from the verb to writhe, as in agony or anger, it was rarely used before Tolkien's time, and in a rather contradictory manner, both as a ghost or phantom and as a spectral appearance of a living person. The author blended these two approaches into the beings that appear in The Lord of the Rings, who occupy a nebulous middle ground between life and death. The ring wraiths, or Nazgul, ancient kings of men twisted through their acceptance of magic rings, bound to the will of Sauron's one. Shippey argues that his concept, or more accurately reimagining, of the Wraith is both central to the three core themes of the Fall, mortality, and the machine, and intrinsically tied to his distinctly modern approach to exploring the nature of evil. Though presenting a physical threat, the danger of the Wraiths is primarily psychological in nature, their effects felt as a paralyzing dread that saps the will and roots their foes in place, leaving them helpless to resist. And, throughout the story, readers are shown that the process of becoming a Wraith involves giving in to temptation, and acceptance of Sauron's poisoned gifts, a fantastical, archaic rendition of the extremely modern concept of ideological possession, whereby one is so consumed with the pursuit of an ideal that any means become justified, no matter how terrible, as the individual's soul withers to a mere facsimile of human life and likeness. To adopt the enemy's methods is to tread the path of becoming a Wraith, as readers see of Saruman when his throat is slit by Wormtongue. A smoky figure rises above the corpse, looking longingly towards Valinor before vanishing on the breeze, leaving a body frail and decayed, one which looks as if it had been dead for many ages. But Tolkien does not apply this danger only to the modernist ideologies he opposes, for even Gandalf and Galadriel, the two characters whose beliefs and values most reflect Tolkien's own traditionalist Catholicism, admit that they too would come to the same evil ends were they to adopt the means of their enemy and seize the ring. And it is through the ring that the author delves into an exploration of the very concept of evil, and the related subject of theodicy, or divine justice. For well over a century, the Western world has increasingly subscribed to the more recent doctrine of moral relativism, which holds that absolute or ontological evil does not exist, and is rather defined subjectively, even if there may be a great degree of cross-cultural agreement on ethics and morality. This was a view that the devout Catholic Tolkien, unsurprisingly, did not share, as conveyed by Aragorn's statement to the Rohirrim warrior Eomer, nephew of their people's king. Good and ill have not changed since yesteryear, nor are they one thing among elves and dwarves and another among men. It is a man's part to discern them, as much in the golden wood as in his own house. But prior to the modern age, the Western world had primarily entertained two competing viewpoints. The first and older, dualism, conceived of good and evil as separate and equally balanced cosmological forces set in opposition, and is most strongly associated with the various philosophies and theologies of the Middle East, appearing everywhere from the Gnostic-adjacent religion of Manichaeanism to the Persian Zoroastrian faith. However, with the development of Jewish, and later Christian, theology, cosmological dualism came to be largely replaced by what is known as the Augustinian view, for the early North African Christian church father, St. Augustine. Attempting to reconcile the Abrahamic belief in an all-good, all-powerful God with the existence of evil, Augustine came to the conclusion that, as neither cold nor darkness truly exist, but are merely absences of heat and light, so too does evil not truly exist, being rather the absence of God's goodness. It is a view that has colored all Christian thought on the subject since, and effectively remains the default doctrine for all of Chalcedonian, or mainline, Christianity, Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant. While most Christian denominations believe in the existence of Satan and the demonic, these beings are in the end only creatures, infinitely lesser before the omnipotence and omniscience of the divine, a viewpoint echoed in Frodo's famous observation regarding the orcs, and by extension all of Sauron and Melkor's so-called creations. The shadow that bred them can only mock, it cannot make, not real new things of its own. I don't think it gave life to the orcs, it only ruined them and twisted them. As far as Tolkien is concerned, effectively, evil is a parasitic force, a negation reliant on goodness, without which it cannot exist. Evil is also short-sighted, sacrificing long-term stability and happiness for immediate gain that never satisfies or endures, and is ultimately self-harming as well, as seen on a smaller scale in the numerous conflicts between different companies or clans of orcs that enable the survival of all 4 hobbits on different occasions, and on a larger scale in the rivalry between Sauron and Saruman, which forces the former to waste precious time and resources that might otherwise have been directed towards the conquest of Middle-earth. Even more importantly, Sauron's pride and malice limit his perception, rendering him incapable of understanding the viewpoint of his morally superior enemies. The idea that the Free Peoples might reject the power of the ring, and instead attempt to destroy it, is never even considered by the Dark Lord up until the very moment his weapon is unmade in the fires of Orodruin. Throughout both his fiction and his personal letters, Tolkien asserts that, whatever its capacity to inflict harm, these traits ultimately render evil self-defeating on the grandest scale, imbuing his writings with a level of hope and optimism that is all the more notable given the trauma and suffering the author himself endured and bore witness to over the course of his life. But at the same time, the idea of evil as a mere negation, appealing as it might be in the abstract, has always seemed to come up short when confronted with reality, and had perhaps never been more challenged and challenging than in the face of the atrocities of the 20th century. In The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien embarks on a sort of dialogue between the two viewpoints with the nature of Sauron's ring. When Frodo interacts with the object, the temptations waver between appearing to come from within his own mind, playing on the hobbit's desires, able only to inflame what already exists within his heart, or externally, as the result of a malevolent foreign will bearing down upon him, and as Frodo and Sam draw nearer to Mordor, the cursed land in which it was forged, the spiritual and even physical burden of the weight grows, the temptations to use and claim it rising in ferocity, until, standing over the crack of doom, the ring-bearer can no longer resist. Tolkien himself, in later commentary, even appeared to be of the mind that the tremendous force of temptation would have been impossible for anyone to withstand in the heart of Sauron's fortress, and though in his mind this does not necessarily excuse the hobbit's failing, it allows others to understand it, and goes a long way to laying out the author's related understanding of the nature of destiny and fate. All mainline Christians believe that God is both all-powerful and all-knowing, which necessitates a foreknowledge of human action that might appear to outsiders to negate the very free will upon which the insistence of avoiding sin appears to rest. And though different denominations approach the subject of predeterminism, or the extent to which all events have already been decided, in different ways, the Catholic view to which Tolkien subscribed involves the doctrine of compatibilism, whereby humans possess free will while the transcendent God, existing outside of time and space, knows the outcomes of every mortal choice. To borrow an analogy from Orthodox theologian David Bentley Hart, used in his book The Experience of God, in this view God is akin to an author, with human beings as the characters in a story he has written, possessed of their own will and yet viewed by their creator from beyond the bounds of the story, a sentiment which echoes Tolkien's own doctrine of subcreation. Throughout The Lord of the Rings, several characters, most prominently Gandalf, a literal divine emissary, make allusions to certain events perhaps being fated. Bilbo's apparently happenstance discovery of the ring, and its later passing to Frodo, despite engendering a great deal of sorrow and suffering, end up bringing about the downfall of Sauron. Likewise, Frodo's sparing of Smeagol and continued compassion to the tortured creature, born of his own knowledge of how terrible it is to bear the ring, end up saving him when he finally succumbs to its temptation, as Gollum bites his finger off to claim it, only to plummet into the fires below and inadvertently accomplish his task. It is a consideration dating back to the earliest era of Christianity, whereby Adam's fall brought forth sin and suffering, only to also allow the incarnation of the Christ, and the heinous betrayal of Jesus by his disciple Judas ensured the former's death and resurrection for the salvation of mankind. Tolkien even utilizes a similar conceit in the very opening of his legendarium, the Ainulindale, whereby Melkor's rebellious, discordant music, attempting to challenge the authority of Eru Ilúvatar, is incorporated by the deity into an even grander work of art. Through this manner, despite the clear strains of dualism present in the story, Tolkien appears to more firmly side with the Augustinian view, despite the difficulties it may present in the moment to the limited sight of mortal men, affirming a faith that through his own omnipotence, God arranges for even the actions of the wicked to ultimately achieve desired ends. And similarly, many of the most fortunate occurrences in the story, seeming moments of blind luck or random chance, only go on to benefit the heroes because they summon the strength to take advantage of the circumstances, a marriage of divine providence and personal initiative, echoing the common refrain that God helps those who help themselves. This faith is mirrored in the thoughts of the hobbit Samwise, upon glimpsing a single star amidst the darkness of the Mordor night. Far above the Etheldwath in the west, the night sky was still dim and pale. There, peeping among the cloud rack above a dark tor high up in the mountains, Sam saw a white star twinkle for a while. The beauty of it smote his heart, as he looked up out of the forsaken land, and hope returned to him. For like a shaft, clear and cold, the thought pierced him that in the end the shadow was only a small and passing thing. There was light and high beauty forever beyond its reach. And the Christian charge that it is the duty of every person to take up their cross and bear it, according to their ability and circumstances, is reflected in the comforting words of the wizard Gandalf, when he informs Frodo that Bilbo's ring is the one which Sauron now seeks. "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. "So do I," said Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." But Tolkien's story is never one of blind optimism, for there is a deeper melancholy permeating his entire bibliography, likely stemming from the periods of sorrow that visited the author throughout his life. Elrond laments that the original victory over Sauron did not vanquish the threat of evil forever, with his remembrance of many defeats and many fruitless victories. And there is a hint, confirmed if one is to take this as a story of ancient history, as Tolkien clearly intended, that even this coming victory will not be permanent. Galadriel states that her people have fought the long defeat, alluding to the gradual diminishing of the elves from the land of Middle-earth, condemned to leave no more than a faint trace of their existence on the cultures of the men who will succeed them. Fangorn and the other Ents acknowledge that they face extinction even when bringing down the mechanized brutality of Isengard, and when the ring is finally destroyed, much that was bound up within it, including the elvish rings of power used to sustain the magic of Lothlorien and Rivendell, begins to fade as well. The mighty, proud elves are faced with the choice to either depart their beloved Middle-earth forever, or remain and dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, being reduced to the ethereal fairies that lingered on in later European culture. The dominion of elves thus comes to an end, heralding the beginning of the dominion of men. And even Frodo Baggins, the unassuming hobbit who bore the enemy's ring into the heart of his fortress, is not able to enjoy the fruits of his victory, for there are some wounds that cannot be wholly cured. Merry and Pippin become heroes of the Shire, while Sam marries Rosie Cotton, settles down and starts a family. But Frodo remains haunted by his experiences, and in the end chooses to depart from Middle-earth alongside the vanishing elves. The story concludes with the somber acknowledgement that the world has lost something which will never be regained. In some ways, The Lord of the Rings might be described as an elegy for the ancient world it mythologically depicts, as much as a triumphant celebration of that bygone age. In this, the tale reflects the contrast that lurked within Tolkien's own heart, that of a faith in a benevolent God and thankfulness for his many blessings, a man who laughed easily and cherished life, balanced against the disillusionment of a veteran who lost many of his closest friends amidst the horrors of war, who despaired at the prevailing currents of the modern world, and who remained preoccupied with the looming specter of death. And for all the criticism leveled at Tolkien's supposed rigid, unthinking conservatism or blind nostalgia, his work remains critical of those who would seek to unduly cling to the past, or preserve the world in stasis, resistant to any change. The elves, intended to depart for Valinor, have lingered in Middle-earth so long partially out of pride over their higher status among the lesser race of men, and every elvish enclave remains a frozen snapshot of a bygone age, beautiful, but also extremely fragile, and ultimately doomed with the destruction of the ring. And the human realm of Gondor, and its steward Denethor, similarly share an unhealthy obsession with the past, and utter resistance to change. Denethor himself admits to Gandalf that his chief desire is for things to remain as they were in his youth, heedless of how the world around him has developed. And his son Faramir relays to Frodo and Sam how Gondor became ossified and decrepit. Death was ever present, because the Númenóreans still, as they had in their old kingdom, and so lost it, hungered after endless life unchanging. Kings made tombs more splendid than the houses of the living, and counted old names in the rolls of their descent dearer than the names of sons. Childless lords sat in aged halls musing on heraldry. In secret chambers, withered men compounded strong elixirs, or in high cold towers asked questions of the stars. These incisive explorations of subjects both timelessly important and yet urgently contemporary in his day and age, the nature of evil, man's will to power, the inevitability of mortality, and the confrontation with existential despair, made The Lord of the Rings extremely thematically relevant to modern readers, despite its thoroughly archaic trappings. However, even this historical richness endowed the novel with further dimensions of appeal, particularly to readers in Western Europe and across the English-speaking world, but by no means limited to them, granting the work a level of enduring popularity that has managed to transcend lines of personal belief in a way very few other writers can ever dream of. Shockingly so, given how openly concerned Tolkien's story is with his own moral convictions. Even before the publication of The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien repeatedly insisted that his Catholic faith had played a major part in crafting the epic, as best described in a 1953 letter to his friend, Father Robert Murray. The Lord of the Rings is of course a fundamentally religious and Catholic work, unconsciously so at first, but consciously in the revision. While it is not difficult to imagine that any author's deep-seated beliefs would influence their art, Tolkien's claims in the letter of this nature being not only fundamental but conscious, as he goes on to describe significant revisions made to bring the text into line with this approach, are rather curious for two reasons. The first is the simple matter that the majority of the literal hundreds of millions of admiring readers of The Lord of the Rings have not shared the author's Catholic faith, at least a sizable portion of whom have not been Christians of any denomination. Overtly religious works of storytelling, especially in the modern age, rarely manage to win a sizable audience among those who do not share the faith of the author. But Tolkien's claims appear even stranger when one notes the peculiar lack of almost any recognizable form of religion among the denizens of Middle-earth, or, at least, the good-hearted ones. Sauron, the self-proclaimed prince of the world, an echo of long-standing claims made about the devil, is clearly seen as a god by many of his followers and slaves, and recurring allusions are made to the worship of the fallen Maiar by the men who live beyond the borders of Middle-earth, in the alien cultures of the South and East. In the Silmarillion, the only thing approximating a temple is built by Sauron himself when he is brought to Númenor, as he begins to work his poisonous influence on the proud kings of the island, a pagan practice that culminates in their destruction. Likewise, his kingdom of Mordor is a nightmarish blend of classical Christian imagery of hell, with strong echoes of Satan's palace of Pandemonium from Milton's Paradise Lost, and that of once beautiful land despoiled by industrialization. North amid their noisome pits lay the first of the great heaps and hills of slag and broken rock and blasted earth, the vomit of the maggot folk of Mordor. Frodo and Sam gazed out in mingled loathing and wonder on this hateful land. Between them and the smoking mountain, and about it north and south, all seemed ruinous and dead, a desert burned and choked. They wondered how the lord of this realm maintained and fed his slaves and armies. Neither he nor Frodo knew anything of the great slave-worked fields away south in this wide realm, beyond the fumes of the mountain, by the dark, sad waters of Lake Nirnan, nor of the great roads that ran away east and south to tributary lands, from which the soldiers of the Tower brought long wagon trains of goods and booty and fresh slaves. Here in the northward regions were the mines and forges, and the musterings of long-planned war. In contrast, the open references to religious practice or thought among the forces of good in Middle-earth are so scant as to be nearly absent. The men of Gondor have a practice of pausing for a moment before their meals and looking to the west, towards Númenor that was and Valinor which lies beyond. Gandalf makes vague statements about being sent back, and the ring having been meant to come to Bilbo and then Frodo. And the word heathen, a term for non-Christians, is used twice in reference to Denethor's intentions of suicide, one of the most heinous actions in Catholic theology. Denethor himself refers to Gondor's ancestors as heathens, and Gandalf likewise lays the charge on him when urging the Mad Steward against despair, referencing the fallen Númenóreans who had given in to the worship of Sauron. But if these past men were heathens, there is no exploration of the current religious beliefs of Gondor, and likewise the Rohirrim, despite several features of their geography containing Anglo-Saxon root words like holy or temple, are never shown practicing any faith. But at the same time, this very absence creates a presence all of its own, a conscious drawing of attention to the lack of pre-Christian practices, particularly those of slavery and human sacrifice, very much like that featured in Beowulf. The poem that Tolkien so respected, and from which he drew so much inspiration, was transcribed by a Christian writing about a pagan past that had almost certainly included many of his own recent ancestors. And the nature of salvation as then understood in Christian doctrine posed a unique problem. While certain denominations, including Catholicism, would later openly affirm that non-Christians, especially those never given a chance to hear the gospel, could enter the kingdom of heaven by leading virtuous lives through abiding by the moral tenets of natural law. A core principle of salvation in Christianity since its inception has always been faith in Jesus Christ, typically construed not merely as outward affirmation, but an inner acceptance that molds one's character and produces proper action. An important element of Christian doctrine, often obscure even among many of the faithful, is the harrowing of hell, by which Jesus, after his crucifixion, is said to have descended into the underworld, triumphing over death to free the captive souls within and reopen the gates of heaven shut by the fall. The specifics remain highly contested between different denominations even into the 21st century, but by the Middle Ages, theologians debated the possibility of salvation for the unlearned, so-called virtuous pagans, in particular the Greek philosophers Plato and Aristotle, who helped lay the groundwork for certain elements of Christian theology. It seemed wrong, some argued, for others to have been damned by a loving God without even being given a chance to hear Christ's gospel. The Apostle Paul's second letter to the Romans seemed to suggest that it was possible to live by God's teachings, and thereby achieve salvation, through accepting divine grace and living a virtuous life, even without knowing directly of Jesus. While Tolkien's personal views on these various doctrines are not known, and he would likely, as a traditionalist Catholic, have been reluctant to venture into such heterodox theological territory, his admiration for certain elements of Northern Europe's pre-Christian past certainly shines through his entire legendarium, as indeed the very line that first inspired it, Hail Eärendil, brightest of angels, features a proclamation of the eventual coming of Christ, written by an author living in a recently converted England. In a related manner, scholar Verlyn Flieger's work Splintered Light, Logos and Language in Tolkien's World investigates the author's views on the possibility of fragments of Christian truth being captured in the works of pre-Christian stories, proposing what has been termed Tolkien's Splintered Light thesis, drawn from a line in his poem Mythopoeia, whereby he envisions all great myths as containing splinters of divine light, which individually lack the comprehensive nature of the source, and are twisted by the limited status of mortal perception, yet are nonetheless derived from the Logos. Flieger's fellow Tolkien scholar Tom Shippey argues, both in Author of the Century and several essays in Roots and Branches, that Tolkien effectively established Middle-earth as a bridge between that pagan past and the Christian culture that followed, while also remaining a tether to the values and heritage of the faith in an increasingly post-Christian modern England. As will be discussed in more detail shortly, numerous figures in the story, from Gandalf and Galadriel to Aragorn and Frodo, incorporate strong Christian imagery and embody certain virtues that remain both archetypally recognizable and impactful to readers, especially in a cultural landscape dominated by well over a millennium of Christian thought, and yet distinct from outright allegory. The main action of the story is even placed, albeit subtly, with clear and significant religious intentions, as, though the date is only given in the appendices, the Fellowship sets out from Rivendell on the 25th of December, or Christmas, the liturgical celebration of Jesus' birth, and the One Ring is destroyed on the 25th of March, both the date of the Annunciation and Incarnation of Jesus in the Virgin Mary's womb, and even more importantly, the traditional placement in Anglo-Saxon culture of Good Friday, the date of Jesus' crucifixion, and triumph over sin and death. This parallel symbolism can be seen clearly, when one knows to look for it, in the distinctly psalm-like announcement made by one of the great eagles of Manwë upon the completion of Frodo's quest. Sing and rejoice, ye people of the Tower of Guard, for your watch hath not been in vain, and the black gate is broken, and your king hath passed through, and he is victorious. Sing and be glad, all ye children of the West, for your king shall come again, and he shall dwell among you all the days of your life. On the surface, the various components of this proclamation, made in language imitating the style of the King James Bible, correspond to the events of the story: the soldiers of Minas Tirith, their long war against Mordor, the Morannon which guards the Dark Lord's lands, the destruction of Sauron's Tower of Barad-dûr, and the victory of Aragorn. But through its vagueness, the eagle's message could equally be transposed to a biblical meaning. Christian literature is rife with references to the city or fortress of the faithful resisting sin, and the Black Gate could be the gates of hell or death. The king who has passed through them and shall come again would, obviously, reference Jesus himself, whose gospel these virtuous pagans are granted a glimpse of through the acts of the heroes. And it is likely no coincidence that the creature delivering this good message is an eagle, the symbol of John the Evangelist, attributed author of the gospel that most thoroughly discussed Jesus' divine nature, and one of the saints Tolkien himself most strongly identified with. Religion, and more specifically Christianity, therefore occupy a sort of negative space within the entirety of The Lord of the Rings, providing both a backdrop and thematic skeleton for the epic narrative that will prove familiar to anyone from a culture steeped in Christianity, regardless of personal belief, while also granting a further layer of meaning to those who share the faith. But beyond the religious component, The Lord of the Rings is designed to be instantly recognizable and enthralling to anyone familiar with the landscape of European culture, for Tolkien draws extensively on the major literary traditions of the continent. The Western canon, or body of work produced by Western civilization, is often conceived of within the literary world as comprising an ongoing great conversation, a progressive process by which new authors engage with and build upon the works of their predecessors. One of the chief tenets of modernism, aside from the celebration of the new over the traditional, was the importance of allusion, the meaningful referencing of other works by which a writer could demonstrate his or her knowledge of the cultural environment in which they were participating. To the untrained eye, especially of those who failed to actually fully read it, as was the case with a surprising number of the most vocal critics, Tolkien's aesthetically antiquarian epic embodied everything that many modernists hated. Critics found themselves aghast at the author's seeming abandonment of the great conversation in favor of, as they saw it, retreading ground that had been covered a millennium earlier, if not more. To deliberately depart from the pressing concerns of the modern world in favor of indulging in nostalgic fairy tales with childishly simplistic good versus evil narratives was tantamount to artistic treason, and to become a best-selling author on Tolkien's scale doing so was unforgivable. As established earlier, to accuse The Lord of the Rings of either indulging in blind nostalgia, portraying uncomplicated morality, or failing to engage with the developments of modernity are all utterly baseless charges, as is the claim that Tolkien was writing in literary ignorance or isolation. The author drew on an immensely wide range of inspiration, providing purposeful allusions to everything from the Bible and Greco-Roman classics to Anglo-Saxon poetry, and from Chaucer and Shakespeare to Victorian and Edwardian proto-fantasy novels and continental national epics, all the while addressing some of the most pressing concerns of his day and age with an immense level of introspection and deliberation. Likewise, Tolkien deftly manages an extremely complex narrative structure and expansive cast, employing dramatic irony in the many separations of his various characters, pacing the story in a way as to allow readers to gradually familiarize themselves with the world and the principal participants in the story, as he incorporates the most important archetypal figures, locations, and events from the Western European tradition into a single cohesive narrative. Great Britain in particular has had a uniquely turbulent and varied ethnic and political history, for despite existing beyond the mainland of the continent, it has acted as a sort of crossroads for Western Europe's major cultural traditions. Originally inhabited by the Celts, it was then partially conquered by the Romans, later settled by the Germanic Angles and Saxons, then shortly thereafter invaded by the Scandinavian Danes, only to be conquered again by the Normans, providing contact with all of the major language families of Western Europe: Celtic, Romance, and West and North Germanic. Similarly, the island has been significantly shaped by all four of the region's most influential cultural traditions: the Celtic, Greco-Roman, Germanic, and Christian, all of which Tolkien utilizes extensively in the crafting of his Mythology for England. The nature of a national epic is a story so intrinsically tied to and representative of the history and culture of a nation that it, in some way, manages to express their very essence. The ancient Greeks had the Iliad and the Odyssey, and Rome had the Aeneid, which continued the story of the former and mythically tied the younger empire to its Mediterranean predecessor. The French had the Matter of France, concerning Charlemagne and his paladins defending Europe from Muslim invasion, while Germany had the Nibelunglied. Finland had managed to resurrect their own native tradition, the Kalevala, after the labors of Dr. Elias Lönnrot, who worked extensively to gather and reconstruct what was largely orally transmitted folklore in the first half of the 19th century. But England had only the Arthurian tales, themselves Welsh in origin, and heavily Gallicized after the Norman conquest, and Beowulf, a single, fairly brief tale barely known by anyone in the modern era, which takes place beyond the nation's shores. However, Tolkien believed that a latent mythological tradition did in fact exist for England, one that could be glimpsed in the form of watered-down, degenerated derivations in various elements of popular culture, from folk tales to nursery rhymes. Moreover, he believed that any important myth almost certainly contained some kernel of ancient truth. As a philologist, he had experience working backwards from fragmentary evidence to extrapolate the original form of a language, and he had long since adopted the same strategy, albeit with a larger degree of creative liberty, when constructing, or reconstructing, an ancestral mythology for his homeland. While the aforementioned work by German historian and philosopher Oswald Spengler, The Decline of the West, remained highly contentious and largely challenged by the world of academia, one of the more enduring components of Spengler's opus, modified by later scholars, is the concept of a heroic age that occurs at the beginning of a culture, before it reaches what he terms the stage of civilization. Spengler describes the overarching spirit of Western European civilization as Faustian, from the classic German legend adopted into a tragic two-part play, Faust, by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, whereby a scholar sells his soul to the devil in exchange for unlimited knowledge. Spengler believed that the so-called Faustian culture, and later civilization, had arisen in the 10th century AD, and was underscored by a longing for the infinite, a relentless pursuit of knowledge, power, and the transcendence of boundaries that would ultimately consume the very soul of the West. In his massive 2-volume work, Spengler theorizes that the rise of a great culture is preceded by a heroic age, whereby the nascent culture exists in a largely rural, agrarian state where governance is dominated by honor and martial prowess, and culture is largely transmitted through oral tradition. For Western Europe, this would correspond to what were then commonly referred to as the Dark Ages, following the collapse of the Roman Empire in the West, which came to a close around the 10th century AD. While contemporary historiography considers the label largely erroneous and overly simplistic, it is true that this was a time of great upheaval in European society. Beyond this era, it is all but impossible to trace the descent of Europe's oldest noble families, which were established from the ruling warrior castes. And with the low rates of literacy and difficulty in preserving concrete and reliable written records, the uncertainty of this period of history allowed for it to be more easily mythologized in subsequent ages, while the upheaval and strife simultaneously provided fertile ground for tales of adventure and heroism. It is for these reasons that the Middle Ages remain such a point of fascination in Western European culture, effectively the default setting for any heroic epic. All the more reason for Tolkien's own endeavors to construct a mythology for England, despite their technically taking place much earlier, being set against such an aesthetic backdrop. One of the first and most obvious ways in which The Lord of the Rings embodies the concepts of a heroic age is through the use of what Walter Scheps in A Tolkien Compass and John Magoon in the Tolkien Encyclopedia term moral geography, meant to reflect the prior millennium of European history. In many respects, the Europe of the early Middle Ages was a continent under siege, facing repeated invasions and threats from the north, south, and east. Pagan Norse Vikings terrorized the seas and waterways in the northern part of the continent, raiding and pillaging, taking slaves and plunder. Various nomadic peoples from the east, the Magyars, Bulgars, Huns, Mongols, and Turks, periodically launched incursions from the steppes of Eurasia, and the Arabs, after their conversion to Islam, expanded with a speed and fury that shocked their neighbors, checking the might of the Eastern Roman Empire, conquering the ancient realm of Persia, and sweeping across northern Africa and Iberia up into the heart of Christendom, before being halted by Charles Martel, the grandfather of Charlemagne. By the High Middle Ages, Scandinavia had been Christianized, and the threat of Muslim conquest pushed beyond the Pyrenees, with the Crusades managing some limited early victories against an internally divided Islamic world. However, the Arab Caliphate had risen to become the most culturally and technologically sophisticated civilization on the planet, with networks of trade that spread from the southern coast of Africa to the Far East, and a scholarly tradition that built tremendously upon the accomplishments of the Hellenistic world, while Europe, though largely unaware, was relegated to the status of a relative backwater on the world stage. Meanwhile, though Christianity steadily spread eastward into the Baltics and Russia, the eastern borders of the continent remained open to invasion. The status of Tolkien's Middle-earth in the Third Age reflects a mythologized European perspective on this history, with the north and west inhabited by good cultures, while the south and east remain under the dominion of the shadow. West and east clearly occupy an axis of good and evil, respectively, while north and south share the opposition of simplicity and sophistication. Thus the northwest is associated with peoples who are both good and simple, such as the Hobbits and the Rohirrim, the latter of whom, like the ancient Germanic tribes on which they were based, migrated southward. While the Hobbits are deliberately anachronistic, intended as a stand-in for the England of Tolkien's day, The men of Rohan are based on their Anglo-Saxon ancestors, lacking the complexities of culture or written tradition possessed by their Númenórean-descended allies. The Southwest, meanwhile, takes more inspiration from the Mediterranean cultures of ancient Greece and Rome, with Gondor being good and sophisticated. In the Northeast are found cultures evil and simple, such as the men of Run, inspired by the Turkic peoples of Central Asia who finally conquered Constantinople, while Sauron's stronghold of Mordor is situated in the southeast, at the conflux of evil and sophistication, with the realms of Umbar and Harad further south sharing this status. It must be stated, however, that Tolkien bases his moral judgments culturally, rather than ethnically, for it was his belief that all human beings possessed the capacity for evil, and that adherence to Christian teaching was the greatest assurance of virtue, but still never a guarantee in the hearts of fallen men. The men of Númenor, often described as being of the noblest lineage, are thus all the more susceptible to pride, bringing about their own downfall in one of the most catastrophic failings in the history of Middle-earth. And Tolkien establishes quite clearly that the evil actions of the men in Sauron's service are tied to their improper beliefs, not their blood. The men of Rhûn, Umbar, and Harad make peace with Aragorn after the defeat of Sauron, while the Dunlendings who pledge their service to Saruman are among the oldest inhabitants of western Middle-earth. And after the latter flees Orthanc and tyrannizes the Shire, even some hobbits prove susceptible to his temptations. Sam Gamgee even muses quite poignantly on this matter after witnessing Faramir's Rangers of Gondor ambush a troop of Haradrim marching north to join Sauron's war, when looking at one of their fallen foes. He was glad that he could not see the dead face. He wondered what the man's name was and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart, or what lies or threats had led him on the long march from his home, and if he would not really have rather stayed there in peace. In this framework, it is the capitally rendered West, which had, by Tolkien's time, come to be synonymous with Christian European civilization, which is most identified with the sacred and pure, as demonstrated in the repeated references to the Men of the West or Children of the West as stand-ins for the heroes resisting Sauron's might. The concept of a westernmost land existing beyond the waves, originating long before the European discovery and colonization of the Americas, was one that can be found everywhere from the writings of Plato to Celtic and Norse myth, associating the cardinal direction with paradise. The Atlantis myth had fascinated Western thinkers long before Tolkien himself began to ponder it after dreaming of the vanished land. Irish folklore is replete with Imrama, tales of voyages to paradisical Western lands, including that of St. Brendan. And at the end of his heroic cycle, the mortally wounded King Arthur is famously borne away to the western Isle of Avalon, from which he is promised, in an echo of prophecy concerning Christ, to eventually return. Beyond the shores of Middle-earth, Tolkien incorporates this concept both with the island of Númenor, where the mightiest race of men is granted permission to dwell within sight of the divine realm after assisting the elves in their wars against Morgoth, and Valinor itself, the home of the Valar who helped to shape the world. Likewise, the very land of Middle-earth is woven with magic, in a manner deriving from pre-Christian animistic beliefs. Sauron's power is inherently tied to the land of Mordor, over which he can exert mastery of the weather, and as his own might waxes, he is able to darken the skies over his marching armies, while the burden of the ring grows as it is brought nearer to Orodruin. When the Fellowship attempts to cross the towering peaks of Caradhras, the mountain itself blocks their passage with driving wind and snow, a fact recognized by several members of the group. And even Tom Bombadil, the cheerful, enigmatic forest dweller who is immune to the lure of the ring, is heavily implied to be a manifestation of the old-growth forest which once stretched across much of the continent, and has now been confined to its last vestige on the borders of the Shire. The characters who inhabit this world likewise embody all of the most prominent enduring archetypes of Western European culture, while remaining distinctive from earlier incarnations. Easily the most influential figure in all of European history has been that of Jesus Christ, upheld as not only the paragon of virtue, but the very Son of God, and second person of the Holy Trinity, though Tolkien had no desire to directly allegorize him in this pre-Christian setting, which he likely would have considered blasphemous. However, in his work The Philosophy of Tolkien, Catholic theologian Peter Kreeft argues that three of the primary protagonists of the story, namely Frodo, Gandalf, and Aragorn, each contain within their characterization reflections of Christ. The Christian doctrine of the threefold office, itself dating to messianic symbolism from the Old Testament, conceives of Jesus as having fulfilled three roles in his earthly ministry, that of prophet, priest, and king. As a prophet, by preaching a new gospel; as a priest, by offering himself as a sacrifice on the cross for the salvation of mankind; and as a king, by triumphing over death through his resurrection and his ascension into heaven. The wizard Gandalf fulfills the role of prophet by mustering the free peoples of Middle-earth against the rising might of Sauron, and organizing the quest to destroy the One Ring. Frodo takes the role of priest by offering to sacrifice himself in bearing the ring to Mordor, with his stumbling up the slopes of Mount Doom containing parallels to Jesus' passion on Calvary. And finally, Aragorn serves the role of king by reclaiming the throne of Gondor. Similarly, all three characters undergo some form of death and resurrection. Gandalf the Grey outright dies in Moria and is sent back as Gandalf the White. Frodo is pierced by the Witch King's Morgul knife on Weathertop, nearly becoming a wraith himself before his healing in the House of Elrond. And Aragorn chooses to walk the paths of the dead from which no living man has previously returned, releasing the captive souls by holding their oaths fulfilled and then arriving to help save Minas Tirith. All three contribute to delivering Middle-earth from evil, and the lives of all three even end with parallels to a heavenly ascension, with Gandalf and Frodo choosing to sail to Valinor alongside the elves, and Aragorn, as a man of true Númenórean blood, possessing the ability to choose the time of his death, passing peacefully once he reaches the venerable age of 210. While the theory of archetypal characters developed by Swiss psychologist Carl Jung certainly has limits in its applicability, especially when dealing with stories developed outside of Europe, the nature and intentions of The Lord of the Rings ensure that many of the principal members of the cast correspond strongly with certain widely recognizable character types, drawn from the long history of the continent's storytelling traditions. Frodo Baggins fulfills the archetypal role of the innocent, in being a kind-hearted, and often overly trusting, character who has a terrible burden thrust upon him, one he nonetheless accepts in the service of others. Not only is he relatively young by the standards of his people, but his hobbit stature means that humans often mistake him for a child. Meanwhile, his three fellow hobbits, Samwise Gamgee, Meriadoc Brandybuck, and Peregrine Took, each serve as an everyman figure, allowing modern readers a more approachable lens into the broader world of myth and adventure. The characterization of Samwise Gamgee in particular conveys the emphasis Tolkien placed on humility and simple unassuming virtue, and utterly dispels accusations that the author lacked respect for those of lower station. It is the tireless determination of Sam which ensures that the quest to destroy the ring succeeds, and his near-total lack of desire for power over others is shown when he reluctantly dons the ring after Frodo's apparent death, where Sauron's malevolent will tries to tempt him with status as a hero and a garden to cover the entire earth, temptations he quickly dismisses as worthy of ridicule. The Hobbit gardener expresses arguably the purest admiration of artistic beauty in his devotion to elvishness, a sentiment Tolkien himself shared, and likewise outlines the author's own thoughts on the importance of storytelling, with his encouraging words to Frodo on the steps of Cirith Ungol. In the lengthy letter outlining his mythology to a potential publisher, Tolkien even cited Samwise Gamgee as the chief hero of the entire epic, and it is no coincidence that the last scene and line of dialogue in The Lord of the Rings both belong to Sam. Gandalf corresponds strongly with the figure of the magician, and is heavily inspired by depictions of the wanderer aspect of Odin, the Norse god of wisdom, knowledge, and magic, known for taking the guise of an old man with a long gray beard, and traveling with a staff in a blue-gray robe and wide-brimmed hat, though he also draws inspiration from the Celtic tradition of noble, aged practitioners of right-handed magic, which is still remembered in the figure of Merlin. The archetypal King Aragorn likewise sees a synthesis of various traditions. In his status as a woodland-dwelling exile of royal blood, leading the Grey Company to hunt orcs and wargs in the northern forests before claiming the throne, he has a clear parallel to the earliest versions of King Arthur, predating Joffrey of Monmouth's cycle, as does his sword Anduril to Arthur's Excalibur. While in addition to the biblical parallels mentioned earlier, Tolkien scholars have continued to debate on possible connections to various Anglo-Saxon, Frankish, or Norse historical kings, from Oswald and Alfred the Great to Clovis I and Charles Martel. Regardless, through his characterization, Aragorn, who takes the regnal name Elisar upon his ascension, fulfills the role of the idealized good monarch, combining martial prowess with both justice and mercy, as shown in his pardoning of the guardsman Beregond who disobeys the steward Denethor's insane orders, and later making peace with the vanquished Easterlings and Haradrim, as well as wisdom and prudence in his handling of the ring and the war against Sauron, a noble bearing that nonetheless lacks pretension with his deference to both Frodo and Gandalf at his own coronation, a steadfast commitment to honoring his word, a willingness to risk his own life time and again, even challenging the Dark Lord's armies before the Black Gate to aid the Ringbearer's quest, and a recognition that his exalted status confers not a license to exploit those under his rule, but an obligation to ensure their safety and prosperity. In a further extension of his partial Christ-like role, as well as drawing on ancient Germanic and Celtic beliefs about kingship. Aragorn even possesses the ability to heal those afflicted by the otherwise mortal wounds of the Ringwraiths through a combination of his royal blood and knowledge of ancient herb lore. And only he is able to master the Palantir and contest the will of Sauron, where Saruman and Denethor are corrupted or driven to madness. The proud and valiant warrior Boromir, meanwhile, is a more tragic figure, who through his desire to protect Gondor and despair over the future attempts to seize the ring from Frodo, only to sacrifice himself protecting Merry and Pippin in atonement when the company is attacked by orcs, confessing his failing to Aragorn as he dies. Distinguished by the Horn of Gondor, his closest parallel from European history is the Frankish knight Roland, who became immortalized in the matter of France for defending the borders of Christendom from the Umayyads, only to be attacked and killed on his way home by local Basques. Both figures die to ambush in the wilderness, attempting to summon aid with their horns only for it to arrive too late. Boromir serves as an indicator of the hubris among Gondor's current ruling class, possessed of good intentions and yet partially convinced that through might and the righteousness of their cause, the use of the enemy's weapon, and therefore his means, are justified, a flaw that his younger brother Faramir overcomes when later encountering Frodo and Sam in the wilds of Ithilien. Rounding out the fellowship are the elvish prince Legolas Greenleaf, son of Thranduil, king of Mirkwood, and the dwarf Gimli, son of Gloin, whose father was one of the companions of Bilbo Baggins on his quest to Erebor. While Legolas serves as a clear example of the members of his own kind, Gimli is more idiosyncratic in lacking the characteristic dwarvish desire for treasure, though still embodying their grim stoicism, and the two, coming from races with a long history of feuding, began as rivals only to gradually shed their prejudices and form one of the strongest friendships of the story. Additionally, providing further evidence that Tolkien was far more aware of literary techniques than many of his detractors would later claim, the 9 members of the Fellowship encompass all of the major narrative registers found throughout the Western canon, with the author switching between these quite easily, often contrasting their differences for comic or dramatic purpose. Canadian literary theorist Northrop Frye, in his highly influential 1957 book Anatomy of Criticism, proposed 5 distinct modes, or manners of comparing the nature of a character and their environment to that of ordinary people. Frye's 5 modes include myth, which features divine figures removed from an earthly environment, as with tales of the Norse gods; romance, featuring characters and environments superior to the ordinary in degree rather than kind, such as the figures of the Arthurian cycle; hymemesis, where characters are superior to ordinary men and yet exist in an ordinary environment, as with Shakespeare's Macbeth; low-mimesis, which features ordinary characters in an ordinary environment, as with Rodion Raskolnikov in Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, or Elizabeth Bennet in Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice; and irony, portraying characters who are beneath the station of the general readership, typically intended either as anti-heroes or comic figures, as with the cases of J.D. Salinger's Holden Caulfield or Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn. The varied and expansive cast of The Lord of the Rings contains clear examples of all 5 modes. Gandalf, Galadriel, and Sauron, all among the most powerful beings in Middle-earth, exist at a divine mode, while Aragorn occupies the rung just below, that of romance. Figures such as Boromir exist in the mode of hymemesis, with Frodo at low-mimesis, while both Samwise Gamgee and Smeagol/Gollum, for very different reasons, often exist in the ironic mode, occasionally joined by Merry, Pippin, and even Bilbo Baggins. Scholar Tom Shippey makes particular note of the breadth of mode being employed in the 2nd chapter of Book 2, The Council of Elrond, where Tolkien employs all 5 modes in manners that both complement and contrast with one another to both provide extensive information about the world of Middle-earth and the history and nature of the Ring, while also going to great lengths to characterize many of the major figures in the narrative, and establish several future conflicts and subplots that will be addressed and resolved over the course of the remaining story. The character of Smeagol or Gollum embodies Tolkien's exploration of moral conflict in a particularly unique way, being one of the most distinctive creatures in all of fantasy fiction. Befitting this, his origins strongly echo the biblical story of the first murder, by which Cain kills his brother Abel out of jealousy for God's favor. It was actually Smeagol's relative, Deagol, who discovered the ring, only to be murdered by the weak-willed former, who then managed to retain it for over 500 years in seclusion beneath the Misty Mountains. As the ring racked his mind, Smeagol developed a secondary personality, Gollum, and his will was virtually withered to nothingness under the domination of Sauron's weapon. Gollum is, effectively, a flesh-and-blood counterpart to a ringwraith, and in showcasing the effects of succumbing to the ring, he serves as an effective shadow to Frodo, demonstrating the potential future of the young hobbit should he too fail. But Smeagol, despite his cowardice and selfishness, retains a hint of his former moral being, which Frodo, through his compassion, manages to gradually draw forth. Sam, rightfully skeptical, albeit often overly cruel, unwittingly stifles the emergence of the better half of Gollum, while Frodo very nearly manages to save the poor creature, until the tragic moment in the Forbidden Pool in the hidden fortress of Henneth Anun. Frodo, watching alongside the rangers who have captured him, lures Smeagol into their grasp in order to spare him death, but the perceived betrayal allows Gollum to reassert himself, whereby he deliberately leads the two hobbits into the lair of the monstrous spider Shelob. Though Tolkien denied any influence from Wagner, Gollum does bear some similarities to the character of Mime from Der Ring des Nibelungen, a scheming dwarf obsessed with a cursed treasure. Nonetheless, for all the critical talk of the absence of moral nuance, Smeagol, or Gollum, exists at the center of Tolkien's complex exploration of external evil and inner temptation, fate and chance, redemption and sacrifice. Beyond this, nearly all of the locations, characters, and events contain some connection to European history, mythology, or folklore, while being distinctive incarnations integrated fully into Tolkien's narrative. The elven realm of Lothlorien, in which time seems to stand still and all visitors feel refreshed, while men from distant kingdoms remain wary of their magic, both draws on and subverts the long-standing tradition of the realm of Faerie being a perilous place where mortals may find that days within pass like years outside, or vice versa. And the Lady Galadriel has some limited resemblance to the Virgin Mary, mother of Jesus, while the lembas bread she distributes parallels the Eucharist by nourishing the heroes while evoking disgust in the corrupted Gollum. The crumbling realm of Khazad-dûm, long abandoned by the dwarves, teeming with hordes of goblins and creatures far darker, is a fantastically enlarged depiction of the underground city trope that has populated tales of adventure and even horror for well over a century. On the subject of horror, the fog-shrouded Barrow Downs both incorporate the local features of the landscape that attest to England's ancient past, and utilize the Norse concept of the Draugr, undead warriors who hate the living, while Aragorn and the Grey Company's passage through Dunharrow to the Stone of Erech both echoes the harrowing of hell after Jesus' crucifixion, and features the motif of the ghostly army that has appeared everywhere from Germanic folklore to legends about the Battle of Mons in the First World War. Similarly, the Dead Marshes, strewn with the bodies of elves, men, and orcs, all of whom seem to rest uneasily, is a landscape consciously drawn from Tolkien's recollections of the Psalm, while Fangorn, like Mirkwood, conjures the eerie allure and ancient power of the old-growth forests that once dominated large stretches of the continent in antiquity. And the March of the Ents on Isengard is famously inspired by the author's disappointment with how Shakespeare resolved the prophecy in Macbeth of Birnam Wood coming to Dunsinane. Rohan and Gondor, the two principal kingdoms of men, stand to contrast one another, and in some sense embody the two primary civilizational influences on Western Europe, the Germanic and the Roman. Rohan, or the Mark, in their own people's tongue, is clearly heavily based on early Anglo-Saxon England, with one notable exception, that being their reliance on horses. They are a pre-literate, largely tribal society, with a rich tradition of oral poetry, and structures of wood and lighter metals. The Rohirrim come from northern, non-Númenórean stock, allowed to settle further south when their people came to aid the beleaguered kingdom of Gondor under the leadership of Errol the Young. Errol and his people have Anglo-Saxon names, Theoden, Eomer, Erkenbrand, and Elfhelm, though all of Errol's ancestors possess distinctly Gothic names. Gondor, meanwhile, draws on a more extensive array of influences, being a partially medieval society with various fiefdoms, and possessing a far more ancient and lordly sense of pride and gravity befitting imperial Rome. Its ruling class is literate, its archives brimming with ancient tomes of long-forgotten lore, its cities made of stone, its legions the most formidable among the free peoples of Middle-earth. Where Rohan is young, warm, and unrefined, its society exhibiting undisguised emotion, Gondor is cold, aged, and stately, bound up in protocol and rank. The journeys of Merry and Pippin serve to highlight these contrasts, as both end up associating with the ruler of a kingdom, offering them service, and then witnessing said ruler's death. When Merry pledges fealty to Theoden, it is done out of love and accepted warmly, the king of Rohan almost grandfatherly in his manner. He forbids Merry, and his niece Éowyn, from riding to the aid of besieged Minas Tirith. They disobey, and when their lord is mortally wounded by the Witch King, the two vanquish the leader of the Nazgûl. Éowyn herself serves as a distillation of another classic motif, that of the warrior maiden, who disguises herself in order to win battlefield glory, providing a sympathetic and ardent argument in favor of her own path to Aragorn. Pippin, on the other hand, offers his service to Denethor to prove his own worth in the face of the latter's taunts, which is accepted with rigid formality, and when Denethor despairs for the future, dismissing the Hobbit and declaring his intentions to burn himself and his wounded son Faramir alive rather than live to see defeat, Pippin manages to rescue the young lord from the madness of his father with Gandalf's aid. All of this extensive, modified incorporation of history and myth makes the second-to-last chapter, The Scouring of the Shire, all the more fascinating, for it is a distinctly modern tale. When the four hobbits return in triumph to the Shire, they find their idyllic homeland ravaged by pollution and machines, trees torn down, cottages leveled to make way for a sort of proto-tenement housing, and presiding over this are a group of human outsiders, referred to as ruffians, who have apparently made a pact with a select few locals, instituting draconian rules governing travel and speech, confiscating goods for equal distribution, which always seems to favor themselves, and locking up and even torturing anyone who dares to speak out. Drawing on their experiences, the heroes quickly rally the inhabitants of the Shire to rise up, overthrowing the regime and discovering its head, a much diminished Saruman, now a mere petty tyrant going by Sharky, still followed by his wretched servant Grima Wormtongue, or Worm. Frodo urges the others to spare Saruman in memory of what he once was, ordering him away, only for the abused Worm to retaliate and slit Saruman's throat, whereby his spirit rises from the corpse before dissipating. The Scouring of the Shire has often been interpreted as a mere allegory for post-war, Labour government-dominated Britain, facing rationing amidst widespread shortages of many goods and materials, with block housing replacing traditional neighborhoods, many of which were damaged or destroyed during the Blitz. However, it should be noted that Tolkien himself always fiercely resisted such a narrow reading, and while it is possible that he drew on these experiences to some extent, his own notes show the chapter being conceived of well before Clement Attlee's election and the war's end. Rather than simplistic commentary on a specific chapter of British political history, it makes far more sense to interpret the Scouring as a broader reflection of an experience shared by millions throughout the 20th century, that of disillusioned veterans returning to a home left nearly unrecognizable in the face of industrialism and the growth of wartime bureaucracy, which Tolkien feared would naturally perpetuate itself, clawing ever more power away from ordinary people to manage their lives. And despite the relatively effortless triumph of the Hobbits, rife with comments observing that it was easy when everyone resisted together, the entire chapter is tinged with a melancholy undercurrent, both for the largely irreversible damage to the land, and for the hobbits killed in the battle, with Frodo, the savior of Middle-earth, having become so disheartened that he refrains from violence altogether, directing his attention to preventing the victors from slaughtering their surrendering foes. One of the other areas where Tolkien had an immense amount of influence is in the various fantastical races and creatures he either constructed or effectively established the modern conceptions of. Certain medieval traditions held that the elves of Northern European folklore were in fact fallen angels who had departed from heaven but not been swayed to active rebellion by Lucifer, and remained on Earth, capable of good or evil action. Tolkien used a modified approach to this view, with his elves effectively being humans unthreatened by mortality, who nonetheless possess the capacity for sin, and who pave the way for mankind's later ascendance. While elves akin to those of his legendarium, lithe, graceful, human-like figures, associated with the woods and the sea, can be found in ancient literature, from the Renaissance onward, the elf in popular culture had become an increasingly diminutive and whimsical being, often used interchangeably with fairy, pixie, or sprite. But since the publication of The Lord of the Rings, elf has become synonymous with the nearly angelic Tolkienesque elf, a staple of modern fantasy. Likewise with the dwarves, creatures taken from Germanic mythology, who originally varied from living stone to flesh and blood, and from malevolent entities to mighty craftsmen, who could be depicted as stout or of average height. Now another regular showcase of the fantasy genre, nearly all dwarves embody the traits of Tolkien's. Short and bearded, ale-loving, reclusive, industrious miners and craftsmen who value metals and gems and live in mountain fortresses. In his cosmology, the dwarves were fashioned by the Vala Aule without the knowledge of Eru, but in their lacking of the secret fire, they remained mere puppets of their maker with the facsimile of life. Eru chastised the Vala for attempting to usurp the role of the One, but Aule explained that he brought them forth not as subjects to lord over, but out of a desire to share the joys of the world with others and imitate his own creator. When Aule offered to destroy them in a parallel with the biblical story of Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his son Isaac to God, Eru was moved with pity and granted the dwarves a place within creation, though he placed them into a deep slumber so that they would not awaken before his elves. While not as common in Tolkien-inspired literature, the Ent, taken from the Old English word for giant, is one of the author's most unique creations, while the concept of giant spiders, not original to him, was still nonetheless greatly popularized by The Hobbit, and the malevolently intelligent wolf-like wargs are derived from the Old Norse word vargr, which meant both wolf and outlaw. But perhaps his most iconic creation, in terms of species, is that of the orc. Mentioned in Beowulf, the word comes from Anglo-Saxon, where it means demon, evil spirit, or goblin, and was possibly derived from the Latin orcus, for demon. Tolkien not only revived the term for modern use, but put a radically new spin on it, with his orcs being the degenerated, human-like foot soldiers of the Dark Lord Morgoth, and his eventual successor Sauron. As referenced in the earlier quotation from Frodo, it was Tolkien's belief that evil could not properly create, but could rather only corrupt that which already existed, and as such, the author agonized over the true nature of orcs as he developed the legendarium, even after the publication of The Lord of the Rings. Where exactly did they come from? Could they reproduce naturally, like elves and men? And perhaps most importantly, were they capable of overcoming evil? His son Christopher Tolkien, in Morgoth's Ring, the 10th volume of the History of Middle-earth series, reveals that his father's final word on orcs was that they were in fact corrupted men, from stock originally tortured and twisted by Morgoth, and therefore still technically capable of goodness and redemption, even if this was extremely rare, practically unheard of. Tolkien even wrote that elves and men should be considered morally obligated to treat orcs who surrendered and pled for mercy in a humane manner, albeit cautiously, though he was not certain if such a case had ever arisen. Referencing this, scholar Tom Shippey notes that orcs, for all their malevolence, still seem to recognize goodness and operate off of a standard moral framework, detesting cowards and backstabbers, cursing elves for supposedly abandoning their own friends, having a sense of camaraderie, and referring to enemies of Sauron as rebels, even if they always find excuses for their own evil actions. This echoes C.S. Lewis's observations in his book The Problem of Pain, in which he discusses the nature of evil, arguing for the Augustinian view of it being merely the absence of good, for he notes that no one truly justifies their evil actions in the name of evil, but rather makes excuses for why their murder, or assault, or theft, or lie was appropriate given the circumstances. The word orc is only used once in The Hobbit, with the more standard goblin being favored there, but The Lord of the Rings catapulted the concept into the center of modern fantasy, which in the succeeding decades has seen numerous highly distinctive takes on the creature, in addition to plenty which owe a much larger degree of inspiration to Tolkien's work. Lastly, one of the defining features of The Lord of the Rings, and especially one that makes it stand out amidst the myriad works which have since trod the paths blazed by Tolkien, is the appearance of mythical and historical depth, though in this case, appearance might not be entirely accurate a term. Any true epic work will always exist against a much larger cultural and historical backdrop, which despite only being glimpsed in the story itself, remains consistent enough for audiences to follow and recognize as authentic because it actually does exist beyond the confines of the story, as is the case with The Matter of France or the Arthurian cycle. But in the realm of non-folkloric fiction, with works composed by a single author, storylines tend to only concern that which is directly relevant to the narrative. This suffices for tales set in the real world, whereby readers can draw on their own knowledge, or authors themselves can simply adapt real-world information to provide context. But Tolkien was engaged in something extremely rare, writing in a secondary world, and using an approach that had never before been attempted, though it perhaps had a precursor in the mystic cosmology of English Romantic poet William Blake. The reason the world of The Lord of the Rings appears so real, the reason the main narrative and all of its myriad threads appear to take place amidst a setting with proper depth, is because that depth is actually there. The massive epic that properly introduced Tolkien's creation to the world is but a chronicle of a few years at the end of his cycle's third age, a crucial but still relatively limited snapshot of an immensely larger mythology that the author was able to draw on in order to construct this latest tale. The histories of various kingdoms, rivalries and conflicts between different races, lives of great rulers or warriors, both noble and vile, and legends of heroic deeds stretching back over 6,000 years color everything that occurs in The Lord of the Rings, providing a historical backdrop for the story of the War of the Ring that aids immensely in the illusion of the secondary world being, for lack of a better term, real. From Gimli and Legolas's initial tensions, to Aragorn's references to the tale of Beren and Luthien, which his own romance with the elf maiden Arwen is meant to mirror, and from allusions to the mighty warrior Turin Turambar, the vanished lands of Beleriand, or the destruction of Morgoth's fortress of Thangorodrim, to the relevance of the fall of Numenor to the plot lines in Gondor. Everything readers encounter in The Lord of the Rings gives the impression of a much wider, internally consistent world that lies beyond what is directly experienced. And this powerful effect was accomplished precisely because there was far more to Middle-earth than the events of the Third Age's ending, the completion of which the author himself had been laboring toward for the majority of his life, and would continue to do so until his death. Tolkien's fantasy epic was published in 3 separate hardback volumes. The first, The Fellowship of the Ring, on July 29, 1954. The second, The Two Towers, on November 11th of the same year. And the third, The Return of the King, on October 20th, 1955. For all of Stanley Unwin's understandable doubts as to his latest investment, The Lord of the Rings quickly sold out its initial printing run, but the reception from the literary world was sharply divided. That someone of Tolkien's religious beliefs and political persuasions would be controversial in the landscape of post-war Europe is unsurprising, but most interesting of all is that, while a few of the author's harshest critics did either outright mention, or unsubtly betray, ideological motivations, the ranks of Tolkien's supporters, both among the literati and general readership, cut remarkably broadly across lines of class, faith, and political orientation. In addition to positive reviews in a few larger publications, the Sunday Times and Sunday Telegraph in England, and the New York Herald Tribune in the United States, those who championed the novel publicly included Tolkien's famous Christian apologist friend C.S. Lewis, the British novelist and poet Richard Hughes, celebrated Anglo-American poet W.H. Auden, left-wing Anglo-Irish novelist Iris Murdoch, Scottish writer and labor activist Naomi Mitchison, and Michael Straight, writer for the American progressive magazine The New Republic. In his review titled The Gods Return to Earth, Lewis opened rather dramatically, declaring, "This book is like lightning from a clear sky, as sharply different, as unpredictable in our age as Songs of Innocence were in theirs. To say that in it heroic romance, gorgeous, eloquent, and unashamed, has suddenly returned at a period almost pathological in its anti-romanticism is inadequate. To us, who live in that odd period, the return, and the sheer relief of it, is doubtless the important thing. But in the history of romance itself, a history which stretches back to the Odyssey and beyond, it makes not a return but an advance or revolution, the conquest of new territory." Standing in firm opposition was a similarly eclectic alliance of personalities. Edmund Wilson Jr., the left-wing American literary critic and journalist who was openly hostile towards organized religion, referred to The Lord of the Rings as juvenile trash. Scottish poet Edwin Muir, himself a devout Christian and more aligned with Tolkien's beliefs regarding tradition, conceded that the tale was extraordinary, but harshly criticized what he viewed as the simplicity of its characterization and morality, and lack of supposed sexual maturity. Feminist scholar Catherine Stimson effectively accused Tolkien of endorsing fascism. Meanwhile, one of his fellow Inklings, the conservative Anglican academic Hugo Dyson, grew to despise the novel during its drafting for its perceived blandness and melodrama, eventually dissuading Tolkien from reading excerpts to the group when he was present. The true division, it seemed, was not left versus right, but of elitism versus populism, for as wide swaths of the literary establishment sneered, sales for The Lord of the Rings only continued to rise, a fact made all the more impressive by its extensive length and prohibitive costs, with prospective readers during the pre-paperback years needing to purchase 3 hardback volumes. The trend in America mirrored that of Britain, but a new development in the following decade would spark a rather peculiar controversy that ironically only furthered the success of Middle-earth. International copyright regulations in the early 1960s were not as strong as they are in the 21st century, and this left Tolkien's writings vulnerable to unscrupulous actors in the publishing world across the Atlantic. Donald Wollheim, editor of the science fiction publisher Ace Books, took note of the rising popularity of Tolkien in the United States, and, claiming that the work had not been properly copyrighted in the country, issued his own unauthorized edition, which quickly began raking in revenue. Tolkien's own publisher soon learned of this, but the author's increased fame provided a unique avenue to combat this theft. Letters from American fans continued to flood across his desk, and he was already in the habit of answering many. So as Ballantine Books raced to prepare authorized mass-market paperback editions of The Lord of the Rings for release, the author began urging readers to boycott Ace Books, and spread the word to fellow enthusiasts of Middle-earth. The result was so overwhelming that, within a few months, Wollheim had written to Tolkien apologizing, offering to not only cease the sale of their illegal copies, but pay back royalties on those already sold, an agreement that was quickly accepted. But in the meantime, the controversy had generated further publicity for the 3-volume epic, especially among the populations of American college campuses, which were swelling with the coming of age of the generation born during the baby boom following the Second World War. This affiliation with the 60s counterculture certainly didn't help convince Tolkien's detractors in the literary establishment of his work's serious nature or artistic merit, with many assuming that The Lord of the Rings, like the hippie movement, was merely a passing fad. Tolkien himself was less than thrilled about the association of his legendarium with sexual liberation and drug culture, but he did admit a nuanced degree of sympathy for the younger generation in his private letters, acknowledging that their radicalism was a result of disenchantment with the highly mechanized and materialistic society they were entering into. Aside from the immense and rising literary stardom, Tolkien's life continued on much as before, with a notable exception being his once close relationship with C.S. Lewis. In 1954, Lewis went to Cambridge's Magdalen College to accept the chair in medieval and Renaissance literature, and the two were thus unable to see each other often, though Lewis provided encouraging commentary on Tolkien's drafts, and publicly championed The Lord of the Rings in reviews for each of the 3 volumes. The more literarily critical Tolkien, however, did not always hold his friend's work in the same regard, for while he appreciated Lewis's space trilogy, he was never able to enjoy the more famous Narnia works, which he felt had cobbled together disparate mythologies, and relied far too heavily on direct Christian allegory, though he did later recommend them to some readers, and even lament that he himself could not enjoy them. Additionally, conflicts within the Inklings, which had brought the meetings to an end before Lewis's departure for Cambridge, as well as Tolkien's belief that Lewis was too impressionable and held lingering anti-Catholic prejudices, had caused some strain. Nonetheless, the two did remain in contact during Tolkien's work on The Lord of the Rings, and he even sent Lewis the final manuscript to hear his thoughts. But arguably the biggest wedge in their relationship was Lewis's marriage to Christian convert Helen Joy Davidman. An American secular Jew and former communist activist, Davidman and her estranged husband had converted to Christianity partly because of the influence of Lewis's work, only for the two to divorce, whereupon Davidman moved to England. There she became friends with Lewis, who eventually consented to marry her privately in a civil ceremony when her visa was denied for renewal, a fact he kept from most of his friends for over a year. But when Joy, as longtime bachelor Jack Lewis knew her, was diagnosed with cancer, he realized that he had fallen in love with the woman, and married her in an Anglican ceremony. She then ended up making what the two viewed as a miraculous recovery, and the pair was given 3 years of happiness together before her cancer recurred, this time fatally. To the Catholic Tolkien, this marriage presented numerous problems, as not only was Joy divorced, something not allowed in the Catholic Church, but Lewis had concealed the arrangement from many of his companions until well afterwards, and initially only married the woman for immigration purposes. Thus the long-lasting and highly influential friendship between the two great writers diminished, though there were brief, somewhat awkward visits as Lewis's health began to fail after the death of his wife, and Tolkien himself lamented the waning of their companionship in the aftermath of Lewis's own passing. In the meantime, the health of Tolkien's wife Edith continued to decline. Ironically, given the strain the relationship caused their husbands, she actually met and befriended Lewis's wife Joy during a hospital stay. Tolkien's time remained split between devoting increasing care to Edith, managing his duties as professor, continuing work on the still unfinished Silmarillion, and answering the steadily growing volume of fan mail that continued to pile up. One of his other major undertakings during this period of life was his work as a collaborator on the Jerusalem Bible, a translation for English Catholics that would be published in 1966. Father Alexander Jones, the priest heading the project, had loved The Lord of the Rings so much that he wanted Tolkien on the team for his philological expertise. Accepting, Tolkien became acquainted with Hebrew in order to translate the Book of Jonah from 1957 to 1961, and though his drafts underwent subsequent edits, he remained credited in the final edition. Tolkien finally retired from his Oxford chair in 1959, but the move left him bereft of the social circles he had relied on, and, as seen in his own letters, he became more prone to bouts of depression, only worsened by the direction he saw the world going in. The continued destruction of the environment, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and increasing secularization and commercialization of society left him feeling less and less hope for the future, a disillusionment that was only exacerbated by the reaction of the Catholic Church. During the Second Vatican Council, held from 1962 to 1965, the Church underwent a series of major reforms aimed at updating its approach to the modern, increasingly secular world. Many of the changes, particularly the abandonment of Latin for much of the liturgy, alienated the more traditionally oriented Tolkien and caused him a great deal of consternation. Torn between his belief in deference to the Church's teachings and his feelings that they were making mistakes, he generally resigned himself to complacency, though resisted where he saw fit, continuing, as one of his grandsons remembered years later, to answer loudly in Latin when the rest of the congregation spoke English. In 1967, he published his final work of fiction, the novella Smith of Wootton Major, a semi-allegorical tale on the nature of faerie that has since been applied to everything from Christianity to his academic field of philology. By the end of the decade, Tolkien had become fairly wealthy from the success of The Lord of the Rings, though the overwhelming majority of his profits still went to the government, something he complained about several times throughout his letters. In 1968, he and Edith moved to the upper-middle-class seaside resort of Bournemouth, an environment that Tolkien's wife greatly preferred to Oxford, though Tolkien himself lamented the loss of his academic social circles. Here, they enjoyed occasional visits with friends or their grandchildren, but despite the positive change of scenery, Edith's health continued to decline. She died on November 29, 1971, and was buried in Oxford's Wolvercote Cemetery. Having lived through both tremendous difficulties and joys at her side for nearly half a century, Tolkien was naturally distraught over Edith's passing, mentioning in letters to his sons that he found himself constantly thinking of turning to her to share some new thought, only to remember that she was gone. On her tombstone, he had the name Luthien engraved below her own, an allusion to the most personal tale of his epic mythology that still remained unfinished. In early 1972, Merton College offered Tolkien the position of honorary fellow, which he accepted. Moving back to Oxford, the author resumed work on the Silmarillion in collaboration with his son Christopher, who was living nearby, and whom he appointed to ensure his legacy. In the spring of 1972, he traveled to Buckingham Palace to be inducted into the chivalric Most Excellent Order of the British Empire as a commander by Queen Elizabeth II for his literary achievements. Shortly afterward, he received an honorary doctorate of letters from Oxford for his contributions to philology. The Tolkien family had a history of longevity, and the author assumed that he would have quite a number of years to see his life's work to completion, but it was not to be. In late 1972, he was troubled by severe indigestion, and between health concerns and his growing loneliness, those around the professor noted his deepening depressive tendencies. In late August, he returned to Bournemouth to stay with the doctor and his wife who had helped care for Edith. On the night of August 30th, he felt sharp pains in his stomach, and was taken to the hospital the following morning, diagnosed with an acute bleeding gastric ulcer, complicated shortly by a chest infection. His eldest son John Francis and daughter Priscilla rushed to his side, sharing his final hours. Early that Sunday, September 2nd, 1973, John Ronald Reuel Tolkien died at the age of 81. He was buried next to his wife in Oxford, and beneath his name, his tombstone bore the epithet Baron. Tolkien's Requiem Mass was held in Oxford on September 6th, said by his son, Father John Francis Reuel Tolkien, assisted by the late author's friend Father Robert Murray, and his own parish priest, Monsignor Doran. It might have been assumed that no further entries in the tale of Middle-earth would be forthcoming, but Tolkien's legacy had been placed into the hands of a capable and dedicated steward. Over the next 4 years, Christopher Tolkien would go through his father's extensive range of notes and drafts, doing his best to compile the most up-to-date version of the various components of his mythology into the Silmarillion, which would release on September 15, 1977. The first two sections, the Ainulindale, or Account of Creation, and Vala Quenta, or Elaboration on the Pantheon, remained largely consistent over the many decades of their existence. In the former, Eru Ilúvatar brings forth Ea, that which is, mirroring the biblical account of creation in Genesis, though notably, in Tolkien's cosmology, the angelic hosts of the Ainur play an active part in assisting the Creator, and the initial fall, preceding that of mankind, arises when the Vala Melkor, given the greatest power and knowledge of his kind, attempts to usurp the divine plan of the One. The Quenta Silmarillion comprises the following sections, and details the first age of Middle-earth, in which the planet of Arda, fashioned by the Valar and initially lit by the two lamps, is ravaged in a war for supremacy against Melkor and his followers. Eventually, the other Valar retire to Aman in the west, and one of their number, Yavanna, creates 2 trees to light Valinor, leaving the rest of the world in darkness. It is thus under the stars that the elves, the first children of Iluvatar, awaken in Middle-earth. Fearing to leave the elves under the influence of Melkor, the Valar march in force across the sea and defeat the renegade, bringing him back as a captive and inviting the elves to join them in Valinor. Many of their number began the journey in 3 great hosts, though some remain behind, sundering their people into the Calaquendi, or light elves, who have seen the light of the 2 trees, and the Moraquendi, or dark elves, those who have not. It is in Valinor that Fëanor, one of the Noldor and the son of their king, becomes one of the principal characters of Tolkien's mythology. Utilizing the light of the 2 trees, he fashions the Silmarils, 3 jewels of unmatched magnificence. These become his prized possessions, and he grows both proud and jealous, eventually being banished to the north for his belligerence. Meanwhile, Melkor, languishing for millennia in captivity, is eventually released after feigning repentance, and begins to subtly sow the seeds of conflict among the elves of Valinor. Eventually, he conspires with the monstrous spider Ungoliant to kill the 2 trees and drain their light during a festival, stealing the Silmarils, killing Fëanor's father, King Finwë, and then fleeing back to Middle-earth. Refusing the pleas of the Valar to surrender the Silmarils in order to restore the trees, only to learn that his masterworks have been stolen and his father murdered, Fëanor and his 7 sons swear an oath that they shall seek vengeance against anyone who withholds the gems from their family, and muster the Noldor to march back to Middle-earth in pursuit of Melkor, whom they name Morgoth, the Black Enemy. On the way, they seize the ships of the Teleri, resulting in the first bloodshed between elves in Valinor, and later abandon a following host, forcing their kin to brave the treacherous ice passage. Settling Middle-earth, the Noldor come into conflict with both Morgoth's legions and the Sindar, or Grey Elves who never journeyed to Valinor, and though the former initially triumph against their foe, Fëanor is slain during the siege of Morgoth's fortress of Angband in the frozen north. Thus follows a long series of wars, in which despite the awakening of men, who arrive from the east and become embroiled in the tale, Morgoth eventually breaks the siege of Angband, and slowly subsumes the continent under his shadow. It is here that the major narrative sections of the Quenta Silmarillion are found. The tale of Beren and Luthien, whereby the mortal man Beren falls in love with the elf maiden Luthien, and manages to steal a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown to win her hand in marriage. The tragic tale of Turin Turambar and the fall of Doriath, and the tale of Tuor and the fall of Gondolin, whereby another human-elf pairing, that of Tuor and Idril, produces Erendil. After the family escapes the destruction of the elvish fortress city of Gondolin, Erendil marries Elwing, a descendant of Beren and Luthien, who still possesses the Silmaril her father recovered, which enables her husband to sail back to Valinor. There, he pleads with the Valar to save Middle-earth from Morgoth's tyranny, and the Dark Lord is finally overthrown, cast into the void, from which he will eventually return to fight in the Dagor Dagorath, the prophesied climactic battle between good and evil at the end of time. This is followed by the Akalabeth, the account of the downfall of Numenor wrought by Morgoth's servant Sauron in the Second Age, and lastly a brief synopsis of the forging of the Rings of Power, as well as the events of the Third Age that resulted in Sauron's destruction. Similarly to the Lord of the Rings, one of the central motifs of the Silmarillion is a warning against the temptation of possessiveness, for both the primary antagonistic figure of Melkor or Morgoth, and arguably the mightiest and most talented of the elves, Fëanor, share the same principal flaw. The elves of the Third Age retain but a shadow of their earlier power and glory, which come with their own dangers, and no figure in the cycle, not even Morgoth, begins as evil. That being said, the Silmarillion is undeniably a far more challenging read than the more narratively focused The Lord of the Rings, even more so given its unfinished nature. Tolkien's son Christopher was left with the immensely difficult task of wading through decades worth of different, often unfinished or contradictory, variations of the same tales, which ironically does serve the author's original purpose of presenting the collection as if it were authentically salvaged from the depths of history by later editors. The common comparison to the Bible is not without reason, given its combination of creation stories, narrative episodes, genealogies, and historical annals. and there are references to tales and poems that are never elaborated on, furthering the impression of an even wider world that remains lost to time. Many critics didn't know what to make of the work upon its publication, and fans of Tolkien's Legendarium largely greeted it with cautious respect, though in time its esteem has risen thanks to the work of scholars exploring its depths for thematic richness and narrative interlace, as well as revelations about the process of its lengthy and troubled construction. Christopher Tolkien would continue to safeguard his father's legacy until his own death on January 16, 2020, editing and publishing both a collection of J.R.R. Tolkien's unfinished tales, as well as the 12-volume History of Middle-earth series, providing a wealth of material for scholars and fans interested in understanding and exploring the long and troubled development of Tolkien's Legendarium. He would later revisit the three most narratively expansive tales in the Silmarillion in a series of publications that only ceased a little more than a year before his death at age 95. The Children of Húrin, The Tale of Beren and Luthien, and The Fall of Gondolin. And a more detailed account of the Akallabeth would be released in 2022, with the publication of The Fall of Númenor. While overall his works have been remarkably popular since publication, Tolkien's critical reception as an author, like that of many other figures now esteemed among the pantheon of Western literature, has seen a remarkable turnaround in the decades since the release of The Lord of the Rings. The uneasily calm 1950s, in which the Western world was collectively catching its breath and reflecting after the devastation of the Second World War, and into which Tolkien's epic appeared, saw a split reaction from the literary establishment that largely maligned Tolkien as an antiquarian writing juvenile, escapist fiction, as detailed in the prior section. Conversely, some of the earliest attempts to lend artistic legitimacy to The Lord of the Rings insisted on an allegorical interpretation, most often for either the recent war or the developing Cold War, though Tolkien himself continued to denigrate this lens, pointing out that if the ring were an allegory for either military might or nuclear weapons, his story would have featured the Free Peoples allying with Saruman, and using the ring to defeat and occupy Mordor rather than destroying both, while the renegade wizard would afterward have developed his own ring, resulting in a new stalemate. As Tolkien's popularity rose amidst the upheaval of the 1960s, with the first generation born after the World Wars now coming of age and entering universities and the workforce, the spiritually rich environment of Middle-earth, with its climactic battles between good and evil and unabashed implicit criticisms of modernity, became a rallying point for disaffected youths. Though the socially liberal younger generation longed for spiritual fulfillment beyond what they saw as the narrow confines of the organized religion, in many ways already largely divested of authentic faith, held by their parents and grandparents, their rebellion against the status quo found a common ally in the traditionalist Catholic Tolkien. The author's unintended association with youth protest movements did little to endear him to the often highly elitist cultural world, and by the time of his death in 1973, despite having sold millions of copies and inspired a wave of imitators, The Lord of the Rings was rarely considered to have literary merit by well-regarded academics. The 1970s saw the further development of the fantasy boom sparked by Tolkien, and it was amidst this era, as the ranks of the older modernist establishment were gradually supplanted by postmodernists, that perceptions began to change. Literary modernism, which had dominated high culture since the First World War, focused on the experience of individual people amidst the social, political, and technological upheaval of the early 20th century. Postmodernism, meanwhile, had begun to flourish after the Second World War, and steadily became adopted by the literary world throughout the 1960s. And though its very nature makes it difficult to properly define, one of its most widely recognized hallmarks is the rejection of overarching grand narratives and hierarchies of meaning or value, including those within the arts. While some championed Tolkien's radically inventive vision for breaking with the constraints of modernism, the author simultaneously began to draw more ire along ideological lines, with a number of critics attacking his writings as being racist, sexist, or fascist, almost invariably relying on extensive extrapolation or misrepresentation. Some feminist scholars fixated on the largely male casts of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, stories of war and rugged adventure in the ancient world, short-sightedly dismissing his writings as power fantasies for adolescent boys, while either downplaying or outright ignoring the fact that his works both contain a number of important and influential female characters, and have continued to be immensely popular among both male and female readers from their initial publication. And though Tolkien writes with a decidedly pro-Western European perspective, his works both condemn imperial domination of other peoples and highlight a distinction between the monstrous orcs, who embody the worst attributes of human nature broadly, and men of all kinds. While often falling prey to the lies or subjugation of Morgoth and Sauron, the foreign men of Harad, Umbar, Rhûn, and Khand are nonetheless portrayed not as monsters, but human beings, and the people of Gondor, Rohan, and even the humble and peaceful Shire are still capable of succumbing to the same moral failings, which they do throughout the author's bibliography, to say nothing of his extensive personal writings condemning racial supremacism. An example of this reception is found in fantasy author Michael Moorcock's 1978 essay Epic Pooh, where he draws comparisons with A. A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh children's stories, castigating Tolkien, along with C.S. Lewis and Richard Adams, author of Watership Down. In an extremely narrow-minded and simplistic analysis, Moorcock accuses the trio, primarily on the basis of his own political bias, of writing works utterly lacking in stylistic talent and serving only to comfort rather than to challenge. Ironically, some of the authors Moorcock cited favorably, including Terry Pratchett and Ursula K. Le Guin, despite their own strong disagreements with many of Tolkien's views, nonetheless immensely respected his merits as a writer, and the condescension directed at his legendarium was not always politically motivated. Harold Bloom, one of the most influential literary critics in the English-speaking world, who himself took a fairly traditional approach to the Western canon, expressed confusion over the continued appeal of Tolkien, and hardly thought The Lord of the Rings worthy of much examination. The trend of mainstream academic rejection continued into the 1980s, but it was joined by a new development, the emergence of proper Tolkien scholarship, with the publication of Tom Shippey's The Road to Middle-earth in 1982, and Verlyn Flieger's Splintered Light the following year. Tolkien had seen prior defenses in a scholarly style in the 1970s, including Paul Coker's Master of Middle-earth, but these two books, along with a number of papers published in journals such as Mythlore and Malorn, drew more attention to both the narrative craft and thematic complexity of Tolkien's writings. This field continued to grow throughout the 1990s, and by the turn of the millennium, it was becoming increasingly difficult to deny the author's status as one of the most important literary figures of the prior century. Despite myriad predictions by naysayers over the years, Tolkien's popularity among the general public never waned, and he continued to inspire protest movements both in the Western world and throughout the Soviet bloc. The slogans "Frodo lives" and "Another piece of Mordor" were used in demonstrations opposing land development, and, despite heavy censorship, his works found their way into communist-dominated Eastern Europe. In the Soviet Union, The Lord of the Rings was only officially available through a heavily altered version of the Fellowship of the Ring, with its contents deemed politically dangerous by the ruling class. But dissidents operating through the underground Samizdat system circulated illegal copies of English and Polish translations. A proper Russian-language version was not available until 1991, though Russian Tolkien scholars Maria Kamenkovich and Olga Markova recount the influence that Tolkien's writings had on the younger generation that helped to bring about the communist empire's dissolution from within. By the end of the Cold War, with dozens of extant translations of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, numerous national Tolkien societies had been established in America and across much of Europe, organizing events, encouraging discussion, and furthering the reach and popularity of his writings. Of note is that his reception among non-English-speaking literary and academic circles was often far less hostile than that found within the Anglosphere, with university-level study arising far earlier in countries like the Netherlands, Sweden, and Poland. Queen Margrethe II of Denmark, an avowed Tolkien admirer, provided illustrations to the Danish translation of The Lord of the Rings, while a particularly well-regarded Japanese translation by poet Taiji Seta established a foothold for the fandom beyond the bounds of the Western world. In 1996, the British bookstore chain Waterstones, in conjunction with Channel 4, conducted a poll from among 26,000 readers to determine the greatest book of the century. The membership-based publisher The Folio Society did likewise from its own 10,000 members. Both, to the chagrin of much of the literary world, resulted in The Lord of the Rings taking the top spot. A series of follow-up polls across both the UK and US over the next few years consistently repeated the results, with Tolkien's epic coming in second place only once, to the Bible. The initial establishment reaction to these polls largely mirrored that which greeted the book's surprise success upon publication, with figures from Auberon Waugh of the Literary Review to feminist scholar Germaine Greer lamenting it with dramatic flair, often dripping with undisguised scorn for ordinary people, especially ironic given the accusations of classism often leveled at Tolkien by the very same figures, describing the author's success as horrific and a nightmare. But the tide was turning. Medievalist and Tolkien scholar Tom Shippey's 2001 book, Tolkien, Author of the Century, laid out one of the most comprehensive and easily digestible cases for his fellow philologist's skill, popularity, and influence in a publication that was well received across the board. Though Shippey meant to establish Tolkien as an author of the century, in rebutting claims that he did not address concerns relevant to modern people, the title does have a double meaning, playing on a statement by the aforementioned critic Germaine Greer. It has been my nightmare that Tolkien would turn out to be the most influential writer of the century. Shippey notes that foremost among Tolkien's sins in the eyes of the literary establishment was that he not only challenged their authority as arbiters of quality and taste, but rejected the fundamental assumptions of the modernist worldview and its postmodern successors. A commitment to secularism and materialism, the belief that mankind possesses the ability to determine its own fate free of the constraints of human nature, and a grand narrative of progress underscored by faith in scientific and technological advancement, in the case of modernism, or a rejection of any grand narratives in favor of dismantling hierarchies of power, in the case of postmodernism. Additionally, while Tolkien employs dramatic and situational irony frequently throughout The Lord of the Rings, most notably in the importance of the diminutive, unassuming hobbits in saving Middle-earth, the novel itself and the author's approach to writing it, his depictions of good and evil, heroism and tragedy, are never anything but wholly sincere. His approach eschews the pervasive irony and obsessive self-awareness that characterizes so much of 20th century literature, by which the highest ideal a writer can aspire to is to show ironic detachment from the subjects of their work, as if to demonstrate that one is above it all. An approach Tolkien believed either showed a lack of sincere conviction, or belied a fear of genuine emotional expression, because in a deeper sense, to truly care about something is to make oneself vulnerable. Ordinary people have never fully bought into this obsession with rejecting sincerity in favor of irreverence, or with the broader trend of incessantly deconstructing the stories, tropes, and motifs that lay at the heart of their civilization. Better than almost anyone else, Tolkien knew the importance of storytelling in ensuring a bedrock for any culture, offering shared experiences worth celebrating that simultaneously help to make sense of an often confusing and frightening world, allowing room to explore and refine an understanding of the boundaries of right and wrong, preparing its members to endure the inherent challenges and suffering of the human experience, while providing heroes that they can aspire to imitate. In 2003, the BBC conducted the most extensive poll yet among the British public, the Big Read, which received 750,000 votes. The Lord of the Rings came in first, with 23%, slightly ahead of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. The Hobbit came in 25th. By then, it was clear that there was a sharp divide between the ordinary reading public and the circles of high culture, one that had endured for nearly half a century, and even the ranks of the latter had shifted to welcome those more ready to treat Tolkien's writings seriously, with many of his detractors taking more nuanced stances on the scope of his achievements. Within the literary world, it had also become far more acceptable, and in fact commonplace, for highly regarded authors of myriad genres and styles to acknowledge their debts to the maker of Middle-earth, with even harsh critics such as speculative fiction authors David Brin and China Miéville nonetheless acknowledging the man's talents, despite objecting to his worldview. If Tolkien had been writing as a mere unthinking reactionary, crafting childish, comforting escapist fantasies, he would never have included such distinctly modern warnings about the dangers of accumulated power in even those with the purest of intentions or noblest of principles, nor would he have rejected imperial domination of his own group over others. He would have simply portrayed foreign humans as unambiguously evil, rather than invite introspection about the motivations of others and the origins of conflict, even in the case of the orcs. And he would have celebrated martial prowess and warfare in their own right, rather than valuing the former and condoning the latter only as a means to resist evil. It appears to be no coincidence that the ethical claims of his harshest critics are rebutted rather brilliantly by Faramir, the young captain of Gondor with whom Tolkien, according to his own letters, most personally identified. I would see the white tree in flower again in the courts of the kings, and the silver crown return, and Minas Tirith in peace, Minas Anor again as of old, full of light, high and fair, beautiful as a queen among other queens, not a mistress of many slaves, nay, not even a kind mistress of willing slaves. War must be, while we defend our lives against a destroyer who would devour all. But I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend, the city of the men of Numenor, and I would have her loved for her memory, her ancientry, her beauty, and her present wisdom. Not feared, save as men may fear the dignity of a man old and wise. As early as the 1990s, many universities across the Western world were already offering courses and accepting doctoral theses and dissertations analyzing the writings of J.R.R. Tolkien. and by the mid-2000s, the field of Tolkien studies had become well entrenched in the world of academia, an entire discipline in its own right, with hundreds of figures and thousands of scholarly publications, and the author's influence had spread so wide in the realm of popular culture as to effectively be absorbed into the backdrop of the modern world. While fantasy as a genre did exist in the century prior to his own career, The Lord of the Rings essentially established the modern incarnation of the genre, setting up the new perspective against which all of those coming after Tolkien would either imitate or react to. Speculative fiction itself, something that before Tolkien's time was dismissed as being for children and existed on the fringes of the literary world, has now become a staple of modern culture, largely as a result of his influence. While authors like H.P. Lovecraft, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and Robert Howard won devoted followings in the early years of the 20th century, they never achieved the mass, sustained readership that The Lord of the Rings did until being elevated by the rising tide of fantasy fiction that followed in Tolkien's wake. Before Tolkien, fantasy itself was something generally shunned when it was even discussed in mainstream society, viewed largely as beneath the considerations of the mature, realized adult. In his aftermath, it is almost impossible to escape. For all the inventiveness of his fantastical precursors, such as the works of Andrew Lang, George MacDonald, Lord Dunsany, and William Morris, as well as those of his contemporaries, as with T.H. White's The Once and Future King and C.S. Lewis's The Chronicles of Narnia, it was The Lord of the Rings that truly changed the cultural tide and ushered in a new era. Tolkien's concepts of elves, dwarves, orcs, ents, and hobbits, his reliance on medieval aesthetics, his emphasis on magical artifacts and a well-mapped secondary world, and his utilization of a climactic battle between the forces of good and a reawakened evil long thought to have been vanquished, have all become staples of the genre, the de facto template for any aspiring fantasy writer. Some following in his footsteps verged on outright imitation, as with Terry Brooks' The Sword of Shannara series, while others charted a deliberately distinct course, as is the case with Ursula K. Le Guin's Earthsea books. However, Tolkien's shadow looms so large over fantasy that any author writing within the genre must either choose to follow, respond, or escape. Tad Williams' Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn trilogy, Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series, Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun, Terry Pratchett's Discworld books, Steve Erickson's Malazan Book of the Fallen series, Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials trilogy, and Stephen King's numerous forays into fantasy exemplify the diversity of styles, tones, subgenres, and thematic approaches that have arisen in the following decades, many of which are among the most celebrated and successful works of fiction of the last 70 years. Even more than half a century since the debut of Tolkien's epic, the immense popularity of George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series, itself written as a deconstruction of Tolkien-esque fantasy, showcases the deep-rooted cultural impact of The Lord of the Rings, while Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive books have further continued the ongoing dialogue within the genre, and J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series effectively reshaped the world of young adult literature while furthering the ubiquity of fantasy in popular culture. In a 2010 interview, author Terry Pratchett, whose approach to fantasy is decidedly more whimsical and satirically charged than most, said, "Tolkien appears in the fantasy universe in the same way that Mount Fuji appeared in old Japanese prints, sometimes small, in the distance, and sometimes big and close to, and sometimes not there at all, and that's because the artist is standing on Mount Fuji." Alongside the torrent of writers inspired by Tolkien came larger cultural shifts. Rock bands as popular as Led Zeppelin and Rush incorporated references to Middle-earth in their music, while the later genre of metal and its many offshoots continued to see frequent allusions to the writings of Tolkien and those who followed in his wake. The field of tabletop wargaming evolved into the initially niche but now immensely influential and popular community of role-playing games, most famous among them being Dungeons & Dragons, after Gary Gygax modified his chainmail system with fantasy elements inspired by The Lord of the Rings. The massive success of the 1977 film Star Wars only further catapulted speculative fiction to the forefront of the modern public's awareness, with creator George Lucas speaking openly about the influence of Tolkien's epic on his own storytelling, while the Lord of the Rings trilogy by New Line Cinema remains a monument in its medium, and continues to be hailed as one of the greatest adaptations ever put to film. By the 2020s, works of fantasy, from literature and music to television and cinema, and from video games and comics to trading cards and tabletop miniatures, have become ubiquitous in global culture, among the most popular and commercially successful entries of their respective media. And while many factors and figures played a role in this paradigm shift, J.R.R. Tolkien remains arguably the single most decisive. Long considered impossible to properly adapt to the screen after several prior attempts, including Ralph Bakshi's 1978 animated incarnation, The Lord of the Rings would enjoy even greater worldwide reach in the wake of New Line Cinema's film trilogy adaptation in the early 2000s. Then fairly obscure horror director Peter Jackson, along with co-writers Philippa Boyens and Fran Walsh, produced a screenplay with the primary goal of faithfully translating Tolkien's vision to the medium of film, and after securing financial backing, and with a year of pre-production, shot principal photography for the entire trilogy in New Zealand from 1999 to 2000. At the time, it was an incredible risk, with a budget of $281 million committed to one of the most ambitious and complex projects in cinematic history, helmed by a relatively unknown director and undertaken with a high degree of autonomy, one of the reasons Jackson opted to work in his native New Zealand. His company Weta Workshop produced an extensive array of costumes, armor, weapons, sets, and creature designs, drawing heavy inspiration from the work of longtime Tolkien illustrators Alan Lee, John Howe, and Ted Nasmith, with the former two even joining the project, creating aesthetics for the various peoples and regions of Middle-earth that remained strikingly distinctive while clearly belonging to a coherent world, and retaining a high degree of historical realism. Pioneering techniques in color grading, forced perspective, and the use of miniatures, the trilogy also employed groundbreaking digital effects work, particularly in the motion capture portrayal of Gollum, while relying extensively on practical effects in order to maintain a visual authenticity that has stood the test of time, with a cast largely composed of less prominent actors that fit impeccably into their roles. Accompanying all of this is the score by composer Howard Shore, which over the course of nearly 12 hours manages to beautifully complement Jackson's adaptation. Roughly 100 separate leitmotifs, or brief, unique musical phrases, are employed to distinguish different characters, locations, and cultures, subtly aiding the audience in keeping track of the massive scope and scale of the story. Horns and strings bring an endearing mixture of grandiosity and somber reflectiveness, with choral music employed to elevate the more fantastical elements, as in the ethereal, often hymn-like music accompanying the elves, sung in Tolkien's constructed Elvish languages, or the horrific, overbearing Black Rider theme. Isengard's brutal, martial drum beats are contrasted both against the heroic theme of the Fellowship and arguably the most iconic piece of music Shore composed, the Shire theme. Beginning as a cozy, rustic tune with flutes, whistles, and oboes, it grows in complexity and develops new iterations, relying on cellos as the narrative deepens and the heroes are drawn further from home, reincorporated to incredible emotional effect in some of the trilogy's most tender scenes. Though undeniably deriving a great deal of impact from its association with the story it was composed for, Shore's original soundtrack nonetheless manages a weight and power rivaling that of a Wagnerian opera, and is, unsurprisingly, consistently ranked among the greatest film scores of all time by composers and audiences alike. Regarding the screenplay itself, a prologue voiced by Galadriel provides a basic understanding of the history of the Rings of Power in Middle-earth, while the extensive cast is gradually introduced in regularly timed increments over the course of the first half of the Fellowship of the Ring. While the overall plot structure remains largely intact, disregarding the cutting between the storylines of Sam and Frodo and the others after the breaking of the Fellowship, the earlier sections of the story are streamlined. The Old Forest, the House of Tom Bombadil, and the encounter with the Barrow-wights, each a relatively standalone narrative episode, were removed for the purposes of pacing and tone. Likewise, towards the end the scouring of the Shire is skipped over to avoid impeding the easing tension after the climactic destruction of the ring. The characterization, also largely consistent with the source material, does still see some changes. Aragorn is portrayed as reluctant to take the throne of Gondor, and his love story with Arwen, existing in the book's appendices and only glimpsed in the main narrative, is given a much more prominent focus in the films. Faramir becomes more vulnerable and sorrowful, his sense of inferiority deepened in order to highlight the dangers of the ring, and the contrast between him and his brother. Meanwhile, his father Denethor, the proud, stern yet prudent steward of Gondor, who gradually gives into despair due to the subtle machinations of Sauron through the Palantir, is unfortunately reduced to a more simplistic caricature. Merry and Pippin, especially the latter, are made more comically inept earlier on in order to emphasize their later character growth, and Gimli the dwarf is similarly utilized more for comic relief. A number of storylines are simplified for the sake of time, and many secondary characters such as Prince Imrail of Dol Amroth, Erkenbrand of Rohan, the Elvish Lord Glorfindel, and Elrond's sons Eladon and Elrohir are cut, while a greater emphasis is placed on action scenes, to mixed effect. While a few moments come off as somewhat ridiculous or cartoonish, the decision to involve all of the Fellowship in the ambush at Amon Hen and place it at the end of the first film gives the conclusion much greater dramatic impact. Similarly, many of the most iconic and memorable speeches in the trilogy are either original to the films or composites of various pieces of dialogue from the book. The dying Boromir's dialogue with Aragorn is expanded to make the former even more sympathetic, and his passing even more tragic. Theoden's rousing speech to his riders before the Battle of the Pelennor Fields is cobbled together from several different earlier book chapters, and Aragorn's iconic speech at the Black Gate is entirely invented for the adaptation. All in all, the screenplay by Jackson, Boyens, and Walsh does a remarkable job at capturing the core of Tolkien's epic, only further elevated by the performances of the cast, the incredible work by the legions of concept artists, set and costume designers, film crew, and effects artists, and the phenomenal soundtrack by Howard Shore. While certain decisions remained controversial among diehard elements of the pre-existing Tolkien fandom, the overwhelming response, from longtime readers, general audiences, and film critics, was extremely positive. The initial risky investment paid off in spectacular fashion, with the trilogy cumulatively earning just shy of $3 billion at the box office, and the third entry becoming the second highest grossing film of all time, a rank it would retain for more than half a decade. At the 76th Academy Awards in early 2004, the final installment, The Return of the King, was nominated for an unprecedented 11 Oscars and swept every category, becoming the first fantasy film in history to win the Academy Award for Best Picture. Since then, the trilogy has cemented itself in the annals of popular culture as one of the cornerstones of modern cinema, the gold standard for a respectful book-to-screen adaptation. In turn, the immense success and lasting impact of the film trilogy further bolstered Tolkien's cultural dominance, and drove legions of new readers to discover his already incredibly popular books. By the start of the 2020s, The Lord of the Rings is estimated to have sold an astounding 150 million copies worldwide, with The Hobbit having verifiably surpassed 100 million, placing both books among the best-selling individual works of fiction in human history. Ultimately, to find Tolkien's style distasteful is entirely up to the individual reader. To disagree with elements of the author's worldview, even professing a profound admiration for his artistic creation, is understandable. But to accuse him of mere childish obsession with the cozying aesthetics of nostalgia, or to dismiss him as an anti-intellectual bigot lacking literary merit, is disingenuous. And to assert that he had nothing to say on the most pressing issues of the modern age is utterly false. In Tolkien and the Great War, scholar John Garth muses that Middle-earth, I suspect, looks so engagingly familiar to us, and speaks to us so eloquently, because it was born with the modern world, and marked by the same terrible birth pangs. In an age of unprecedented societal upheaval, loss of community, and severance from the past, in which so many of the dominant artistic works prized novelty, subversion, and ironic detachment over traditional conceptions of aesthetic quality or emotional sincerity, in which the cultural rift between the beliefs and desires of ordinary people and their ruling elite only continued to widen beneath the reign of a pervasive, increasingly nihilistic materialism, Tolkien provided the people of the modern world with a viewpoint that had been all but forgotten, a tether to their rapidly waning cultural heritage that incorporated the most meaningful imagery, symbols, archetypes, and motifs from thousands of years of history into one coherent, radically original narrative. An epic imbued to the core with the Christian ethics that had shaped European civilization, which nonetheless shied from overt sermonizing, and a story that, for all its challenging confrontations with the grief, trauma, and suffering inherent in the human experience, and for all the author's direct personal experience of these in his long life, remained possessed of an unshakable faith in the eventual triumph of good over evil. And it is for these reasons that J.R.R. Tolkien remains arguably the single most influential cultural figure of the modern age, one whose legacy will surely live on for centuries to come.